That's what it takes to be a champion. A million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been to build a legacy, to create a history. You need to be one step ahead, think outside the box, challenge the status quo. This journey starts with a belief in yourself. For me, it began where all stories begin, at home. And that's Casa Grand's legacy, crafting homes, where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grand, transforming lives. Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. A million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been to build a legacy, to create a history. You need to be one step ahead, think outside the box, challenge the status quo. This journey starts with a belief in yourself. For me, it began where all stories begin, at home. And that's Casa Grand's legacy, crafting homes, where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grand, transforming lives.
வணக்கம். எல்லாருக்கும் சொந்த வீடுங்கிறது ஒரு கனவா இருக்கும். அதுலயும் நம்ம சொந்த இடத்துல நமக்கு பிடிச்ச மாதிரி ஒரு வீடுன்னா சொல்லவா வேணும். அதுதான் ஒருத்தருடைய லைஃப் டைம் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்டா இருக்கும். ஒருத்தருக்கு சொந்த வீடு கட்டணும் அப்படிங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய 70% லைஃப் டைமோட கமிட்மெண்ட். அப்படி உங்க லைஃப்ல நீங்க செய்ய போற பெரிய இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்டை யார்கிட்ட இருந்து வாங்குறோன்றது ரொம்ப முக்கியம் இல்லையா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர். எல்லாரும் நினைக்கிற மாதிரி இந்த நிறுவனம் 2021ல தொடங்கி 3 வருஷம் மட்டுமே ஆன நிறுவனம் இல்ல. கிட்டத்தட்ட 12 வருஷங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி மிஸ்டர் பாலா எனப்படும் ராமஜெயம் என்பவரால தொடங்கப்பட்டது. 2012ல இருந்து 2019 வரைக்கும் இந்தியாவின் மிகப்பெரிய கார்ப்பரேட் மற்றும் பப்ளிக் லிஸ்டட் கம்பெனிகளுக்கு 4000 ஏக்கர்களுக்கும் அதிகமான லேண்டை அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி கொடுத்திருக்கோம்னா அப்போ லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேஷன் அனுபவம் எந்த அளவுக்கு இருக்கும்? கொரோனா வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பெருசா எந்த கார்ப்பரேட்ஸும் புதுசா ஃபேக்டரிகள் திறக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியல. அப்ப உருவானதுதான் ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட ரீட்டைல் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் ஆர்ம். எல்லாரும் தனியா ஒரு சொந்த வீட்டுல வாழணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டாங்க. ஆனா அப்படி தனி வீடோ இல்ல ஒரு வில்லாவோ வேணும்னா நீங்க சென்னைக்கு மிக அருகாமையில் இருக்கிற செங்கல்பட்டு வரைக்கும் போகணும். சோ சிட்டிக்குள்ள வெறும் அபார்ட்மெண்ட் சப்ளை மட்டும்தான் இருந்தது. இதை உணர்ந்து ஜி ஸ்கொயர் சிட்டிக்குள்ள ஏன் பிளாட் போடக்கூடாதுன்னு யோசிச்சோம். பட் அதுக்கு முக்கியமா 2 விஷயம் வேணும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட், கரெக்டான பிளேஸ்ல கரெக்டான பிரைஸ்ல லேண்ட் வாங்கணும். 2வது விஷயம், போதுன்ற மனசு வேணும். எஸ், சிட்டிக்குள்ள அபார்ட்மெண்ட் கட்டி விக்கிற லொகேஷன்ல ஒருத்தர் பிளாட் போடுறாங்கன்னா 1000 பேருக்கு விற்கக்கூடிய விஷயத்த வெறும் 100 பேருக்கு விற்க போறாங்கன்னா ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இந்த கடைசி 3 வருஷத்துல மட்டும் 15000 கஸ்டமர்ஸ் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. இது இந்தியாவுல வேற எந்த ரியல் எஸ்டேட் கம்பெனிக்கும் இல்லாத பெருமை. இது எப்படி சாத்தியமாச்சுன்னு தெரியுமா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர் பண்ற வால்யூம் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ்க்கு எல்லாமே காஸ்ட் எஃபெக்டிவா பாசிபிள் ஆகுது. ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட குவாலிட்டி யாராலையும் மேட்ச் பண்ண முடியாத அளவுக்கு ஹை குவாலிட்டி. டிடிசி, சிஎம்டிஏ, ரெரா அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி மொத்த சைட்டையும் ரெடி பண்ணி கொடுக்கறது. ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இருக்கிற 1000 எம்ப்ளாயிஸும் எப்படி ஒரு லேண்ட வாங்கலாம், எப்படி அதை பிளாட்டா விற்கலாம், டெவலப் பண்ணலாம், மார்க்கெட் பண்ணலாம்னு யோசிக்கிறாங்க. இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இருக்கிற பிளாட் கம்பெனி இந்தியாவிலேயே இது மட்டும்தான். 15000க்கும் மேல கஸ்டமர்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால ஜி ஸ்கொயர் 70க்கும் அதிகமான பிராண்ட்ஸோட டைப் பண்ணி 10ல இருந்து 30% வரைக்கும் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் வாங்கி கொடுக்கறோம் பிளாட் புக் பண்ணும் போதே. சோ நீங்க வீடு கட்டுறீங்கன்னா பட்டால இருந்து கிரகப்பிரவேசம் வரைக்கும் கம்ப்ளீட்டா வி வில் சப்போர்ட். இதுவும் இந்தியாவிலேயே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம். எந்த ஒரு இடத்துலயும் ஒரு கோமாதா இருந்தா அங்க இருக்கிற எல்லா பேட் கர்மாவும் போயிடும்னு ஒரு ஐதீகம். சோ ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட எல்லா சைட்லயும் வெட்டுக்கு போற மாடுகளை கூட்டிக்கிட்டு வந்து பராமரிக்கிறோம். தன்கிட்ட பிளாட் வாங்குறவங்க நல்லா இருக்கணும்னு எந்த நிறுவனமும் இவ்வளவு யோசிச்சது. ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல வாங்குற பிளாட்ஸ் எல்லாம் 2 வருஷத்துக்குள்ளேயே 80% வரைக்கும் அப்ரிஷியேட் ஆயிருக்கு. இது வேற எதுலயும் கிடைக்காத ஒரு ரிட்டர்ன்ஸ். இதனாலேயே ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல அவங்க வாங்கின பிரைஸை விட பிளாட்ஸ் இப்போ டபுள் மடங்கு அப்ரிஷியேட் ஆயிருக்கு. ஜி ஸ்கொயர் கொடுக்கிற பிரைஸ் அட்வான்டேஜ் அண்ட் லொகேஷன் அட்வான்டேஜ் வேற எந்த டெவலப்பராலும் கொடுக்க முடியாது. பிகாஸ் we are the land aggregator cum promoter, so no middleman, no hidden cost. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Every empire begins with a dream, and every dream needs a fearless dreamer. Welcome to Nama Family Group, Tamil Nadu's fastest growing multi-sector powerhouse. Founded in 2016 by visionary entrepreneur Mr. Ponaswamy Karthik, founder and chairman. Our flagship, Nama Family Builder and Developer Private Limited, one of Chennai's most trusted DTCP and RERA approved real estate brands, proudly delivering 6+ years of excellence, ISO 9001:2015 certified, presence in 50+ prime locations, 1,000+ residential, commercial and trade projects. Project milestones. 18.54 million square feet completed projects, 9 billion square feet ongoing projects, 9.1 million square feet upcoming projects, total development footprint 36.64 million square feet. Our reach from resale and layer plots, acres and cents to resorts, bungalows, farmhouses and estate developments, we proudly serve clients across Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, South India. Our core services, we provide complete end-to-end solutions in land buying and resale, layer development, residential and commercial construction, real estate investment, all with legal clarity, transparent pricing, and a client-first approach. Our team and infrastructure, 270+ dedicated professionals, 30+ specialized departments, strategic presence in high-growth corridors, India, OMR, GST. Beyond real estate, our multi-sector vision, Nama Family Group is more than a real estate brand. We are actively expanding into construction, import and export, shelter coconut, social welfare initiatives, soil trust. Not just a company, a movement, a mindset, a mission to build lives, shape futures, and grow together with integrity, vision, and a deep commitment to the community.
Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. A million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been to build a legacy, to create a history. You need to be one step ahead, think outside the box, challenge the status quo. This journey starts with a belief in yourself. For me, it began where all stories begin, at home. And that's Casa Grand's legacy, crafting homes, where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grand, transforming lives. Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. A million hearts beating as one.
வணக்கம். எல்லாருக்கும் சொந்த வீடுங்கிறது ஒரு கனவா இருக்கும். அதுலயும் நம்ம சொந்த இடத்துல நமக்கு பிடிச்ச மாதிரி ஒரு வீடுன்னா சொல்லவா வேணும். அதுதான் ஒருத்தருடைய லைஃப் டைம் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்டா இருக்கும். ஒருத்தருக்கு சொந்த வீடு கட்டணும் அப்படிங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய 70% லைஃப் டைமோட கமிட்மெண்ட். அப்படி உங்க லைஃப்ல நீங்க செய்ய போற பெரிய இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்டை யார்கிட்ட இருந்து வாங்குறோன்றது ரொம்ப முக்கியம் இல்லையா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர். எல்லாரும் நினைக்கிற மாதிரி இந்த நிறுவனம் 2021ல தொடங்கி 3 வருஷம் மட்டுமே ஆன நிறுவனம் இல்ல. கிட்டத்தட்ட 12 வருஷங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி மிஸ்டர் பாலா எனப்படும் ராமஜெயம் என்பவரால தொடங்கப்பட்டது. 2012ல இருந்து 2019 வரைக்கும் இந்தியாவின் மிகப்பெரிய கார்ப்பரேட் மற்றும் பப்ளிக் லிஸ்டட் கம்பெனிகளுக்கு 4000 ஏக்கர்களுக்கும் அதிகமான லேண்ட அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி கொடுத்திருக்கோம்னா அப்போ லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேஷன் அனுபவம் எந்த அளவுக்கு இருக்கும்? கொரோனா வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பெருசா எந்த கார்ப்பரேட்ஸும் புதுசா ஃபேக்டரிகள் திறக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியல. அப்ப உருவானதுதான் ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட ரீட்டைல் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் ஆர்ம். எல்லாரும் தனியா ஒரு சொந்த வீட்டுல வாழணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டாங்க. ஆனா அப்படி தனி வீடோ இல்ல ஒரு வில்லாவோ வேணும்னா நீங்க சென்னைக்கு மிக அருகாமையில் இருக்கிற செங்கல்பட்டு வரைக்கும் போகணும். சோ சிட்டிக்குள்ள வெறும் அபார்ட்மெண்ட் சப்ளை மட்டும்தான் இருந்தது. இதை உணர்ந்து ஜி ஸ்கொயர் சிட்டிக்குள்ள ஏன் பிளாட் போடக்கூடாதுன்னு யோசிச்சோம். பட் அதுக்கு முக்கியமா 2 விஷயம் வேணும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட், கரெக்டான பிளேஸ்ல கரெக்டான பிரைஸ்ல லேண்ட் வாங்கணும். ரெண்டாவது விஷயம், போதுன்ற மனசு வேணும். எஸ், சிட்டிக்குள்ள அபார்ட்மெண்ட் கட்டி விக்கிற லொகேஷன்ல ஒருத்தர் பிளாட் போடுறாங்கன்னா 1000 பேருக்கு விற்கக்கூடிய விஷயத்த வெறும் 100 பேருக்கு விற்க போறாங்கன்னா ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இந்த கடைசி 3 வருஷத்துல மட்டும் 15000 கஸ்டமர்ஸ் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. இது இந்தியாவுல வேற எந்த ரியல் எஸ்டேட் கம்பெனிக்கும் இல்லாத பெருமை. இது எப்படி சாத்தியமாச்சுன்னு தெரியுமா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர் பண்ற வால்யூம் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ்க்கு எல்லாமே காஸ்ட் எஃபெக்டிவா பாசிபிள் ஆகுது. ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட குவாலிட்டி யாராலையும் மேட்ச் பண்ண முடியாத அளவுக்கு ஹை குவாலிட்டி. டிடிசி, சிஎம்டிஏ, ரெரா அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி மொத்த சைட்டையும் ரெடி பண்ணி கொடுக்கறது. ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இருக்கிற 1000 எம்ப்ளாயிஸும் எப்படி ஒரு லேண்ட வாங்கலாம், எப்படி அதை பிளாட்டா விற்கலாம், டெவலப் பண்ணலாம், மார்க்கெட் பண்ணலாம்னு யோசிக்கிறாங்க. இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இருக்கிற பிளாட் கம்பெனி இந்தியாவிலேயே இது மட்டும் தான். 15000க்கும் மேல கஸ்டமர்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால ஜி ஸ்கொயர் 70க்கும் அதிகமான பிராண்ட்ஸோட டைப் பண்ணி 10ல இருந்து 30% வரைக்கும் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் வாங்கி கொடுக்கறோம் பிளாட் புக் பண்ணும் போதே. சோ நீங்க வீடு கட்டுறீங்கன்னா பட்டால இருந்து கிரகப்பிரவேசம் வரைக்கும் கம்ப்ளீட்டா வி வில் சப்போர்ட். இதுவும் இந்தியாவிலேயே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம். எந்த ஒரு இடத்துலயும் ஒரு கோமாதா இருந்தா அங்க இருக்கிற எல்லா பேட் கர்மாவும் போயிடும்னு ஒரு ஐதீகம். சோ
of the Hindu, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the Tamil Nadu Real Estate Summit 2025, an exclusive forum bringing together industry leaders, policymakers, investors, and visionaries for a day of insightful discussions and forward-thinking dialogue that will shape the future of real estate in Tamil Nadu. We will begin today's event by invoking the presence of the divine with the lighting of the sacred lamp. I would like to request our dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp and do the honors. I call upon Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, Chairperson of the Hindu Group, Thiru Shivdas Meena, IAS, Mr. Arun MN, Founder, Chairman and Managing Director, Casa Grande, Mr. LV Navneet, CEO, the Hindu Group, and Mr. Bala Ramajayam, Managing Director of the G Square Group. Can we have our dignitaries please join us on stage? Thank you so much. I now call upon Mr. Suresh Balakrishnan, CRO, the Hindu Group, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everybody, esteemed guests, friends from the industry, partners, and colleagues. Firstly, let me say, wow. Hindu does a lot of events, and we do a lot of events in Chennai, whether it's the AI Summit or the Law Conclave, we even have the Sports Conclave, various events. I have never, and invariably, because they can't find anybody else, they ask me to do the inaugural address. And I've never seen the auditorium so full at 10:25 in the morning. I can see people standing. I'm sorry. We did not estimate that this particular subject would generate this kind of interest in audiences. Amazed. And thank you, each and every one of you, for making the time and being here. On behalf of the Hindu Group, it's an honor and pleasure to welcome all of you all to the first Tamil Nadu Real Estate Summit 2025. It's the first time we are doing a summit on this subject, and hopefully, I don't think it's hopefully anymore, after seeing the crowd in this room, I'm sure we're going to do this every year. We're delighted to host this gathering of visionaries, policymakers, developers, and experts who are shaping the future of real estate in this particular state. Firstly, a heartfelt thanks to all those people who made it possible. This event is presented by Casa Grande. It's co-presented by G Square, Our green energy partner is Swelect. Our sports ecosystem partner is SDAT, Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, supported by CREDAI, Tamil Nadu, Lancor, Namma Family Group. Our strategic partner is the Madras Management Association. A lot of you all would have got invites from them. Our television partner is Pudhiya Talamurai. Thank you very much. And our digital partner is the Federer. Today, Tamil Nadu stands as a key pillar of India's economy, contributing almost 8.8% to the national GDP and therefore making it the second largest state economy. And we all know, we have heard the Chief Minister and a lot of aspiring Chief Ministers as well, saying that by 2047, this will become a 2.5 trillion economy. Best of luck to that. With 48% of the population already urban, it is projected that by 2047, 68% of the population will be urbanized in this state, which means we will need 20 million more urban homes and we will need 1.2 billion square feet of office space more by the time it is 2047. So we are all in the right business, doing the right thing at the right time. Today's agenda, I hope, will reflect these powerful shifts, from sustainable construction and affordable housing to the immense potential in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We are honored to have our chief guest, Thiru Shivdas Meena, chairperson of TN RERA, with us today. Thank you very much, sir, for making it convenient in attending the function. He is a leader whose commitment to transparency and regulatory excellence continues to shape the sector. I also extend my thanks to Arun, Chairman and MD of Casa Grande. Thank you, Arun, for making it here. Mr. Bala, thank you so much, sir, for making it MD of G Square Group, and Mr. W.S. Habib, President, CREDAI, Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much for all of you all to make it here. I guess Mr. Habib has just made it. Thank you so much. And for their invaluable support for coming together to champion this important initiative. At the Hindu Group, we believe that facilitating these kind of conversations is vital for fostering a well-informed, progressive, and resilient real estate ecosystem in this state. Through our trusted platforms, we remain committed to being a catalyst for knowledge, conversation, and collaboration. The Hindu Group has always supported the real estate sector in more ways than one, and we are happy to see the reciprocation from the industry for all the efforts and the love that the Hindu Group has shown for this sector. Thank you very much. I encourage all of you all to actively participate in today's sessions, network, a lot of people to network, I can see, share your perspectives. Together, let's continue building not just structures, but vibrant communities and a stronger Tamil Nadu. Thank you. Wishing you all a productive day, an interesting day, and a stimulating day of conversations on the real estate sector in this magnificent state. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Balakrishna. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a very special book launch, and I'd like to invite our dignitaries on stage, calling upon Dr. Nirmala Lakshman, Chairperson, the Hindu Group, our chief guest, Thiru Shivdas Meena, IAS, Mr. Arun MN, Founder, Chairman and Managing Director, Casa Grande, Mr. Bala Ramajayam, Managing Director of the G Square Group, Mr. W.S. Habib, President, CREDAI, Tamil Nadu, Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, and Mr. Sridhar Arunala, Vice President, Sales and Distribution. Evolution of Temple Architecture in Tamil Nadu is a comprehensive historical study of the evolution of temples in Tamil Nadu, from rock-cut sanctuaries to structural temples, authored by Vrinda Ramanan and J. Ramanan, and photographed by J. Ramanan. This special coffee table book has 250 plus photographs and 75 sketches describing the evolution of the grand pillars and 358 pages with richly layered historical narratives weaving history, architecture, art, and devotion. Can I now please have the book on stage? Requesting Dr. Nirmala as well to please do the honors along with our chief guest. Evolution of temple architecture in Tamil Nadu. I now request Dr. Nirmala along with Mr. L.B. Navneet to please felicitate our dignitaries. And can we have a group photograph to commemorate this special occasion? Thank you so much to our dignitaries on stage. I request Dr. Nirmala to kindly stay back for a very special felicitation as we invite on stage the authors, J. Ramanan and Brinda Ramanan. Ladies and gentlemen, J. Ramanan is an architect by profession, and over a distinguished career spanning 50 years, he has designed landmark projects across diverse sectors. He's a passionate photographer, and his lens has captured compelling visual stories that have been showcased in prestigious exhibitions across India. Brinda Ramanan is a trained Bharatanatyam dancer, and as a performer and teacher, she continues to nurture and propagate the classical arts with dedication. By the way, they're both avid mountaineers, having trained at the Nehru Institute of Mountaineering, and their passion for art, culture, and nature has found expression in many books that they have authored together. Also, the evocative images featured in their books have been photographed by Mr. J. Ramanan, while the insightful and meticulous narratives are penned by Brinda Ramanan and J. Ramanan. I also invite on stage Padma Subramaniam, an Indian classical Bharatanatyam dancer, who is also a research scholar, choreographer, teacher, Indologist, and author, and a recipient of multiple prestigious awards, including the Padma Vibhushan. Can we give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And I request Dr. Nirmala to honor the forces behind this beautiful book. Thank you so much. Can we have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Our honorable chief guest for today is Thiru Shivdas Meena, Chairperson, Tamil Nadu Real Estate Regulatory Authority and former Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu. He has over 36 years of experience in public service as a civil servant. He has worked in different capacities in state and central government in various sectors, such as revenue administration, rural development, water and sanitation, municipal administration, housing and urban development, energy, agriculture, transport, health, education, food and cooperation, etc. As Managing Director of the Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, he was instrumental in setting up the first seawater desalination plant in the municipal sector in the country. And while serving in the Government of India as Joint Secretary and Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, he spearheaded various reforms in municipal administration, urban development, housing, and water supply sector. As Principal Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu in various departments, and later the Chief Secretary to the Government of Tamil Nadu, he has been closely associated with formulation and implementation of various policies and landmark schemes of the Government of Tamil Nadu. For the past 1 year, Mr. Meena has worked as chairperson of the Tamil Nadu Real Estate Regulatory Authority. As chairperson of TNRERA, he has implemented various measures to bring transparency in the real estate sector. Sir, we request you to please join me on stage and to deliver the keynote address. Can we have a big round of applause for our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you for giving a very beautiful These dual roles have given me a deep appreciation of the transformative potential of real estate, not just as an economic driver, but as a cornerstone of national development and social stability. The real estate sector plays a very vital role in shaping the future of our country. It is one of the largest contributors to India's GDP. At current, it contributes around 7% to the GDP, and it is expected that by 2030, the real estate sector would be contributing nearly 13% to the country's GDP. It is also the second largest employer in the country, second only after the agriculture, generating millions of jobs, both directly and indirectly through allied sectors such as construction materials, transport, and services. Real estate supports urbanization, infrastructure development, commercial and industrial expansion, and most importantly, it addresses one of the most important basic human need, that is housing, the shelter. A strong, ethical, transparent, and well-regulated real estate sector is therefore not just about economic progress, it is about improving the quality of life of every citizen. As our cities expand and rural to urban migration continues, the demand for housing, especially affordable and middle income housing, will only increase. It is projected that India will require over 25 million additional urban homes by 2030. Tamil Nadu is one of the most urbanized states among the large states. In fact, among all the states, it is only Goa, which is a relatively very small state, which is more urbanized than Tamil Nadu. Otherwise, we are the most urbanized state. And in our state, we are seeing increasing urbanization, continued increased urbanization, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, alongside Chennai's continued growth. This is both a challenge and an opportunity. The challenge lies in delivering homes that are affordable, accessible, and of high quality. The opportunity is for the real estate sector to rise as a responsible partner in this nation-building exercise, supported by an enabling regulatory environment. In this context, I would like to mention that the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016 has been a very landmark legislative reform. This act aims to establish regulatory authorities at state level for regulation and promotion of the real estate sector to ensure that the sale of plots, apartments, or buildings or real estate projects is done in an efficient and transparent manner, and most importantly, to protect the interest of the home buyers. Since the formation of TN RERA, we have made consistent efforts to uphold the objectives of this act and to foster an ecosystem built on trust, accountability, and most importantly, the fair practice. Let me be very clear, RERA is not meant to restrict the growth of the industry. On the contrary, it provides a robust foundation upon which the industry can grow in a sustainable, consumer-friendly, transparent, and legally sound manner. Here, I am glad to share that among all the registered projects at the national level, Tamil Nadu contributes to 20%. That is, nearly 1.51 lakh real estate projects have been registered since the RERA Act came into force, of which 29,000 are from Tamil Nadu. But when we look at the complaints, we contribute to 2% of the total complaints at the national level. So I congratulate you and appreciate that as compared to 20% share of the projects, the share in complaints is only 2%, but we need to do a lot more. Recently we have started that every Monday, any stakeholders, it may be a home buyer or a promoter or anyone, they can come and meet the authority. I conduct this Monday grievance day every day. 1 month ago we commenced. Yesterday, after seeing this advertisement, few days ago, this advertisement had come about today's event in the Hindu. one gentleman, a 78-year-old senior citizen, he came with his grievances after seeing this ad. So he started that, sir, you are going to participate in this event, but I have my own grievance, and kindly see that you will be meeting these, the lot of people and share this. So his issue was that he has remitted 97% of the cost of the apartment, but till today, the agreement has not been signed. So it was is that I have paid entire thing, but I don't have access to anything. I don't have a piece of paper of the agreement. When the Act, under Section 13(1) of the Real Estate Regulation and Development Act, not more than 10% of the total sales consideration of the apartment or the property can be collected without entering into agreement. But there are certain issues. On one hand, we are doing so well that at national level, we are very good in compliance. But there are such incidents which kind of spoils the name of the entire sector. There may be very few such cases, but I think we should see that not even a single such incident is there. This platform gives me the opportunity to take these issues with you and make a sincere appeal to all the promoters and real estate professionals present here and I urge each of you to follow the provisions of the Act in letter and spirit. Transparency must not be seen as a burden. It is an investment in your own long-term credibility and customer trust. I encourage you to ensure that all project-related information, right from land title, approvals, construction timelines, and financials, is disclosed honestly on the RERA platform. It is mandated under Section 4 of the Act to provide all these information while applying to the RERA for registration. And again, under Section 11 of the Act, we are supposed to create, every promoter is supposed to create a page for every project on the RERA website and provide all these details. Not only one-time provision of these details, but we are supposed to update those details on regular basis. Very soon in RERA, we are going to make a provision in our website for opening a project-specific page for every promoter. Treat every communication with home buyers, be it marketing materials, allotment letters, agreements for sale, or handover documents with the highest standard of transparency. Kindly honor your delivery timelines and contractual commitments and avoid practices that may cause disputes later. If these principles are embraced fully, the number of disputes and litigations between home buyers and developers can be drastically reduced and mutual trust will grow. I also want to make a moment to speak about the recent guidelines in form of directions issued by TN RERA regarding advertising of the real estate projects. The purpose of these guidelines is not to limit creativity, but to ensure that advertisements are factual, responsible, and not misleading. Misleading or exaggerated claims damage not only consumer trust, but the overall reputation of the sector. Many places we can find some flex boards, some posters on the walls stating that the plots are available at 10 lakh. They will only mention the number. Any such advertisement is in violation of the Act. If we are offering something, we must say where it is available, which is the project, whether it is registered with RERA or not. If so, please provide the details. This is what is mandated by the Act, and kindly ensure that we do that. We believe that advertising should empower the home buyer with correct information, not overwhelm or mislead them. Therefore, I appeal to all promoters to study these guidelines carefully, adopt them in your campaigns, brochures, and digital outreach efforts kindly internalize these guidelines in your systems. These guidelines are available on TNRERA website, and we are happy to engage in dialogue and provide clarifications wherever necessary. Friends, Tamil Nadu is a state with immense urban growth potential and a strong tradition of planned development. As chairperson of TNRERA, I assure you that our approach will always be constructive, fair, and consultative. We are committed to creating a transparent and growth-friendly regulatory environment that encourages innovation while safeguarding consumer interests. Let us work together to raise the standards of the real estate sector in Tamil Nadu and across the country. Let us build not only homes and offices, but trust, equity, and a better future for all. In closing, I would like to thank the Hindu Group and the organizers of this summit for creating a forum where meaningful conversation can take place. I am confident that today's deliberations will lead to new partnership, new perspectives, and renewed commitment to ethical and sustainable growth. Let this be a defining moment for the real estate industry in Tamil Nadu. Let us move forward with integrity, professionalism, and a shared vision for excellence. I would like to quote by adding one more right to what the Chief Revenue Officer of Hindu Group mentioned in his opening in welcome address. Let us do right business, right things, at right time, and in right way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our partnerships for their support in making this event possible. The Tamil Nadu Real Estate Summit 2025 is presented by Casa Grande, co-presented by G Square. Our green energy partner is Swelect. Our sports ecosystem partners, SDAT and Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, supported by Credai Tamil Nadu, Lancor, and Nama Family Group. Our strategic partner, Madras Management Association. Our television partner, Pudiya Talamurai, and our digital news partner, the Federal Voice of the States. So here we are at this exclusive forum bringing together industry leaders, policymakers, investors, and visionaries for what is definitely going to be a day of insightful discussions and dialogue that will shape the future of real estate in our state. We begin with our first fireside chat. This panel brings together thought leaders to chart the roadmap for Tamil Nadu's real estate growth. From infrastructure to investment, we'll explore the strategic vision shaping the state's property landscape. I'd like to invite our moderator to take the stage. Please put your hands together for Rosella Stephen R., Senior Associate Editor, The Hindu. She also edits The Hindu Property Plus in addition to the Sunday magazine. Can we have you on stage, please, Rosella? Joining her on stage is Mr. Arun MN, the founder, chairman, and managing director of Casa Grande, one of South India's leading real estate developers. A first-generation entrepreneur with a background in electronics and communication and an MBA in marketing, Arun entered real estate through a small project in Chennai, which sparked his passion for the industry. Under his dynamic leadership, Casa Grande has developed over 53 million square foot across Chennai, Bangalore, Coimbatore, Hyderabad, and Pune. Known for his people-centric approach and unwavering focus on quality, Arun has built Casa Grande into a trusted name, setting new standards in customer satisfaction, innovation, and lifestyle-focused developments. We look forward to an exciting conversation. Rosella, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It's, as Suresh mentioned, it's fantastic to see a full house and standing room. Goes to show that we should have done this much earlier. Mr. Arun, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
And again, I speak for everyone here when I say thank you for also being a part of the Hindu projects. So yes, now over 22 years, let's just launch in because I think we're short on time. Over 22 years, you have grown. That's 53 million square feet of living space, 160 projects, a workforce of 7,500.
Close to, yeah.
Yeah, and diversification into everything, to commercial leasing, to co-living, to senior citizen homes, something that's come up in the UAE with Dubai Islands,
Yes.
and there is the IPO. So lots to celebrate. Could you tell me how someone from engineering and marketing switched over to this and the turning points in this journey of yours and for Casa Grande?
Thanks so much. I'm one of those engineers who did not know why I did engineering. That's more like it. I'm an electronics engineer. I'm in civil now. The point is actually, I did work in Wipro at a point in time, and then I wanted to be an entrepreneur. Obviously, any entrepreneur is quite passionate about the journey, not particularly the industry. We did start a lot of businesses. By the way, Arun today is known for a reasonably successful business house. But, you know, the failures are far and, I mean, a lot more than what you see, because we started our first entrepreneurship journey into agriculture. That's what happened. We were into agri-exports. We did quite well, but it failed. Then we were moved into floriculture, and that didn't really take off well. And a lot of things really happened, and then really real estate landed up. You know, then no looking back, we've grown very, very well. Obviously, the first 6-7 years of journey was just templatizing the business, just understanding what it is. And the first 6-7 years of profits would be about 1/10 of the profits of the company today. So that's what it was. And after that, when the earlier partners had quit, we realized that there is a bigger opportunity for us to think and dream bigger as an organization. And we did so from the year 2010-12 onwards, where we started having larger visions. When we were close to 40-50 crores of revenue, we dreamt of becoming a 1,000 crore company, which we did in a record time of about 5 years' time. And then we've grown on to think even bigger. Today, we are close to about 10,000 crores of sales value, and that's how we are building the business. Every 5 years has been a course correction and a big directional shift for us. At some point in time, it was all about priorities on sales and marketing focus, and to get the inventories sold out. And the next 5 years of the later part of the years were about you know, getting the products to very international standards. So that, because we have a lot of people who have now shifted back from US and so on and so forth. And we want to see how much can we compete with the best of product in the country and maybe the world. Obviously, it's a directional angle. We might not have gotten there, but we pursued a path very aggressively on that. The last 5 years to me is a very interesting shift, where the knowledge and understanding for us is that we have created this out of people dynamics. So we want to see whether we can get ordinary people to do something extraordinary. So my drive and the whole directional angle of the business has become how to propel the energy, motivation, and the verve and the hard work of the 5,000-6,000 people to pull off something absolutely dreamy. So that is how we have propelled in the last 5 years. And today I've come to the philosophy that actually to us, our team, our employees come first in the organization, then maybe the customers, and then maybe the other stakeholders. That's how we have shifted the directions. And this is, I think, augured well for us, because we have come a distance where now today we've been the largest in Tamil Nadu for the last about 7-8 years. And we are the third largest or second largest in South India after the bigger boys. So that's how we are.
Well said. You mentioned your employees, and from what I gather, they're well treated. I saw something on your website which says 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. working hours. I don't know if that's a you know, an error. I was quite impressed. And
8:30 to 8:30.
8:30 to 8:30. It's open from 8:30 to 8:30. You also have schools. I forgot to mention that. You also have schools. With employees, I understand there's a reward system where 1,000 employees are taken overseas every year to Switzerland or to London or where other places. So there's a lot, I think, as you mentioned, employees could be the backbone or would be the backbone of the organization.
So let me, since you asked upon it, it's never 8:30 to 8:30. Nobody's going to like to work for Kasagaran if it's 8:30 to 8:30. We work from 8:30 to 5. In fact, we are half an hour short of a regular work hours. We believe that people are far more productive in the morning, and hence that's the broad shift. When you talk about incentives and rewards, let me tell you how we see it. Incentive and rewards is a part of it. As in, when we hit our annual targets, we take 60-70% of our primary workforce internationally, which we started in the year 2013. And it's going on till now. For some reason, the formulas worked for us that maybe that's propelled the growth. This year too, if we hit the targets of a large number we are chasing, about 1,800 people will go to the US and another 800 people will go to Dubai. But that's a very small part of the game because that's just a sense of reward and accomplishment. But what we do as an organization is more than that. Actually, I want to very proudly say that about 10% of the organization is already owned by my employees or the team members. They own 10% of the organization. I've diluted the, ownership to them before going for IPO so that, hopefully the stock options would reward them very, very well. We have very, very employee focused policy. We have a close to 3 times of a normal average multiple on a Mediclaim and which covers the parents also. To a lot of very different things. Actually, if I can say this in the forum, I'll be proud to say that if we have a policy where if any one of our workforce or people ever pass away, there's a demise for some reasons, the family gets half the salary for 10 more years. And the children who are studying in the school, till their school academics is over, the fees will be paid by the company. So there's so much more heart in the way we go about doing things, which is what I believe has propelled the organization multiple orbits. Otherwise, just about sense of reward systems, etc., and just a money on the face of people is not feeling really appreciated. So we really do this from the heart, and I think that is what has helped the organization grow. Since you mentioned about the school, I want to also take pride in the way we run our school. The school is not just one more school, a CBSE school and so on and so forth. We've carved out 15% to 20% of the children's time towards life skills. So life skills, when I say life skills, actually the children are trained on leadership, on emotional intelligence, public speaking, relationship building exercises, financial literacy, and so on and so forth. These are all our own curriculums beyond what CBSE provides. And we carve out about a 15 to 20% of the children's time in this. We believe actually academic education, no doubt, is extremely important for any child. But ultimately, when you get thrown into the world is when you truly learn all these arts. How to engage with people, how to manage people, how to possibly sell yourself better, how to negotiate yourself better, how to possibly talk in public, how to handle money, all these things. So we have carved out curriculum. So we have something called a life skills program. And these are just not done by us. As in our leadership, we are doing it in tie with Peter Drucker and Stephen Covey. And on a financial intelligence, we are in tie with Robert Kiyosaki. With a very affordable normal fees. I'm not talking about then all these things must be a bomb and that's not for middle income.
That, yeah.
We are talking about a sub-lakh kind of a fee, which is not a unachievable number for a parent. So we think differently in the way we go about doing things.
So do you spend time with these children, and do you, are they interested in this, in the parent company, what they do, real estate? Because again, we talk about, because I handle the Sunday magazine as well as the Property Plus, we have many stories about youngsters today who, one, cannot afford a home, Gen Z. Two, so they rather spend it on travel and other experiences. Two, they say we don't want to be held down by something like this. On the other hand, you have spoken in interviews about the independent house, the aspiration of having an independent house for the older lot. Now, your own projects, you have clubhouses, 10-floor clubhouses, and so many amenities. One of them has 130 amenities. The senior citizen one has 30 amenities. So when you have all of that, how do you factor this new gen that's coming into the market that may or may not be interested in, of course you have co-living, you're going to be talking about co-living, but otherwise, as ownership, how do you factor that?
I'll tell you something. Actually, this is, I feel, as an over-exaggerated thought over the years. The new gen is very urban, who's very reasonably from the upper middle income and the affluent class. By and large, no. Home is a very big dream. be it reasonably from a middle income family in the urban centers to the people, boys who come from the smaller towns and the rural towns, the home is a very, very aspirational value. So even if the new gen doesn't want to get tied into a particular place, they don't really see a need to own a home, or they would want to travel and add experiences. That's for the population, which is about a 5 to 10% of India. We are talking about the world being totally different in India. Actually, even today, when there are people who buy our affordable homes at 40, 50 lakhs, this boy has come down from Trichy at about 31, 32. He's able to buy a home because he's working in IT sector. He can pay a 40, 50,000 rupees EMI. And actually, on the joy on the day when they receive the key and there's a grub restaurant, maybe sometimes I've been there. 100, 200 people throng the doors for the small 2-bedroom house he's bought to be a part of the grub restaurant and participate in that so happily. And he's showing around everybody in the house about the swimming pool and the clubhouse and the facility. The whole joy of doing this business is totally different. So I really am not really hung up about the new gen, which is talking about not wanting to own a home, wanting to add experiences, travel. That's for a 5-10% of the crowd. We are catering to a large part of India, which is not part of that. So that's what, have I answered you?
Of course you have. It's quite reassuring as well. So you talked about this, how emotional it is when people come, for the housewarming. I noticed that Casa Grande played a role in a new Tamil movie, 3 BHK. And I've also noticed how you roped in Hrithik Roshan or a Silambarasan, or, in Maharashtra's Janelia and Ritesh Deshmukh, sports stars. Now, how has the platform changed over the years with reference to audiences with prospective buyers? How do you communicate with them? How has that changed?
One is actually we realized that today a home buyer wants a very sharp planned information, because actually he is a very well-researched guy. I mean, unlike maybe a 5-10% of the potential home buyers who are still grappling in the dark in terms of what it is to really buy a home and understanding, most of these guys are well planned out, well thought through. They have done their Excels literally in place, comparing various projects and so on and so forth. So he wants a very specific communication. He wants very sharp information galore today. As you would know, Insta is feeding so much information, Facebook would feed, and so on and so forth. So we have slowly made the communications specific and aspirational. So that's how we've gone about it. These celebrities, etc., is all to bring that extra eyeball. Ultimately, any of the celebrities can bring an extra eyeball or eye into that. Ultimately, what the product feels like, experiences, be it the plans, be it the quality of the finishes we want to do, be it the overall amenities and the maintenance and the look and feel of the community, and all those things, if they don't stand very tall compared to any of the other builders, nobody stands a chance. So that's how we built it. So we made it very specific, but we made it very aspirational. That's how we've really blended these two things together.
Thank you for that. Yeah. And Tamil Nadu as your ecosystem, is it a very hospitable ecosystem, given that your growth is still strongest in Tamil Nadu? Can you tell me a little bit about how you plan to align with the $1 trillion economy, for 2030?
Sure. Tamil Nadu is in our blood, Tamil is in our blood. We are Tamilians per se by and large, and hence, when we see the state flourish, and as we go about as a business house, there's nothing more heartwarming. We felt that we are in one of the best states in terms of the way the state is organized, the safety of the state, and the potential scope of the state. We always appeal to the governments, obviously, to support us in terms of faster approvals, the basic issues which is a problem across the country. This is not a Tamil Nadu problem, so that's something we appeal. But by and large, the commitment of continuously the ruling governments at different points in time, towards the industry and industrial growth actually is amazing. In fact, I don't know whether everybody in this forum would know that Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra are the ones which compete highest in terms of industrial productions and industrial houses. We have a particular venture called the industrial warehousing parks. We built a lot of industrial warehousing parks. In fact, Pegatron, which is one of the largest manufacturers of Apple phone, actually, is being produced in our park. So that's what happens. So what I'm saying is there is such aggression in the government consistently for the growth in terms of industry inputs and so on and so forth. But we believe that the government should work more towards aligning to how the newer the states have developed. Karnataka has really raised up big. Telangana is really, really good. And so there are a lot of newer, new age companies which have come in. Of course, new age companies operate here, but they are a little more there. And hence we have to keep competing is what I would say. And we want to consistently ensure that we are with the government in terms of giving our knowledge in terms of how to make the processes and how to make the policies better so that ultimately together we win. Obviously, in an ecosystem where the government is winning accolades in terms of how the state has grown, every business house would thrive and grow, and vice versa. So we participate to that extent, yes.
Anything with reference to, you mentioned Karnataka, anything specific that you think it would be great to have in our state?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, all the IT companies.
Besides the companies, the industries.
That's primary, right? Obviously, that generates employment, that generates a lot of wealth, that generates a lot of people. Today, Bangalore, you can't take away the eye that actually it's becoming one of the most important cities to reckon with in the map of India. Obviously, it was Bangalore was not even the radar, right? It was Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, and Chennai. But how is it that suddenly, the whole world, the whole country wants to move into Bangalore and stay? It's because of better entertainment, better working opportunities, and the crowd feels more younger, and it's a more happening city to be in. That's something we have to learn. Point number one. Obviously, the IT sectors also set shops there for all these various reasons. And And other than that, if you see, even the outer ring roads, etc., have been planned about 5-6 years earlier than Chennai. But even then, Bangalore is now bursting out of the seams. But they have thought through a little more ahead. The beauty of Tamil Nadu is actually we have a very dispersed growth. We have a growth in Chennai, Madurai, Coimbatore. You have a 2, 3, 4, 5 cities. Whereas in Karnataka, it's predominantly Bangalore and there's nothing else beyond Bangalore. That's one thing they have done well, but in terms of otherwise growth which they have done, they've done very well. I'm sure we should learn. My point is that, we can be very proud about Chennai. Chennai is an amazing city, all of us know. But every good practice of every other state should be benchmarked and should be brought in is what I would believe. Yeah.
So your team is constantly looking at how improvements can be shared with the government?
Of course. Obviously, the government bodies and the government officials and the parties which have ruled have been very open to feedbacks, where they have called us for multiple occasions and forums where we go and participate and give them inputs and insights on what could be done better, that ultimately as a state and all of us can do far, far better. We have always been engaging constantly with the government and the government officials to give feedbacks whatsoever. Obviously, many have been received, some have been not received, but that's part of life. But I'm sure all of us, Tamil Nadu being ranked as maybe 3rd or 4th in the GDP list, I think we should be quite proud about that, and we should keep building on it without losing focus.
That's good to know. And with reference to global expansion and Dubai in particular, so this Dubai island is supported by the Dubai Urban Master Plan. Have you identified other countries as well which have investor-friendly policies?
We have obviously entrenched ourselves into Dubai now. We've got some more projects lined up in Dubai. We are evaluating market like the US, as in we have identified some good development propositions in the US, also in Miami, one of the states. We realize US and UK is quite manageable for some reasons. Indians are not very alien to them. They have had Indians entrenched in their social ecosystem for a very long time, both the countries. So we realize when we ever step in, they're quite friendly towards, businesses coming and setting up the shop. It's not really, rippling towards any of the other things. So these are the 2 other places we are evaluating. But obviously these are all, which could happen in the few years' time going forward. We also do this because we realize when you operate international markets, the practices and processes and the learnings is so much that, you can bring in those in our own developments, whatever is affordable. Obviously, India sells at about 7,000-8,000 rupees to 9,000 rupees price per square foot. That's what it is Indian market. You take a Dubai market, is about 45,000-50,000 rupees per square foot. But the learnings in terms of the better processes, practices, the way they see, that they even conceive projects is very interesting. So that learning, obviously, because you'll have to slowly make it international. Slowly international. I don't think Indian homes are international yet. But obviously in a journey of next 4 or 5 years, like us, builders like us, and the bigger builders aspiring to be that, can bridge the gap.
Well, that's hopeful for all of us. With reference to sustainability, that seems to be a given now with all projects. How is ITC Grand pushing the envelope?
we have been a little slow on that. I don't want to really claim that we are torchbearers to sustainability. I'll tell you something. I come from the belief that a lot of Indians still don't have their own homes. I'm more committed to that dream and fulfilling that dream than sustainability. We are not for a minute saying we are not environment friendly. We are not saying that sustainability is not a very important word we have to mark. Of course, we provide solar panels. Of course, we've done a lot of other different things. Actually, in our projects, we have horticultural farms inside projects. We have a mango grove. We have a teakwood. See, as again, just ornamental crops which are decorating the landscapes of the large developments. We have brought in mango trees, pomegranate trees, teakwood, and so on. The community per se. So even these are small initiatives in a sustainable angle. But we believe, since there's a large percentage of the population which is still not bought its first home, we want to keep the cost lower as much to make it more attractive and mean to them. I mean, in a sense, if I were to draw a parallel, obviously all of us want organic vegetable, but it's 3 times the price. I'm hungry. So I have to really not bother about organic vegetable. I'd rather buy. That's a mindset, right? So we have to balance out between these two, but we have pushed our pedals in this direction many times, but we ensure it doesn't cut through the cost too much.
So let's get homes first for everybody.
Yes.
Okay. How do you deal with the negative image of developers? Sometimes you see in pop culture, on Reddit forums, social media, they're always perceived as the bad guys. How do you deal with that? And how do you turn it around?
I didn't know we were bad guys. I thought there's a negative image. Yes, of course. Bad guys, I wouldn't know. See, I'll tell you what. Actually, I think...
Pop culture. I'm talking about cinema.
No, there's a truth to it. There's a truth to it. Of course, we do know about a decade back or 15 years back, the image of the developers. One is actually the murkiness of this potentially having otherwise economy or a parallel economy to possibly, a lot of developers not really honoring thing or taking the buyers to task in terms of doing anything on their whim, etc., are not very well regulated. That space has gone away. That space has gone away. I don't think today we have a chance. We are really scared of our home buyers. That's the truth. There is enough powers in their hands, and that's so a good economy should give them the powers. That that kind of murkiness about a builder's image has slowly gone away. Builders want to act fair, builders want to act transparent, builders want to build trust, builders want to build buildings which utmost quality, which can stand about a 40, 50 years kind of timelines and so on and so forth. So I think the whole murkiness has shifted, and we brought in the best of practices. Government has anyways clamped it heavily. Mr. Shivdas Meena sir was here anyways, and RERA is, a very scary body. And that's fine. That's fine. That just puts all of us in the check. We all need a check whatsoever in our own aggressions of growth, and that is fine. And I think things have changed. What we have done is we made ourselves very, very transparent. The way we go about the business, we are very categorically telling customers what is possible, what is not possible, and willing to live with that. And so that's how we've been building the business.
No, and you also mentioned that the customers today are really well informed. And I was listening to an interview the other day where they said before buying a house, check out the Google Maps API, for instance, to figure out, what's coming up in that area. And it's also what developers use.
Yes.
So can you tell me a little about the tech that comes into play in your industry, and as a market leader, what you depend on?
And obviously, tech is the word in any industry. So is the case with real estate too. Obviously, we have a platform like SAP. We have a platform like Salesforce Automation. Today, a home buyer doesn't have to come to a site to buy a home. He can experience that, drive through to the site from the most important landmarks. So he very clearly knows what it is on a video which is played up to him. And he can sit at home and go through the process of the model houses, how it is, what the scheme is and what the site is, and the whole site experiences, everything which we guide him in the thing, and he can buy. He can book online paying a card. So that's how simple and progressive we have made it. Gone are those days when we used to have those huge loads of people to only handle customer calls and customer inquiries. Today we have chatbots in place to possibly engage with them in WhatsApp conversations, and even voice call, we are bringing it in. It seems so true that it's quite scary. that actually it's a humanoid which is on the other side to really talk to this guy. But that's part of the industry. So obviously in terms of construction practices, we moved many notches. We moved from conventional to Maiwans to tubular forms to precast and so on and so forth. We are trying to see whether we can do steel structures like what really happens in progressive economies like Singapore and so on and so forth. We brought those things too. So from every aspect of technology, we have progressed quite a bit. But obviously there's a very far-reaching distance we have to do, and we keep pursuing the path.
And is there a reason why when you see five-star hospitality brands working on private residences, that's a trend. Is there a reason why you have not gotten to that yet?
Yeah, we also evaluating those things. See, these are for the, by and large, the more aspirational homes. Homes upwards of 4-5 crores. That's when it really would make sense for the five-star branded residences. But serviced homes, which is convenience. But we believe that you don't have to pay too much premium towards that. What if maybe a builder evolves his own service brand and starts servicing homes? It's not a bad idea either. And we have evaluated a lot of the bigger brands to partner with us in terms of service residences. But if we believe the customers really want that kind of a service, then it's okay. But what happens is we still live life with our kind of a mindset where you still need your 2-3 of the servants who come exclusive to your house. You trust them. So when you leave, the child is there, they left, they're gone, and a lot of things. In a hotel, you don't feel like that. This would feel like a hotel. So those are the things we are trying to understand, the nuances, how home buyers would behave. Even in upmarket 4-5 crores, even if somebody's buying a 4-5 crore, doesn't mean he's as progressive to handle that kind of a culture. He must still want his or hers, typically the house help who comes up. Those are the still comforts of India, right? We still can afford house helps, maids and whatsoever, etc. So those are things which go away in the case, because it's a hotel, you're staying effectively in all sense. With the comfort, of course there is comforts, but are you feeling very normal at home is some question. So we have not really pursued there, yeah.
Okay. And with reference to emerging real estate developers, what would your advice be to them? I mean, having been on this journey, something that you can give emerging real estate.
Yeah, of course. Be very passionate towards product. This is a product business. You have to be very passionate towards the home you build, the quality, the features, the specifications, the plan, the amenities, the overall look and feel of the project, the low maintenance of the project. All these aspects from a product is what a developer should be obsessed about. The obsessed developer should not be obsessed about the Excel sheets, the profitability, the top line growth, and so on and so forth. That's a very bad direction to pursue a business. The minute you chase excellence in the home you're delivering to a home buyer, these things will reasonably fall in place. If not today, tomorrow, it will fall in place. So that's one thing which I would advise any of the people to focus on the product and be there. The second thing is, you are building an organization only with people. Unless you treat and take care of your people very well, it gets very difficult for you to achieve large heights. If you want to be small and do decently well, then it's okay. If you have larger aspirations, treat your people very well from the heart, take care of them, pursue their growth, so that they in turn push the organization's growth. So that's the essence. And more than anything else, run a very decent, honest, fair business house. Ultimately, that is what will help you sustain yourself in the long term. Obviously, shortcuts and practices can maximize profits at very early days, but that's not for a long-term journey. For long-term journey, the truth, honesty, ethics, fairness, all these words which you heard from our grandpa and grandma, actually something nobody should forget. That's a core important business philosophy with which you should operate. So product obsession, people care and people growth, and ethics and fairness and decent practices of business. That's what it is.
Okay, I think, and that's something that Casa Grand follows by default.
Of course, we try to. We are not everywhere up there. I can't put a 10 on 10 everywhere. I would put a 8 on 10, 9 on 10, 7 on 10, and so on and so forth. It's a journey. Nobody hits the journey. In fact, you're closer to what you think is a benchmark, you have to push the milestones even further. So that's how an organization keeps growing.
Last question before we open it up for one or two questions. With reference, not just as a developer, but as a change maker in the housing ecosystem, what is your vision for the next 5 years?
Our vision is quite lofty. We want to become the largest developer in the country. That's what we're really pursuing as a vision. Obviously, it's as I say this in this forum, it scares me. We don't know we could ever get there. This is very dreamy, lofty. But we believe that we will work very hard towards that. We will think constantly to change our path and change our and pursue these aggressions. And we want to be one of those business houses which came from Tamil Nadu and went up to the national map and amongst the top boys or maybe in the top space. That's what we're pursuing. And let's hope God is with us, maybe he could.
Thank you. This has been a really enlightening session. Any questions? We can take one.
Hello, Mr. Arun. Thank you so much for the insightful thought on this. This is Murugeshan Muthu, Vice President of URC Group. I have one point. In terms of the technology that we want to adapt into the constructions, basically the kind of a demand we have and the kind of the speed real estate goes to meet those demands. But I do see the constructions happening in the conventional way, what we used to do last 50 years, the same thing we are doing it now. Is there any way which Cascade is looking, take this construction technology into the, rather than doing a construction, are we moving towards the manufacturing the building through the technology, leveraging the digital and modular and prefabricated? Is there any way push you are doing it? If you are already doing it, what is the percentage of the overall project you have in prefab technology? What is the percentage we are doing in a conventional, let's say cast in place, same shuttering, same labor and those stuff?
Sir, we have already set up a precast unit investing close to about the plans to invest is about 8-10 crores to do a precast unit. I would say if the precast unit is set up close to about 20% of the construction would be done from precast. Effectively, we are manufacturing homes, you're right. It gets done there, we only assemble in the site. That's one. Then we've already moved to My1 for larger developments because we get better qualities and better clean finishes, etc. The tubular form of construction. And that's close to 50% of our construction. The balance 30% is what is a conventional. The problem is that as much as we want to pursue the newer age technologies, the home buyer is wary. Home buyer is thinking that is this good enough for next 50 years? Is my old style construction far, far better, etc. So the problem is even when we shift, we are constantly answering the home buyer's concerns on whether this is the best, though he doesn't understand this is what is happening across the globe, the worldwide best practices. But hence we are slowly shifting because, any shift will not be received well. Obviously, we are in a, industry where the competition is also heavy. And competition will come and say, oh, they're doing this construction, sir. We are doing our old age construction, which is the best. The minute you say this is the same tone, gone, finished. Whatever it is gets difficult. So these are the reasons we've taken time to shift. Otherwise, we are very progressive. We see what's happening in the more developed countries and keep doing what it is.
Yeah. Basically, if you talk about the 15 years before, okay, the precast maybe to accept the precast, maybe the lot of reluctance because the design per se, as a hardcore structural engineer, I can say, we used to refer from the ACI code, PCI, everything implemented the precast. But if you talk about the current context, we have the well-established Indian code, IS 15916, which talks about the complete precast design and construction in Indian context. So still that reluctance is there with the customer, which is well thrown across the globe. Or how do we educate the customer?
Yes, of course, but who's going to build the cat? The point is that, right? Say, obviously you are right. But it's going to take us time for the customers to receive it, and hence we slowly would shift. Because we don't want to hurt our business in the process of pursuing newer technologies or better technology. In fact, it's better in all sense. But we have to tread cautiously is what I'm saying.
And on that note, Mr. Arun, thank you. Unfortunately, we'll have to wind up. Thanks for starting this entire summit on a positive, optimistic, hopeful note. And we look forward to the other sessions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arun and Rosella. Rosella requesting you to please present Mr. Arun with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. With that insightful session, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next panel discussion. Tamil Nadu at 1 trillion and the role of real estate in urban transformation. As Tamil Nadu aspires to become a 1 trillion economy, real estate will play a pivotal role in redefining its urban fabric. Join us now as experts discuss how this sector can accelerate inclusive and sustainable urban growth. Before I welcome our speakers to take the stage, I would like to introduce each of them. Our first speaker is Habib W.S., the President of Credai Tamil Nadu and the Chairman and Managing Director of the RWD Group, a leading real estate developer in South India. With over 2 decades of experience, he combines engineering expertise with entrepreneurial vision. A passionate sportsman and global traveler, he brings dynamism, resilience, and strategic foresight to every venture he leads. Our next speaker is Jerry Kingsley, Head of Value and Risk Advisory in India and City Capital Markets, Chennai JLL. He's a seasoned real estate professional with extensive experience in commercial property leasing and advisory services. Known for his deep market insight and strategic acumen, Jerry has successfully led numerous high-value transactions across office, retail, and mixed-use developments. His expertise continues to influence the commercial real estate landscape in India. Our next speaker is Julian Francis, Senior Vice President, Asset Management, Chennai, and Head of Industrial and Logistics at RMZ. With over 20 years of experience in commercial, residential, and industrial real estate, he has held leadership roles across development and investment platforms. At RMZ, Julian oversees asset operations in Chennai and spearheads INL expansion nationwide. Passionate about technology, travel, and behavioral insights, Julian brings strategic vision and multidisciplinary approach to India's evolving real estate landscape. Our fourth speaker is Sri Priya Ganeshan, co-founder of Studio Neon Attic, an interior design practice based in Chennai. With over a decade of experience in Hong Kong, she's led large-scale residential and commercial projects across Asia. Her strength lies in executing spaces with cultural and brand depth. Rounding out the panel is C.G. Satish, Deputy Managing Director at Casa Grand, a dynamic leader who has played a pivotal role in the company's exponential growth since joining in 2012. He has successfully led over 130 projects across Chennai and Coimbatore, helping Casa Grand secure a 22% market share in Tamil Nadu. Under his leadership as Sales Director, the company has achieved a remarkable 40x revenue growth. We welcome our speakers to take the stage. Also put your hands together for our moderator, Kunal Shankar, Deputy Business Editor, The Hindu. Kunal, over to you.
Hello. All right. So, I'll just read out a brief introduction that I've written, and we can jump right into the panel. Tamil Nadu's real estate sector is a crucial pillar in its ambition to become a $1 trillion economy, with urbanization having reached nearly 50% in nearly 15 years ago in 2011 as per the census. The state is among the most urbanized in India. It presents vast untapped opportunities for both commercial and housing real estate. Chennai alone has amassed about 92 million square feet of office space. It has witnessed a 40% quarter-on-quarter rise in residential sales. Yet there are studies that show 60% of India's 2050 building stock is yet to be constructed. And this means Tamil Nadu alone, its built environment still has massive a headroom for growth. Unlocking this potential calls for coordinated policy reform, systematizing sustainable construction practices in government procurement, and inclusive urban planning aligned with infrastructure and affordability imperatives. So to discuss this and how the state's real estate sector can navigate these challenges and realize its full potential, let me now turn to my panelists here on the stage who've already been introduced. I think I'll start with Mr. Habib. How can Tamil Nadu's real estate sector expand its participation to realize this $1 trillion dream of the state's economy by 2030? Do we need some streamlining of zoning? Do we need digitized approvals, or do we need like PPP frameworks? Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Hindu, for getting us here. I never thought it's going to be this big, and congratulations to the entire organizations. Okay, so coming to this subject of 1 trillion economy, Tamil Nadu, it's really ambitious, and it is possible. Today we are at, I think, about 360 billion, Tamil Nadu's GDP. We are the second highest. And definitely we are bigger than many countries. We are bigger than Pakistan. Yeah, having said that, Elon Musk alone is about 408 billion. So, Elon Musk is bigger than Tamil Nadu. It is possible.
He's just turned down a 29 billion CEO package or something like that.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, it is possible. So by the business as usual, like the way we are growing today, it might take about 11, 12 years to reach there. But I think if we can fast track, I think government has come out with a good vision of, by 2030, 31. It is possible, we can definitely, we can grow. Real estate plays a very important role. We contribute about 7 to 8% for this GDP. If we can work, push everybody else, real estate can be pushed, say, 11, 12%, probably, we could be able to achieve. So when I say real estate, it is just not about residential apartment, high-rise, low-rise, villas, or, commercial buildings. There are so many things into it, like in IT parks, ACZs, warehousing, logistics, hospitality, schools. There's so many things. My colleague here will address a few of those things here. So if we have to raise there, probably, we can talk many things, but I only talk about only one particular point. That's what we've been, from CREDAI, we've been harping the government. Our cities, has to be more livable. It has to be planned well. Now Chennai has 2 master plans, but we know how Chennai has grown. For each of us, even I came late to this place, because we got stuck in traffic and other things. But we have to really plan our cities well. The 3rd master plan for Chennai is on. But we've been pushing the government to get the master plan of all the, Tamil Nadu is not about Chennai alone. There are so many cities here. Now, glad that 136 cities, the master planning is on. Coimbatore just received 2 weeks back. So that is the most important one. Today, as a developer, if I have to buy a land somewhere and do, but I'm really confused where I get approval there, where I get so many things, so many clearances there. So if government can make this, step 1 is master plan of all the cities, and then, do it so it's more clear, But I should also congratulate the government for doing things like, for example, today was in the news, VinFast, which they signed about 17 months back, and today they are in operation. That's a great one. So this should be also happening. It is just not for one car company and like that, but we as a homegrown investors, we should also be given, the real estate developers should be given this clarity. I think it is possible and it is doable. And I'm sure with a little more push, I think by 2031, it is possible and we can do it. Real estate will definitely contribute to it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Jerry, maybe if I can ask you to weigh in on that and expand on it as well. Yeah.
Yes, Kunal. So as Habib started, definitely real estate is the, I would say, the cornerstone. If Tamil Nadu has to look at this goal by 2030. And as a consultant sector, so I'll probably start with the commercial real estate. So commercial real estate sector in a year in India, we see about 75 to 80 million square feet of demand. Out of that, as we kind of metro coming up, we are seeing further extensions as well, further expansion and extension. So overall, the office segment is seeing a good amount of growth, and we'll probably speak about that as we kind of proceed. And the good thing about the state is, unlike many other states, it's not dependent on one specific sector. You've got office. We spoke about manufacturing. Habib started on this subject as well. So manufacturing is again a good contributor. Places like Oragadam, Sri Perumbudur, or even North Chennai is seeing good growth. Historically, we've seen Tamil Nadu as an auto belt, but recently electronics, EV, and all the other emerging sectors is also is kind of contributing to it. It doesn't stop there. Last 4-5 years, there's been a wave for data center investments. And in India, after Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu again scores extremely high. We've got some stats which we'll probably discuss, but emerging sectors like data centers, also something which is kind of driving. So it's not only dependent on one specific sector, different sectors which are contributing to the growth of the state and kind of driving the real estate segment here.
Great, thank you for that overview. I think, one of the things that you just mentioned, Chennai is competing with Pune and Hyderabad in terms of that commercial space. Despite that, let me maybe ask this question to Julian. Is the focus in the state too much on Chennai? And is that, do we need greater focus on growth across tier 2 cities, even tier 3 cities? Is there a sort of a untapped potential there?
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to thank Hindu for putting up such a fabulous summit. Thank you very much for this. And coming to the economy first.
You could answer both those questions.
Yeah, so
sure.
Coming to the economy first, I think the target is 1 trillion 2030, and I think we're halfway through, close to 400 billion. And it is not an overnight success. Tamil Nadu has worked for it for over decades. Today, why people are coming to India is because of skill and scale. And Tamil Nadu has been investing in education, in infra and everything over decades. And that is culminating in creating all this local talent, which people globally are tapping into today. And this global talent could be on manufacturing, it could be on healthcare, it could be on your IT sector. So we have been supplying that, and we are very strong. So I would say that this target 2030 is definitely achievable that way. And the second thing for that is creating good partnership, good relationship, which I think Tamil Nadu is doing a fabulous job in getting investment from global pension funds or getting nationalized developers to come and invest. And they have been investing 20 years at least. Like if you look at, if you want me to name Lodha, Adani's, Raheja's, Brigade, Prestige, RMZ, DLF, all of them have been investing for close to 2+ decades in multiple sectors in real estate itself. It could be on infra, it could be on office, residential, warehousing, data center. So the strong relationship model of the state is working really, really well, because that potential everybody wants to tap in, because everybody wants to be successful in business. And this is really helping the state. So is it possible to do that? Definitely. I think 2030 we can achieve that 1 trillion economy. And to connect with Jerry, what he was saying, I think where we are slightly losing out is that we started very strongly in IT. If you want to have this exponential growth, you need to have IT also coming in. So we kind of lost out to, I would say, Hyderabad and Pune, because we were on the same rentals, the same absorption, we had better absorption. But slowly we are making a comeback now, and I'm sure the thing will get stronger. And
it's
coming
interesting
to
you said Hyderabad and Pune and you didn't name Bangalore at all, because that's usually the first comparison, but no.
See, Chennai has 100 million square feet of office space. Bangalore has 200+ million.
Right.
Bangalore Outer Ring Road alone has 100 million square foot. Right. So where is the comparison itself?
Yeah.
And the other thing is there is a lot of leadership who got ingrained into Bangalore city. So you can't relocate those kind of leadership.
Yeah,
so we need to have more, that ecosystem, and those leaders have to move into the city, which is very important to drive the business. And to answer your question on the tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities, I think if you look at Tamil Nadu, I think it's the most balanced state. If you're going to divide that state into 4 quadrants, I think every quadrant is not skewed, but somewhat equally contributing to the state's GDP. So that way, I think each quadrant is performing in its own way. Some are very good in manufacturing, some are very good in IT, some are very good in agriculture, some is doing a lot of logistics and transport. So I think all of us are contributing to the state in a very different way. I personally believe Chennai has a lot more potential, and we have to benchmark it to global cities and make it as a template so that our other cities of Trichy, Madurai, Coimbatore, everybody can kind of enhance to that level. Yeah.
So the same sort of question that, I mean, the answer that Habib gave, is it what you're looking at is like a holistic town planning? That's something that is lacking. That seems to be what he's echoed for the sector to sort of move.
Yeah, see, planning, we are doing it for the future. And I think the third master plan is coming. Coimbatore plan was just released.
Yeah.
The kind of population and the urban shift which is happening, it is very difficult to plan for a state like Tamil Nadu. We ourselves are like a small country. So that way it is not an easy task what the authorities have to do. But I think they've been doing a brilliant job in managing it. What I would say is that we have to see how to enhance and get more dollar coming into the state, because it's sad that we are still not gone beyond the dollar rentals, which is very sad, because your investment is very high. Your returns is still not beyond $1. We need to be more than that. Gurgaon is 90 rupees to 130, 140 rupees minimum. And then there are certain assets in Gurgaon which are such 200 rupees a square foot. Why Chennai alone should be at that sub-dollar level? Because then you're not attracting enough investments coming in. So if a company is going to look at $1 billion to invest in India, they will look at where that money is going to make more money. So if I'm going to put in real estate, if my revenues are much higher, then I'm going to put it in that state. So that's why I think in Bangalore, NCR, there is more money going in, more assets are coming up faster, and it's attracting more talent.
Great. Sri Priya, maybe I will ask the first two questions for you to answer, but you sort of bring in a certain different kind of expertise to the panel as an architect, as someone who's also looking more at the habitation, the livability of cities, which I think is often overlooked on panels like this. So those first two questions, but also, how do we foster that kind of a environment for families, for communities, elderly and child safe, etc. It's much down below on our question list, but I also realize we might run out of time, so I'm just putting it out there so you can probably answer it holistically. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to set things into perspective very quickly. To be able to achieve our 1 trillion vision, from where we are right now, we need to double where we are at. So that's when we're going to be achieving that vision. And while I was in Hong Kong, that 1 trillion just got added to the economy. That's the comparison we're looking at. Adding to what Mr. Julian also mentioned, if we were to attract FDI into our state, then we need to have something that's originally our own. People need to have a sense of belonging. We need to optimize or utilize our cultural capital. Our cultural capital alone is worth in trillions, because our culture predates the whole concept of currency itself. So what are we doing about that? Why is our, if I were to look at it, the whole FSI system that we have here is mostly from pre-British era, right? The colonial people, when they came in, it's based on the British Town and Country Planning Act. When they came to our country, it was mostly administrative. They did not care much for the people. They just wanted to get things done. They just want efficiency in the system. But our current system is actually overlaying layer upon layer over years. We've not really thought about our people, how alive our street side curbs are. Are we rewarding adaptive reuse, or are we rewarding just, demolish the whole thing down and build it all over again? Are we looking at spaces through checklists, greenwashing checklists, or are we looking at spaces through how it impacts the people who live in? Because there is an ROI angle that comes here as well. When people live happily, the reason why people love living in Bangalore is on weekends they actually have a lifestyle to go to off their offices. Chennai doesn't have much of that. Are we converting our unused MRTS lands into night markets? What exactly does it have in terms of, retaining our urban young to want to live here? Why do they want to drive off to some other city to be able to have fun? What is it that so I'm not against density. I'm more so wanting us to ask these difficult questions that we don't normally ask. Yes, when we are going to increase FSI around, our TODs, transit-oriented developments, we are increasing heat. So how are we going to address all this? So when the heat goes up, yes, we need to look at how people are going to be living around the curbs as well. Our apartment buildings being built looking at intergenerational spaces. At the moment, it's been looked at as checklists for, okay, if I give a clubhouse and if I give a function room, I'm done. That's it. And my checklist is over. But how are people living in there? Does it really? It's like this was discussed this morning as well. For every Indian, it is a dream. A lot of them spend their lifetime worth savings to be able to own a house. How much are we providing for them? Are these questions that we genuinely ask for ourselves? Hong Kong had, with the uber high density tenements that they had, along the way they realized they had plenty of money. They realized along the way somewhere people started feeling emotional disconnect. They did not feel, yes, vertical towers with very little space for interaction. If any of you have been to Hong Kong, you would realize people are constantly on transit. Some of them don't even know where they're going, they're just constantly running. Nobody stays in one place. That's not something that anybody would want, right? We want people to linger, we want people to live and contribute to the community and attract international communities to come and live with us. We have plenty, but to be able to realize the vision, it depends on what we are wanting to leave behind, relook and shake up things a little bit, not just take things for, yes, this is a given, and then we just overlay, question everything around us, and from here going forward, how are we going to look at things from here?
Fantastic. It's always fun to have the intangibles and the sort of the ranketer on the panel. Without that, it's no fun. So thank you for that, really. Satish, the previous panel actually sort of touched upon, Rosella's conversation with Arun did touch upon green buildings and green initiatives. There was a very candid answer from Arun. Aside from this question, which is, how does the real estate sector expand its participation in Tamil Nadu, in achieving Tamil Nadu's $1 trillion economy. As someone who is very rooted in Tamil Nadu, as a builder, what are Tamil Nadu's implementing procurement practices and reforms to ensure end use, life cycle, carbon emissions assessments, etc., that you would like to see as a builder, baked into the system of procurement for buildings to attain those sort of sustainability targets? Is that actually an untapped potential as well? The greening of buildings, for instance, energy savings as well as being baked into, for instance, power distribution connections, etc. So maybe if you can answer that question as well within the framework. Yeah.
So just getting to the first question, I think Tamil Nadu's really playing at its core, it's playing with its strengths very, very well. And I think the way that what we see Tamil Nadu today, it's very well developed. I mean, you just talk about the corridors, you talk about the connectivity between Chennai, Bangalore, you connect between Chennai, Kanyakumari, all the highways, everything. There's a lot of development, and I think the focus on infra development by the Tamil Nadu government is extremely good. So I will say that real estate just echoes that system or echoes that sentiment of what Tamil Nadu is doing, and if infra is number one, real estate goes as number two. So I will just say that we are following, and I'm sure that our contributions, not 8%, can be 10, 12, whatever, 14, 15, can go maybe by 2047 can get to a lot more. Coming to sustainability, I think that sustainability is really the way to go. Though as a builder ourselves, like Arun explained, we are still exploring that dimension and that direction. I would like to see a lot of, all the developers contributing and making this a reality. I'm sure this is going to also contribute a big way. See, real estate per se employs so many people, and I'm sure this is one more way that, we can get back to contributing to the Tamil Nadu, this thing. About the energy, about, the carbon emissions and all these factors,
I'm sure that, you know, we are taking these inputs from the other developers. Like I'm sure Brigade has been known for his, you know, doing so well in sustainability. So we're taking a leaf out of that, and we ourselves will get into that. Yeah.
Right, right. Excellent. Coming back to Habib, I think, you know, this particular question that I think Julian sort of did touch upon, that, I mean, he sort of says that there's equitable distribution, speaking about different industries in different parts of the country. For instance, speaking of Windfast, you know, it has its plant in Thoothukudi as opposed to the Oragadam area here. But when it comes to real estate, is there too much focus on Chennai? And do we need greater focus, again, like in tier 2 cities, in even there are some GCCs, for instance, coming up in Madurai in now, and Coimbatore, of course, but it appears as if there's too much concentration in Chennai.
Partly yes and no. I think, you know, I mean, everybody would love to move to a bigger city. Chennai, there's a big focus on Chennai, but compared to like Karnataka and other states, I think, you know, Tamil Nadu grows on tier 2. Coimbatore is big, Madurai, Tiruchi, Tirunelveli, you know, even Kradai itself, we have about 10 centers. You know, we are actually expanding. So it is not about Chennai anymore, because, you know, we have to definitely give a push to all the, and this government is doing really well. Really taking, you know, not everything is to Chennai centric, unlike Bangalore. It is taking to all parts of the state. I think that way we are distributed in a nicer way.
Okay. Yes.
Just to add to it, Kunal, you know, in terms of other than Chennai, definitely there is growth opportunity. If you just look at Coimbatore as an example, earlier the office demand was about 500,000, and now it's touching 1 million. And you know, there's good demand for GCCs who are, especially post-COVID, looking at the hub and spoke model. They're clearly,
I was going to actually ask that.
Yeah, they're clearly diversifying into other cities. Zoho is a great example, right, where they're growing in Madurai and all the other areas. Government of Tamil Nadu also is promoting LCOT, TIDCO, Tidal in different formats, right, in other location, and other segments as well, like for instance senior living. You know, places like Kovai is emerging as a, you know, front runner. So definitely we are seeing growth beyond Chennai, and logistics also, right, because of proximity to Cochin, Coimbatore South and all, right, is doing well. So overall, it's not only Chennai, but many other cities along with it is kind of driving growth.
How can the capital markets, I mean, since you enable, particularly when it comes to sustainability and greening buildings, are there avenues that are being considered?
Definitely, Kunal, if you look at the investment cycle, right, so overall, India, you know, attracts close to 5.7 billion in terms of the overall institutional investment which happens. I mean, on an average, it's been 3.5, 4, but last year has been high. Out of that, obviously, the bigger cities, you know, attract bulk of the investment. However, if you look at the different avenues of investment in terms of investment in capital and sustainable initiatives, what is currently happening is, if you look at REITs, India currently has about 5 REITs. There is a sustainability reporting which is required, right?
Yes.
So I look at valuation practice for the company which I represent. And in that, the way we kind of value business parks with sustainable features is different from a normal building, right? So from a reporting perspective as well, it's slowly, you know, from a fiduciary responsibility, it kind of adds value. And even if you look at global capability centers, the way they shortlist in the checklist, this is one of the basic criteria. As much as, you know, you kind of have 100% power backup and electricity, whether the building has sustainability features, what is the certification and things like that, right? plays an important role. And there are a lot of financial institutions, like for instance IFC, World Bank, and others, who kind of give, green bonds at a differential pricing compared to a regular building, right? So definitely it is making way into the segment, and we'll see more focus. UK is very advanced globally in terms of green building, sustainable investment and things like that. So definitely with a lot more foreign funds making its way into the Indian real estate, those features also kind of come along with it.
So like slightly more globalized outlook might actually help the sector to achieve those sort of global standards. Great. I think let me maybe come to Priya a little bit, and then we probably should open the panel up for questions. This is something that we did discuss in the mock run, and Priya definitely wanted to address these questions as well. So how can we foster a more gender sensitive, elderly and child safe urban ecosystems? Are there ownership rights that need to be looked into more? Do we need female focused safety audits, for instance? Are these also opportunities? Are there structural barriers? And are these also opportunities for the real estate sector to grow?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Definitely. I mean, not necessarily having to box out as women specific, but safety is something that all of us require. That's basic human dignity that I think everybody needs. And pedestrianized access, a city that is safe for pedestrians to walk. I mean, I'm going to go back to Hong Kong as an example again, where the public transport system is so surgical, so precise, that there is no need to own a car. Car is a luxury, but you don't have to necessarily own a car to be able to get to your workplace, even if it is raining. They had covered skywalks. So from the doorstep to getting to your office place was possible by just commuting on foot and by, metro. But so if we are looking at our underground metro system now, how effectively are we looking at connecting it? Which means the policy making system needs to have a team that is diverse enough to be able to bring in that kind of thinking, to be able to think and put through different perspectives. And it's very important from that point of view to be able to make safety and mixed use accessible. So when we start looking at real estate growth as, yes, this zone is going to be exclusively for commercial, this zone is going to be for residential, then we start building ghost towns. Yes, it is very efficient to be looking at it as isolated zones of healthcare, commercial and residential, but it does not work if you were to want the community to live 24/7. We need to look at mixed-use spaces. I mean, we have Horse Course right in front of our eyes. Why is Horse Course Village so successful? Because it has a vibrant mix of art and commercial and F&B all working together, and it's going to live for 50 more years and grow from there. So we have examples right in our country to look for. Organic mixed-use growth will automatically start bringing in safety and everything into picture. It doesn't have to be necessarily planned out that way, but it has to be mindfully thought out and built from that point of view.
Hoskas village in Delhi, is if our audience doesn't know.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more on the sustainability point. Because today, sustainability is non-negotiable.
Right.
If you're going to be servicing the global clients in office or industrial warehousing logistics, sustainability is absolutely non-negotiable. And if you look at the stock of office space or the industrial warehouses which are coming, without sustainability features built in, you're already lost 50% of the race. So you can't do business without that. The second part of it is the policies and what you said. Today, developers have gone way, way far ahead than renewable power and everything. We're targeting net zero commitments like how the country has. Developers have their own commitments, like what Jerry said.
Addressing embodied carbon.
Embodied carbon, because we have signed the Paris Accord and people look at, like, from
supply chains, etc.
Exactly, whether you're locally procuring or whether the embodied carbon itself. So the thought process has evolved a lot today. People are evaluating green leases, dark green lease, light green lease. So we are far ahead in the game today in India itself. The second part, when you spoke about the policy, I just wanted to add, because I think the government has given incentive in the 2021 industrial policy and the data center policy, where they have given, I think, up to 1 crore as a incentive for sustainable constructed warehouses, and I think up to 5 crores for data centers.
Yeah.
But what we can also look at is, if you look at our neighboring state, Kerala, I think they give 10% extra FAR if you're a green building. If you look at Haryana, they have a tiered kind of system where it goes 8%, 9%, 12%. You get additional FAR if you're a sustainably built building and subject to terms and conditions.
Right.
I think those kind of things will actually motivate a lot more developers to get into it, because you can't ignore such an incentive. So those things, I'm sure, if the government also considers what our own neighboring states are doing, I'm sure we can have a better edge.
Facilitate greater.
Yeah, thanks.
Excellent. Any last words, Satish, maybe?
I mean, I think it's all very exciting to see that we are talking about these such large concepts, and we're saying that, this is a given. 1 trillion is so given. I mean, this is going to happen. And Tamil Nadu per se is set for or poised for that kind of a growth. And I'm sure all the developments that are coming up is just attracting the new. See, as we go into a new micro market, you're creating new real estate space, and you're making that so modern that it's actually supporting the entire dream to get there. So I'm very positive, very robust about what's happening. So
great, awesome. So that's it from the panel. Thank you so much to our panelists for this very insightful conversation. The floor is open for questions. We are actually short of time, but maybe if you can introduce yourself and then ask one question.
Yes, thank you, esteemed speakers. My name is Anwar from South India Shelters. Most of you spoke about increasing the quality of living, and that's how you reach to a road to one.
Come again? How does the?
So how can the private sector contribute to improving the quality of life in our cities?
Quality of living.
Quality of living, okay. So I think, we developers, I presume you're a developer, right?
Yes.
Good. I think it's our responsibility as well. Just not government can do this, and private also has to do. I mean, like what we're doing, we're creating some beautiful communities for people to live. You don't need to go to, Dubai or other ways to live. You can still create some wonderful community to, people are aspirational today. And the same thing can happen. We definitely do contribute, and government should contribute a lot in terms of what Priya was telling about the Hong Kong and other experiences. But yes, I think by and large we are getting there, and everyone has a role, and developer has a greater role there.
I just want to add to that. I think that infra, we can participate in infra. So I think the apart from just infra development, what we offer and how we make his daily life much more convenient. I think those are the things that as a developer, if we focus, we will be able to get there. So yeah.
Anybody else wants to add to that?
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir. My question to Vice President Casa Grant.
Sure.
Yes, sir. In pre-owned houses, because that tech is moving from Chennai to Bangalore, Bangalore to here, right? Have you any idea of pre-owned housing marketing?
Pre-owned?
Pre-owned, yeah. Like
resale,
pre-owned cars.
Right, resale.
Marley
yes,
having
yes,
pre-owned cars, owned, right? Have you any idea of that? Pre-owned?
I really don't have an idea, but if you could elaborate this a little more, I might be able to throw some light.
Yes, sir. In case you reprocessing or remodeling, then you can sell it. Have any?
Okay, so
redevelopment. Yes,
okay,
yes.
so the redevelopment market and opportunity.
Your own Casa Grande building, right?
Yeah.
In case anyone.
Okay, like that. Okay, so across the city, we are taking opportunities to do redevelopments. And of course, redevelopment is the way to go. I mean, we've seen a lot of this happen within the city. You are saying do it for your Casa Grande buildings. Maybe if there is a time at some point in time, let's say 30 years, 40 years down the line requires, yes, we would do it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
I am
you.
Professor Tamil Chelvan from Satyabama Institute of Science.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you. No more questions? Oh. Yeah, do introduce yourself.
Yeah, this is Sunita Shekhar from The Hindu. I have a question for Ms. Sripriya. You touched upon mobility. Can you also elaborate a little more on how improving urban mobility and making it seamless would contribute to making the economy 1 trillion?
Making the economy?
1 trillion.
1 trillion. Oh, right.
So I think Tod developments have to be very mindfully planned because they also end up leaving a lot of infrastructure leftovers around. So the common spaces, so more than actually handling MRT, the underground metro system, it is also the peripheral spaces that get left behind in these spaces that have to be mindfully planned for various user groups, from children to adults to people with disabilities to the elderly. Can an elderly person get from his house through the train from one place to another by himself without some 5 people helping him out? Is this something that is basic dignity that we have to think of, isn't it? So he or she is not going to feel happy about someone walking with them all the time. Is this something that we are thinking of? Are there spaces that get left around through these TODs? We look for spaces where communities can come together and, share the space together. Quality spaces, parks, playgrounds for people to access. Under the flyovers, most of the cities have under flyovers antisocial activities happening. How effectively are we using? We do have an example right in front of our eyes. Indira Nagar, everybody knows. It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
But are we mindfully scaling it? That's not the only space that we have in the city. Are we mindfully scaling that across the city, everywhere else? Not just in Chennai, but also the tier 2, tier 3 cities. How are we looking at this? Because the human need is the same across everywhere, isn't it? How are we looking at this as something that we should be working towards?
It's interesting. You're sort of like bringing those open spaces into the real estate sector as a sort of a holistic view of it.
Absolutely.
Great.
Can I just add, Kunal, to that?
Yeah, sure.
She was asking. Yeah. I think there was a representation by the IT companies in Bangalore last year where they said that because of the infrastructural woes, they lost a few $1 million of office. I think it was equated to, 100 million or something like that.
The lack of last mile connectivity.
The lack of infra itself, the time you waste on the roads,
Right.
the time you take, the effort you put into reaching offices or shop, whatever you're going to do. I think they translated it into a few $1 million and said that this is what is costing the economy. So I think Tamil Nadu, Kumta is doing a great job. Now they're talking about bringing in pedestrian walkways and cyclists, how to be very mindful of every segment of people, how they're going to be commuting within the city, how we can integrate every, people who are going to walk, people who are going to get in the metro, people who are going to get in the MRTS bus and everything. So I think this efficiency will save a lot of time and that will translate to a lot of dollars getting added into the economy. So yeah.
Great. Sure. I think that'll be the last question.
Good morning. This is Muhammad Ali, President CREDAI Chennai. My question is to President CREDAI Tamil Nadu. Yeah, we are focusing on Chennai. Why I wanted to pose this question to Tamil Nadu is when we talk about 1 trillion economy and also when we are talking about sustainability, and also in the opening remarks they said urbanization is happening and it's going to go to around 63%. It's not good to have everybody in Chennai. Mr. Habib, you said 130 master plans are getting ready for Tamil Nadu, which is nowhere in India this is happening. Is it possible to have at least 40 cities? It's a long-term program. Is it possible to have 40 cities across Tamil Nadu so that it is spread over? We touched upon that also. So by doing that, sustainability is answered because it gets distributed. And second thing is the rural wealth and the urban wealth, the gap gets narrowed. Disparity gets narrowed. Only then we can call ourselves as a developed nation, right? So on that, I want you to give some points whether it is possible to take, have 40 cities, maybe
40 municipalities?
Cities.
Cities. Okay, he wants full-fledged cities.
Okay, Ali. So I think you already had answered in that. Okay. We talk about 136 cities here, including all the small towns. It is possible, we already have some 10, leave alone Chennai, we at least have about 4 bigger cities and then at least 15 cities coming up. But I did not able to get your point on what exactly you're trying to say. Is, I mean, if yeah, 40 more?
Like totally 40 cities in the state.
Tamil Nadu should
I feel
have
like that's
40 cities across. Like 40 districts, around 38 districts.
38 districts.
So we should have at least 40 cities. Like today we are talking about Chennai, Coimbatore, Trichy, Salem, Madurai. It's like that.
No, it's not easy to actually build new cities, but the existing ones, yes, definitely we can, because it is easier to talk, but lot many things have to get in, a lot of infrastructure has to get into these cities, and interconnected between these cities should happen, and I mean it's a big subject, and if it is it possible? Definitely it is possible. It is definitely possible, and I think we do have such many cities here. Right now we have about say 5 airports. So many things have to get expanded. And so that's why people will not want to go to Chennai or bigger cities. We can develop the tier 3 cities and make it more robust and do it.
Great, and that's all we have for this panel. Thank you so much for this wonderful participation from our audience. It's quite a house full. I'd also like to congratulate my own organization for having done a brilliant job of getting this there. Thank you to all our panelists.
Thank you so much, Kunal. Requesting you to please do the honors and present our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Can we have a round of applause for all of our panelists, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. Up next, we have a fireside chat titled Navigating the Future of Real Estate in Tamil Nadu. The real estate sector stands at a crossroads of innovation and opportunity. This discussion delves into evolving trends, technology disruptions, and future-ready strategies for a resilient market. Our moderator for this session is Sangeeta Kandavel, Senior Assistant Editor. I'd like to say a few words about our speaker. Mr. Bala Ramajayam is the founder and managing director of G Square Realtors Private Limited, South India's largest promoter and Tamil Nadu's #1 real estate developer. Bala pioneered the concept of secured plotted communities with world-class amenities, transforming urban land development in South India. He led the development of Tamil Nadu's first integrated smart city, G Square City, and played a key role in appointing MS Dhoni as brand ambassador, cementing G Square's presence as an industry leader. We look forward to an exciting session. Sangeeta, over to you.
Thank you so much, Paloma. So there is one very interesting thing about this session today. This is the first time ever Mr. Bala is making a public appearance, and that too for a Hindu event. So thank you so much, Mr. Bala. The company's been around for almost 12 years and now you're entering your 13th year. So we are so glad that you decided to be a part of our panel for the first time, sir. And one more thing, since we are based out of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Bala and me have decided to talk both in English and Tamil. I hope everybody here is familiar with Tamil here. Great, thank you so
இல்லைங்க,
much.
நான் தமிழ் +2 தமிழ் மீடியம், இங்கிலீஷ் வராது. பேசினா இங்கிலீஷை கொலை பண்ணிடுவேன்னு அவங்க பயந்துட்டாங்க, அதனால தான்.
சார் நேற்று டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ண மாதிரி எனக்கும் அதே ப்ராப்ளம் தான். செகண்ட் லாங்குவேஜ் ஹிந்தி, ஸ்பானிஷ். ஸோ தமிழ் எப்படி இருக்க போகுதுன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல சார்.
தமிழை எப்படி நம்ம காப்பாற்றிடலாம்?
கண்டிப்பாக சார், பண்ணுறோம் சார். ஸோ பாலா சார், டு ஸ்டார்ட் வித் இந்த கோவிட்க்கு அப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா லாட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ் ஹவ் சேஞ்ச் இன் தமிழ்நாடு ரியல் எஸ்டேட் செக்டர். ஸோ பிஃபோர் கோவிட் 2019, 20, 21 பார்த்தீங்கன்னா we had a lot of plot ரொம்ப பெருசாக இருக்காது. பேசிக்காக லக்ஸரி ஹோம்ஸ் இருக்கும், அப்புறம் நிறைய பேர் வந்து அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரி தான் சூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. கோவிட்க்கு அப்புறம் ட்ரெண்டே மாறிடுச்சு. there was lot of demand for plotted developments. So what happened, what changed, என்ன மாதிரி ட்ரெண்ட்ஸ் நீங்கள் பார்க்குறீங்க சார்?
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் கோவிட் முன்னாடி வந்து லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு வித்துட்டு இருந்தோம். கோவிட் வந்த டைமில் புது இண்டஸ்ட்ரி, புது லாஜிஸ்டிக் பார்க் போகிறவங்க எல்லாரும் அப்படியே பேட்டை கீழே போட்டு என்னை நடு ரோட்டில் விட்டுட்டாங்க. ஆக்சுவலாக அந்த லேண்டை என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரியாமல் அதை பிளாட் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தோம். அது ரொம்ப தள்ளி இருக்கிறத விட்டுட்டு கொஞ்சம் சிட்டிக்குள்ளே இருக்கிறத பண்ணோம். பிளாட்னா அப்படியே ஒரு செங்கல்பட்டு அருகாமையில், மதுராந்தகம், நான் எதுவும் தப்பாக சொல்ல, அப்படி போயிட்டு இருந்த ஒரு ட்ரெண்டு. நீலாங்கரையிலையும் பிளாட் இருக்குது, ஷூலிங்கநல்லூர்லேயும் பிளாட் இருக்குது, சிறுசேரியிலையும் பிளாட் இருக்குது. அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு இடத்துல நம்ம பிச் பண்ணோம். அது 3 days, 4 days, 5 days அந்த மாதிரி டேஸ்லேயே விற்க ஆரம்பிச்சது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி சேல்ஸ் இது வரைக்கும் நானும் எதிர்பார்க்கல. ஆக்சுவலாக கோவிட் நல்லதா கெட்டதான்னு தெரில, ஆனால் எனக்கு பயங்கரமாக டேர்ன் அரவுண்ட் ஆகிடுச்சுன்னு சொல்ல முடியும். எப்படி ஆச்சுன்னா, நம்ம நீலாங்கரையில் 1.5 கோடிக்கு பர் கிரவுண்ட் சொல்லும்போது அந்த டைம் எப்படி இருந்ததுன்னா, ஒரு அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் 4 கோடி 5 கோடிக்கு வாங்கிட்டு அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் இருந்தவங்களுக்கு கோவிட் எஃபெக்ட் ஆகிருந்தது. ஆனால் அவங்களே ஒரு பீச் ஹவுஸ் வச்சுருந்து பீச் ஹவுஸில் இருக்கும்போது கோவிட் ஆகலை அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ரூமர் ஸ்ப்ரெட் ஆகிட்டு இருந்த டைமில் என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரியாமல் அங்கே இருக்கிற லேண்டை பிளாட் பண்ணும்போது பயங்கரமாக சக்ஸஸ் ஆச்சு. அதை அப்படியே கெட்டியாக பிடிச்சிட்டோம். கூட MSDI எடுத்தோம், அதுவும் ஒரு பயங்கர மைலேஜ் கிடச்சிது எங்களுக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் எப்படி க்ரோ ஆச்சுன்னு எடுத்துட்டோம்னா, ஃபஸ்ட்டு நம்ம லான்ச் பண்ண ப்ராஜெக்ட் இப்போ நம்ம 1.5 கோடி விற்கும்போது ஐயோ ப்ரைஸ் ஜாஸ்தி விற்கிறான் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஃபீல் இருந்தது எல்லாருக்கும். ஆனால் அது இப்போ 3 கோடி ஆனோடனே கஸ்டமர்லாம் ஹாப்பி ஆகிட்டாங்க. அதனால் நம்ம எங்கே போனாலும் எங்கே லான்ச் பண்ணுறோமோ ஒரு 30-40% ப்ரீ லான்ச்சில் புக்கிங் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சது. பை நேச்சர் வந்து எங்கே நம்ம லான்ச் பண்ணமோ அது எல்லாமே என்னால் எல்லோரும் டெவலப்பரும் இங்கே இருக்கனால தெரியும். நான் இந்த சென்னைக்குள்ளே வந்து ஒரு ரெண்டல் புரோக்கராக ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி தெரு சுற்றி இருக்கேன். எனக்கு அந்த லேண்ட் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி வாங்குகிற கெப்பாசிட்டி கடவுள் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. எனக்கு கிடைச்ச டீம் வந்து பயங்கர ஸ்ட்ராங் டீம். அந்த லேண்ட் நம்ம ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ண உடனே எனக்கு கூட நிறைய ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ், ஏன்னா நான் லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸில் விற்றது இல்லாமல் ரெசிடென்ஷியல் டெவலப்பர் எல்லாரோடையும் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு 1-to-1 டச்சில் நிறைய பேர் லேண்ட் விற்றுருக்கேன். அவங்க சொன்னது, சிறுசேரியில் போய் நீ பிளாட் பண்ணுறியா, மல்டி ஸ்டோரி பண்ணால் 1000 கோடி வரும், 500 கோடி வரும், ஆனால் அது 10 வருஷம் ஆகுனா இது 10 மாதத்தில் வந்துடும்னா நான் பிளாட்டே பண்ணிட்டு போயிடுறேன் அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு பண்ணோம். அது 3500 ரூபாய்க்கு OMR 1 விற்றப்போ 7000 ரூபாய், 4000 ரூபாய்க்கு சினர்ஜி விற்றோம் ஷோலிங்கநல்லூரில், இப்போ 7000 ரூபாய். ஸோ 70% ப்ளஸ் பீப்புள் வந்து காட் அப்ரிஷியேட்டட் மோர் தென் 70%. அது வந்து எங்கே போனாலும் இப்போ ரெஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுது.
சார், இப்போ பொதுவாக லேண்டுன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மக்கள் ரொம்ப பயப்படுறாங்க வாங்குறதுக்கு. அப்ரூவல்ஸ் எப்படி கிடைக்கும், அதே மாதிரி கேஷ் டீலிங்ஸ் எப்படி இருக்கும், இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய ஒரு ரிலக்டன்ஸ் இருக்குது மக்கள்கிட்ட. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள்லாம் நீங்கள் எப்படி டேக்கிள் பண்ணுறீங்க?
இல்லைங்க, கேஷ் டீலிங் வந்து கண்டிப்பாக ரியல் எஸ்டேட்டில் இருந்தது. ஆனால் ஒரு 2 வருஷமாக எங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சு ஒரு அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் இன்கம் டேக்ஸில் இந்த லேண்டு விற்கிறவங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப கம்ஃபர்ட் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. 12.5% கேபிட்டல் கெயின். ஸோ எங்களும் எல்லாம் கடன் வாங்கி தான் பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறோம், எல்லாருக்கும் அப்படி தான். ஸோ எங்களுக்கும் கடன் வெயிட்டில் தான் கிடைக்குது. அதில் கஸ்டமர் லேண்ட் ஓனர்கிட்ட பேசும்போது அந்த 12.5% வந்து பெருசாக இப்போ பார்க்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. அந்த பிரச்சனை இல்லை. இப்போ எங்கள் ரீசெண்ட் அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட்டே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கேஷ் நாட் அக்செப்டட்னு ஒரு சாப்பாக போட ஆரம்பிச்சிரு. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு இந்த கண்ட்ரியில் யாரும் அவ்வளோ தைரியமாக பண்ணலன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அதை பண்ணுறதுக்கு 2 காரணம் இருக்குது. வருஷம் வச்சு செஞ்சாங்க. பேசாமல் இனிமேல் வராதிங்க, டைரெக்டாக சொல்லாமல் இப்படி இன்டைரக்டாக சொல்லிட்டோம், அவ்வளோதான்.
சார், இன்னொன்று பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இப்போ லேண்ட் மட்டும் நீங்கள் டெவலப் பண்ணுறது முக்கியம் கிடையாது சார். அதை சுற்றி இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் நிறைய தேவைப்படுது. யூ நீட் அ ப்ராப்பர் கனெக்டிவிட்டி, you need proper roads, infrastructure development ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ்லாம் நீங்கள் எப்படி பார்த்துக்கிறீங்க, என்ன மாதிரி இனிஷியேட்டிவ்ஸ் எடுக்கிறீங்க சார்?
இல்லைங்க, நம்ம வந்து ப்ராப்பர் லொக்கேஷன் நம்ம செலக்ட் பண்ணும்போதே மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த லேண்ட் நல்ல இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இருக்கிற இடத்துல தான் நம்ம எடுக்கிறோம். எல்லாரும் அதே மாதிரி தான் பண்ணுறாங்க. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு என்னென்னா, இப்போ நம்ம எங்கே போகிறோமோ எல்லா இடத்துல மெட்ரோ இருக்குது, எல்லா இடத்துல பஸ் கனெக்டிவிட்டி இருக்குது, ரோட் கனெக்டிவிட்டி இருக்குது. நாட் லைக் ரொம்ப ரூரல் போய் நம்ம இது வரைக்கும் டெவலப் பண்ணல. ஸோ எனக்கு எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இருக்கிற இடத்துல தான் நம்ம பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அது சக்ஸஸ் ஆகிட்டு தான் இருக்குது. ஈவன் அவுட்ஸ்கட்ஸ் போயிருக்கோம், நம்ம வெளியே வேறு டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் போயிருக்கோம், அங்கேயும் சிட்டி இல்லை சிட்டி அனெக்சர் தான் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் அவைலபிள். இப்போ எல்லாரும் ப்ரோஆக்டிவாக இருக்காங்க. நம்ம கண்ட்ரியும் க்ரோ ஆகிட்டு இருக்கு, அது கூட சேர்ந்து நம்மளும் க்ரோ ஆகிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
சார், இப்போ ஸ்டார்டிங்கில் யூ ஸ்டார்டட் ஆஃப் யுவர் ஜர்னி வித் சென்னை. இப்போ யூ ஆர் பெட்டிங் வெரி பிக் ஆன் கோயம்புத்தூர். அண்ட் கோயம்புத்தூரில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா யூஆர் ஆல்சோ கம்மிங் அவுட் வித் அ டவுன்ஷிப். ஸோ பிளாட்டட் லேண்ட்லேருந்து டவுன்ஷிப். ஸோ வை தி ஷிஃப்ட், எதனால் இப்படி பண்ணுறீங்க? அண்ட் கோயம்புத்தூர் மாதிரி மார்க்கெட்டில் வந்து டவுன்ஷிப்ஸ் எப்படி ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகும், அதை பற்றி கொஞ்சம் சொல்கிறீங்களா சார்?
இல்லைங்க, சென்னைக்கும் வெளியில் போகிறதுக்கு நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே நம்ம ஒரு கம்யூனிட்டியாக பார்த்தோன்னா ஒரு சின்ன ஸ்டோரிங்க. அது எப்படி எடுத்துக்கிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது நம்ம கையில் தான் இருக்குது. ஆக்சுவலாக இந்த பிளாட்டுக்கு வரும்போது நம்ம ப்ரைஸ் ஏற்றணும், நம்மளுக்குள்ள காம்படிஷனில் இருக்கோம் அப்படிங்கிற ஃபீல் விட்டுட்டு, எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதை எனக்கு சொல்கிறேன், யாரும் தப்பாக நினச்சிக்க வேண்டாம். ஒரு 2-3 விஷயம் பார்த்தோன்னா நம்ம கண்ணு முன்னாடி பயங்கரமான ஒரு ரெவல்யூஷன் வந்திருக்கு. அதை நம்ம இண்டஸ்ட்ரியிலையும் எடுத்துட்டோன்னா எல்லாரும் சேர்ந்து க்ரோ ஆகலாம். இங்கே நமக்குள்ள சண்டை போடாமல், அதாவது எப்படின்னா, இப்போ ஒரு ஜுவல்லர், ஒரு மேனுஃபேக்சரர் வந்து ரீட்டைலுக்கு வந்தார். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன நடந்துட்டு இருந்ததுன்னா, நம்ம ஒரு தாலிக்கு தங்கம் வாங்கினாலும் சின்ன ஆள்லேருந்து பெரிய ஆள் வரைக்குமே அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு 30% வரைக்கும் வேஸ்டேஜ், கூலி, சேதாரம் இருந்தது. ஒருத்தர் வந்து அதை 8%, 6% ஆரம்பித்தார். எல்லாரும் அவர் கூட சண்டை போடாமல் எல்லாரும் அதையே பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தாங்க. இன்றைக்கி அந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியே வந்து பயங்கரமாக குரோ ஆகிருக்கு. எனக்கு அந்த பிராண்டு பேரெல்லாம் சொல்ல விரும்பல. ஒரு 5000 கோடி பண்ணவர் இப்போ 40,000 கோடி பண்ணுறாரு வருஷம். ஆனால் அந்த 30% வச்சுருக்கும் போதோ அல்லது ஒருத்தர் 8% கொண்டு வரும்போது அவங்கள ஃபாலோ பண்ணாமல் இக்னோர் பண்ணும்போதும் அந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரி அவ்வளோ க்ரோ ஆகலை. இப்போ நம்ம பிஸ்னஸ்க்குள்ளே இருக்கிற பிரச்சனையை நமக்குள்ளே ஹேண்டில் பண்ணாமல் நம்ம பிஸ்னஸில் நமக்கு வர்ற இன்வெஸ்டர், லைக் மியூச்சுவல் ஃபண்டில் போகிறவங்களோ, ஷேரில் போகிறவங்களோ, லிக்விட் ஃபண்டில் போகிறவங்களோ, இல்லை டெபாசிட் பண்ணுறவங்களோ, நம்ம செக்யூராக சேஃபாக அவங்களுக்கு அப்ரிஷியேஷன் கொடுக்குற ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் கொடுக்குறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது தெரிஞ்சாலே ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக நம்ம வால்யூம் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகிரும், நம்ம இண்டஸ்ட்ரியே க்ரோ ஆகிடும். ஸோ அப்படி தான் இப்போ கோல்டு இண்டஸ்ட்ரி க்ரோ ஆச்சுங்க. 30 ரூபாய்க்கு பெட்ரோல் விற்கும்போது 15,000 ரூபா இந்த ஏர் டிக்கெட் இன்றைக்கி 3000 ரூபாய்க்கு இருக்குது. ஆனால் இன்றைக்கி பெட்ரோல் விலை 100 ரூபா. ஏர்லைன் பிஸ்னஸ் இப்போ எல்லாரும் ப்ராஃபிட்டில் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஏன்னா நம்ம வால்யூம் பின்னாடி போக ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டோம்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு பெரிய பிஸ்னஸாக வருது இது. நான் ஃபஸ்ட் 6 மந்த்ஸ் 1000 கோடி பண்ணோம். செகண்ட் 6 மந்த்ஸில் வந்து 2250 கோடி பண்ணோம். லாஸ்ட் இயர் 3500 கோடி பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இந்த வருஷம் ஜாலியாக 5000 கோடி பண்ணுவோம். ஏன்னா எல்லா இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கும் எல்லா மார்க்கெட்டுக்கும் போயிட்டோம். அவ்வளோ பேர் அக்செப்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க. இப்போ டயர் 2 டயர் 3 ஒரு ஆர்கனைஸ்டாக நம்ம வந்து இங்கேயே ஒரு இடத்துல உருண்டுட்டு இல்லாமல் கொஞ்சம் வெளியில் போய் நமக்கு ஃபண்டிங் என்பிஎஃப்சிஸ் நல்லா சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதுனால வெளியில் போய் நம்ம கொஞ்சம் ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் எடுத்து நம்ம ஸ்டைலில் பண்ணோன்னா, நல்ல குவாலிட்டி ஆஃப் ரோடு அண்ட் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் கொடுத்தோன்னா அவங்களுக்கு வேறு ஆப்ஷனே இல்லைங்க. இப்போ சென்னையில் இருக்கவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் மியூச்சுவல் ஃபண்ட் தெரியுது, லிக்விட் ஃபண்ட் தெரியுது, ஷேர் தெரியுது. இதே நீங்கள் கோயம்புத்தூரோ, திருச்சியோ, மதுரையோ போனீங்கன்னா அவங்க கண்ணில் தெரியுறது பிளாட்டு. ஆனால் அங்கே லிட்டிகேஷன் வந்துருங்கிற பயத்தில் வரமாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. ஒரு கேட்டட் கம்யூனிட்டியாக செக்யூர்டாக நாளைக்கு வந்து கேரண்டியாக இவங்கனால ப்ராப்ளம் வராது, இவங்ககிட்ட வாங்கினா அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கம்ஃபர்ட் கொடுக்கும்போது நம்ம வால்யூம் எங்கேயோ போகுதுங்க. அது உண்மையே சென்னை விட ஜாஸ்தி இப்போ அவுட் ஆஃப் சென்னை தான் எனக்கே நம்பர்ஸ் வருது. அது பார்க்கும்போது எல்லாரும் பண்ணால் இந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியே க்ரோ ஆகும். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் நம்ம வாங்குறவங்களோட அப்ரிசியேஷனை மைண்டில் வச்சுட்டா மிச்சம் டீம் பார்த்துக்குது. டீம் பின்னாடி ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக கஸ்டமர் வந்து நின்றுறாங்க. அதில் லிட்டிகேஷன் இஷ்யூ கிடையாதுங்க.
சார், இப்போது சென்னை, கோயம்புத்தூர் தவிர்த்து மற்ற ஊர் பற்றி பேசிகிட்டு இருந்தீங்க. மதுரையிலையும் இப்போ டூயிங் அ லாட் ஆஃப் பிஸ்னஸ், திருநெல்வேலியிலையும் பண்ணுறீங்க. ஸோ ஒவ்வொரு மார்க்கெட்டும் எப்படி டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக இருக்குது சார் உங்களுக்கு?
கோயம்புத்தூர் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் முதல்ல ஸ்டார்டிங் ஸ்டேஜ்லலாம் கேஷ் மார்க்கெட்டாக தான் இருந்ததுங்க. இப்போ வந்து எல்லா இடமே ஃபுல் செக்கில் எங்களுக்கு எந்த இஷ்யூ இல்லாமல் பிஸ்னஸ் வருது. கோயம்புத்தூர் சென்னைக்கு நெக்ஸ்ட் பெரிய வால்யூம் வர்ற பிஸ்னஸ் கோயம்புத்தூர் தாங்க. எங்களுக்கே வருஷம் 1000 கோடி பிஸ்னஸ் வருது ஒன்லி கோயம்புத்தூரில். ஸோ கோயம்புத்தூர்லேயும் எப்படின்னா ஒரு 20-25 கிலோமீட்டர்ஸ் ரேடியஸ்க்குள்ளே அவங்க கண்ணில் படுற மாதிரி லொக்கேஷனில் லேண்டை செலக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா யார் டெவலப் பண்ணாலும் சூப்பர் வால்யூம் பண்ண முடியுங்க. மதுரையிலையும் எங்களுக்கு 2 வாரம் முன்னாடி லான்ச் பண்ணி 3 days சோல்ட் அவுட். ட்ரிச்சியும் 3 days சோல்ட் அவுட். அந்த மாதிரி வருது. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பெரிய மார்க்கெட் இருக்குது. அதை வந்து மற்ற இண்டஸ்ட்ரி வந்து ஆக்சுவலாக கேட்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, நம்ம விட்டுட்ருக்கோம் ஆக்சுவலாக. இன்னும் நிறைய பிளேயர்ஸ் வந்தால் அந்த அப்படியே மற்ற இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்டில் போகிற இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் எல்லாருக்கும் தே லவ் பிளாட்ஸ். அதுவும் அவங்க உடனே வீடு கட்டுற மாதிரி இடத்துல கொடுக்கும்போது வால்யூம் நல்லாவே வருதுங்க.
சார் இப்போ பொதுவாக வீடு வாங்குறவங்க இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த 40s 50s இருக்கவங்க அவங்க ஒரு ட்ரெண்டாக வாங்குவாங்க. இன்னைக்குள்ள யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்க வேற மாதிரி யோசிக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ வாட் ஒரு ஏஜுக்கும் நீங்கள் என்ன பேட்டர்ன்ஸ் பார்க்குறீங்க சார்?
இல்லைங்க, நாங்கள் ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ண வரைக்கும் எங்கள் டீம்லேருந்து நாங்கள் ரிசர்ச்னா நம்ம பெருசாக பண்ணல. இது வரைக்கும் ஒரு 4 வருஷத்தில் ஒரு 15,000 கஸ்டமருக்கு விற்றுருக்கோம். அவங்கள நாங்கள் வெரிஃபை பண்ணது வரைக்கும் ஒரு 35 வயசுலேருந்து 40 வயசுக்குள்ளே தான் 80% கஸ்டமர் வராங்க எங்கள் கம்பெனியில் வாங்கினவங்க. அவங்க கூட இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணும்போது எப்படின்னா நம்ம லைஃப் எப்படின்னு பார்த்துட்டு பின்னாடி திரும்பி பார்த்தோன்னா நமக்கு வீடுங்கிறது வந்து சின்ன பையன்லேருந்து ஒரு கனவாக இருக்குது. ஆனால் இப்போ இருக்கிறவங்க படிக்கிறதுக்கே கடன் வாங்க வேண்டியது இருக்குது. ஃபஸ்ட்டு எடுத்தோடனே வேலை கிடச்சோடனே எஜுகேஷன் லோன் செட்டில் பண்ணணும். எஜுகேஷன் லோன் முடித்த உடனே பைக் வாங்கணும், அதுக்கு இஎம்ஐ கட்டணும், அப்புறம் கார் வாங்கணும், அந்த இஎம்ஐ கட்டணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் மேரேஜ் இருக்கும், குழந்தை, அந்த எக்ஸ்பென்சஸ் எல்லாம் முடித்து ஒரு வீடு அப்படின்னு பிளான் பண்ணும்போது அவங்க ட்ரீம் எப்படி இருக்குன்னா, நம்ம இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறோம், நாளைக்கு இது இஎம்ஐ கட்டி முடியறதுக்கு 20 வருஷம் ஆகும். அவர் லைஃபே ஒரு ஜென்ரேஷன் தான் ஒரு வீடு. அந்த ஒரு ஜென்ரேஷனுக்கு அவங்க என்ன திங்க் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா, இருக்கிறதுல என்ன பெஸ்ட் கிடைக்கும், நம்ம கொடுத்துட்டு அது டிப்ரிஷியேஷன் இல்லாமல் அப்ரிஷியேட் ஆகிட்டாலே நம்ம ஜெயிச்சிடுவோம். ஸோ 85% வந்து அவங்களோட லைஃப். ஸோ அதுக்கு எவ்வளோ மேக்ஸிமம் இப்போ லான்ச் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு 30% ப்ராடக்டை வந்து கொஞ்சம் காஸ்ட் டு காஸ்ட் இல்லை சின்ன ப்ராஃபிட்டில் கொடுத்துட்டோன்னா அவங்களே பெரிய பிராண்ட் அம்பாசிடர், அவங்க தான் நம்மளை வளர்த்து விட்றாங்க. இதில் யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ்க்கு எல்லாரும் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும் அவங்க லைஃப்குள்ளே போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்களோட ட்ரீமே வீடு. ஒரு லைஃப் ஒரு வீடு. எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு அவங்க படித்து ஒரு வீடு பண்ணிட்டாலே லைஃப் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் ஆனவங்க தான் 80% இருக்காங்க. நம்மள மாதிரி பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறவங்க 5%, 10% இல்லை 20% தான் மேக்ஸிமம்.
சார் இப்போ தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த 1 ட்ரில்லியன் எக்கானமியை நோக்கி போயிட்டுருக்கோம் 2030 அச்சீவ் பண்ணுன்ட்டு. ஸோ அதுக்கு ரியல் எஸ்டேட் செக்மெண்ட் என்ன பண்ணலாம், என்ன மாதிரி கான்ட்ரிபியூட் பண்ணலாம்?
இல்லைங்க, தமிழ்நாடு கவர்மெண்ட் அவங்க பயங்கர இனிஷியேட்டிவ் எடுத்துகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. எல்லா இடத்துல இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் ரொம்ப நல்லா வந்துட்டுருக்கு. எங்கே போனாலும் நம்ம வேறு ஸ்டேட்டில் போய் ட்ராவல் பண்ணோம்னா நம்ம ஊரில் இருக்கிற ரோடு, நம்ம இங்கேருந்து திருச்சி போனாலும் மதுரை போனாலும் கன்னியாகுமரி போனாலும் எங்கே போனாலும் நம்மளுக்கு இருக்கிற ரோடு இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் ஈவன் பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிற கர்நாடகாலே கிடையாதுங்க. இந்தளவுக்கு இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இருக்கிற ஒரு ஸ்டேட்டில் நான் மற்ற ஸ்டேட்லேயும் போய் பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணி பார்த்தேங்க. இது வந்து பியூர்லி ரீஜனல் பிளே தான். நம்ம இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுற ஒரு கஸ்டமருக்கு பிரச்சனை இல்லாமல், லிட்டிகேஷன் இல்லாமல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி கொடுத்துட்டு நம்ம போயிட்டு இருந்தோம்னா கவர்மெண்ட் பயங்கர ப்ரோஆக்டிவாக போயிட்டுருக்கு. ஸோ நமக்கு எந்த எஃபெக்டும் ஆக போகிறதில்ல, நம்ம சேர்ந்து குரோ தான் ஆக போகிறோம்.
சார் இப்போது நேற்று பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கவர்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து தூத்துக்குடியில் ஒரு பெரிய எம்ஓயூஸ் நிறைய போட்டிருக்காங்க, ஒரு 41 எம்ஓயூஸ் கிட்ட போட்டிருக்காங்க. ஸோ தூத்துக்குடி டவுன் சவுத் ரீஜன்ஸ்லாம் எப்படி இருக்குது சார்?
ஆல்ரெடி நல்லா இருக்குங்க. அங்கே தான் அதான் நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே அவுட்ரு போய் ஒர்க் பண்ணாமல் விட்டனால அதோட டேஸ்ட் தெரியலைங்க. இப்போ ஒரு 1 இயர் 1.5 இயராக நாங்கள் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். வெளியில் ஒரு அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு லேண்ட்லார்டுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய லேண்டை டீல் பண்ணுறதுக்கு கெப்பாசிட்டி இல்லாமல் இருக்காங்க சின்ன ஊரில். இங்கே நம்ம சென்னையில் இருக்கவங்க போனோம்னா பயங்கர ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இருக்குது வெளியில். ஆக்சுவலாக எல்லோரும் போனால் எல்லா மார்க்கெட்டும் க்ரோ ஆகும். அங்கே அவ்வளோ ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ப்ராப்பராக பண்ணுனா வாங்குறதுக்கு ஆள் இருக்காங்க. அங்கே ப்ராப்பராக பண்ண தெரியலையா இல்லை பண்ண முடியலையான்னு தெரியல. ஆனால் ப்ராப்பராக பண்ணால் எங்கள் ப்ரெசன்ஸ் நாங்கள் போகிற இடத்துல எல்லாமே இது வரைக்கும் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 200 ப்ராஜெக்ட் நெருங்கிட்டோம். 100 ப்ராஜெக்ட் ப்ளஸ் சோல்ட் அவுட்டு, ஆன்கோயிங் 40+ இருக்குங்க, அப்கமிங் 60 இருக்குது. எங்கே பார்த்தாலும் எனக்கு ப்ரீ லான்ச்சில் 30% புக்கிங் இருக்குது. ஸோ வெளியில் போனால் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு பெட்டர் பிஸ்னஸ் கிடைக்குதுங்க.
சார் இப்போ லேண்ட்லேருந்து டவுன்ஷிப் மூவ் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. இப்போ அடுத்த 2 வருஷத்துக்கு உங்கள் லாங் டேர்ம் பிளான்ஸ் என்ன?
இல்லை, டவுன்ஷிப் நாங்கள் ஒரு பெரிய ஹியூஜ் 700 ஏக்கர்ஸ் கார்பரேஷன் லிமிட்டில் இருக்குது. நான் எல்லாரு கூடயும் பில்டர் கூட பேசுகிறது என்னென்னா, நீங்கள் போய் லேண்ட் வாங்கி அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி அதுக்கு ஃபண்டிங் வாங்கி எல்லாம் பண்ணுறதுக்கு நம்மக்கிட்ட நல்ல லேண்ட் பேங்க் இருக்குது, நீங்களே உள்ளே வந்து டெவலப் பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொல்லி இப்போ எல்லா டெவலப்பரையும் இன்வைட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஒரு பெரிய இன்னும் சைன் பண்ணல, எல்லோரும் அண்டர் ப்ராசஸில் இருக்குது. ஒரு 7 டெவலப்பர்ஸ் பேன் இண்டியா வந்து ஒரே ஒரு டவுன்ஷிப்குள்ளே டெவலப் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ ஐடி பார்க் வருது, மால் வருது, ஹோட்டல் வருது. அந்த மாதிரி வரும்போது எங்களுக்கு இப்போ நாங்கள் இப்போ இன்னொரு புது முயற்சி எடுத்திருக்கோம். எல்லாமே சின்ன சின்ன டெவலப்பர் கூட எங்கள் லேஅவுட்டில் வந்து அவங்க வந்து தனியாக லேண்ட் வாங்கி அதுக்கு ஃபண்டிங் வாங்கி அதுக்கு அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி ரெரா வாங்கி அவங்க கட்டுறதுக்கு வில்லா கட்டுறாங்களா எங்கள் லேண்டில் வந்து எந்த லேஅவுட்டில் வேணாலும் கட்டிக்கிட்டோம். எங்கள் காஸ்ட் என்னன்னு பார்த்துட்டு சின்ன மார்ஜின் வச்சு கொடுத்துட்றோம். அவங்களே பில்ட் பண்ணி அவங்களே டெவலப் பண்ணி அவங்க கஸ்டமருக்கு கொடுத்துட்டு போயிடலாம். அவங்க தனியாக லேண்டு வாங்கிட்டு இருக்க வேணாம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு 700 இன்னொரு 400 சென்னை சுற்றி வர்றோம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி பெரிய டவுன்ஷிப் எடுத்துகிட்டு எல்லோரும் கூட ஷேர் பண்ணி பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுற மாதிரி எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறோம். நான் கட்ட போகிறதில்ல, எனக்கு பயம்.
சார் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு டஃப்பான கொஸ்டின் சார். லேண்டா வீடா சார்?
லேண்டுங்க.
ஓகே சரி சார், we just have 5 more minutes. We'll take a couple of questions from the audience also sir. ஆமா சார், அதான் ரெண்டு questions எடுத்துடலாம் சார் ஆடியன்ஸ்க்கு. Any questions?
ஹலோ சார்.
எஸ்மா
சார், என்னோட நேம் ராஜா. நான் ஒரு மார்க்கெட்டிங் கன்சல்டன்ட். ஸோ எனக்கு ஒரு சின்ன டவுட். ஸோ நீங்கள் லேண்டு வந்து ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துலையும் ப்ரொக்யூர் பண்ணுவீங்க. ஸோ லேண்ட் பேங்க் வச்சிருக்கீங்கன்னு சொன்னீங்க. ஸோ அது இல்லாமல் புதுசாக ப்ரொக்யூர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு
டெய்லி ப்ரொக்யூர் பண்ணுறோங்க.
ஆமாம் சார், அது தெரியும். நான் திருநெல்வேலி தான். ஸோ அதனால் எனக்கு அங்கே ஓரளவு நீங்கள் ப்ரொக்யூர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறது தெரியும். ஸோ என்ன ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாங்கிறதுக்காக தான். ஸோ ஒரு லேண்டை பார்க்குறதுக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த லேண்டு தான் நேஷனல் ஹைவேவா இல்லை நேஷனல் ஹைவேலேருந்து உள்ளே போவீங்களா? ஸோ எதை பேஸ் பண்ணி எப்படி எடுப்பீங்கன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாங்க.
இந்த ப்ரைம் லேண்டுங்க எப்படின்னா ஹைவே இருக்கான்னு எல்லா ஹைவேல நம்மளுக்கு லேண்டு கிடைக்காது. ஜஸ்ட்டு நாங்கள் ரொம்ப சிம்பிளாக பார்த்துருவோம். லொக்கேஷன் வரும் பேப்பர் ஆடில், லொக்கேஷன் சுற்றி எவ்வளோ வீடு இருக்குன்னு பார்ப்போம். இந்த லேண்டு கேப்புக்கும் பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிற கேட்ச்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் எவ்வளோ தூரம்னு பார்ப்போம். எவ்வளோ ஒரு 1000-5000 வீடு இருந்ததுன்னா அந்த இடத்துல 5-10 ஏக்கர் போட்டால் ஒரு மாதத்தில் விற்றுடலாம். ஒரு 10,000-20,000 வீடு இருந்ததுன்னா அதை விட ஜாஸ்தி எக்ஸ்டெண்ட் எடுக்கலாம். அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம கூகுளில் இப்போ பாதி வேலை முடியுது. ஃபஸ்ட் டைம் கூகுள் பார்க்கும்போது புரியாது எனக்கெல்லாம். அதை இப்போ வந்து அதுதான் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுது ஆக்சுவலாக. அதுக்கப்புறம் டைரெக்டாக போய் சைட்டை பார்ப்போம், ஆக்சஸ் ரோடு பார்ப்போம், ப்ராப்பர் ரோடு இருக்கணும். ஃபஸ்ட்டு லிட்டிகேஷன் இல்லாமல் லீகல் பார்த்துக்கணும். லீகல் கிளியராக இருந்தால் டேக் ஆஃப் பண்ண வேண்டியதாங்க.
ஷூர் சார். சார், இப்போ என்ஹெச்சுக்கும் உள்ளே போகிற ரோடுக்கும் ரேட் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்கும் இல்லையா?
கண்டிப்பாக.
ஸோ இப்போ என்ஹெச்சில் இருக்கிற ரோட்ஸை யாரும் இப்போ எடுக்கிறது இல்லையா? இல்லை அந்த மாதிரி லேண்ட்ஸை யாரும் எடுக்கிறது இல்லையா? இல்லை உள்ளே இருக்கிற லேண்டு வந்து சீப்பாக கிடைக்குங்கிறதுக்காக அதை டெவலப் பண்ணால் அதிக ப்ராஃபிட் கிடைக்குங்கிற மாதிரி?
என்ஹெச் மேலே எடுக்கும்போது நம்மளுக்கு கமர்ஷியல் பிளாட் வரும். அதில் நம்ம ஜாஸ்தி கொடுத்து எடுத்தாலும் நம்மளுக்கு ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகும். ரெண்டுக்கும் கஸ்டமர் இருக்காங்க. என்ஹெச்சில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு நம்ம 6000 இப்போ நான் பூந்தமல்லியில் போட்டிருக்கேன். 5000 4500 ஆவரேஜ் கமர்ஷியலோட 6000 வரும். அதே நானே 2 கிலோமீட்டர் உள்ளே போட்டிருக்கேன், 3000 விற்கிறேன். அதுக்கு அவங்க அந்த பட்ஜெட் கஸ்டமர் அங்கே வந்துடுறாங்க, இங்கே இருக்கவங்க இங்கே வந்துடுறாங்க.
ஓகே சார். ஏன் இந்த கேட்டேன்னா லேண்ட்னாலே ஒரு மித்து இருக்குது சார். அது வந்து ப்ராஃபிட் கொடுக்கும் கண்டிப்பாக. பட் எல்லா லேண்டுமே ப்ராஃபிட் கொடுக்குமா அப்படிங்கிறது தெரியல.
கண்டிப்பாக எல்லா லேண்டும் கொடுங்க, கரெக்டான லொக்கேஷனாக இருக்கிற வரைக்கும், லீகல் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லாத வரைக்கும்.
அதுதான் சார் சொல்ல வரேன். ஸோ எல்லாருக்கும் அந்த இடங்கள் கிடைக்கிறது இல்லையா? ஸோ அந்த அப்ரிசியேஷன் எல்லாருக்கும் கிடைக்குமா அப்படிங்கிறது தான். ஸோ இப்போ நம்ம கிட்ட ஒரு 3,999 per square feet நம்ம விற்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா, ஸோ அந்த லேண்டை நாளைக்கு வாங்கும்போது 12,000க்கு மேலே போகும். ஸோ அப்போ அதை தாண்டி மக்கள் போக சான்சஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த லேண்டுக்குள்ளே திரும்ப வாங்குறதுக்கு உண்டான கெப்பாசிட்டி மக்களுக்கு இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களான்னு கேட்குறேன்.
சார், இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் நம்ம 1.5 கோடி கிரவுண்டு விற்கும் போதும் ஈஸியாரில் விற்றுச்சு. இப்போ 3 கோடி போடும்போதும் விற்குது. அவங்களும் க்ரோ ஆகிறாங்க, நம்மளும் க்ரோ ஆகிறாங்க, வாங்கினவங்களும் க்ரோ ஆகிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்போ நம்ம எங்கே போய் போட்டோம்னாலும், இப்போ நம்ம 2,500 பூந்தமல்லியில் போடுறோன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், ஒரு 3 வருஷம் கழிச்சு 5,000 இருக்கும். ஐயோ நம்ம அப்போ 2,500 விற்றுட்டுமேனு யோசிக்கவே கூடாது. அப்போ 5,000 என்ன விற்க முடியுமா, நம்ம 4,500 அந்த இடத்துல விற்க முடியுமான்னு திங்க் பண்ணி அதில் பண்ணும். வால்யூம் பண்ணும்போது கண்டிப்பாக ப்ராஃபிட் இருக்குங்க.
கண்டிப்பாக சார். பட் அது இண்டிவிஜுவலால முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா? G2ஆல முடியும்?
நானும் இண்டிவிஜுவல் தாங்க. G2 அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து சேர்ந்த கூட்டங்க. நானும் ஒரு புரோக்கருங்க 2006ல்.
Sir, we'll move on to the next question.
Thank you sir.
முடியுங்க.
Right sir.
Happy morning, sir. This is Bhadresh Mehta. As a real estate agent, we would like to know which is the next developing area. Right now, the Chingalpet has developed, ACR is developed. The new virgin area where you see your foresight.
சரி, எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு அறிவு சொல்லிடுறேன் சார். ஜிஎஸ்டி, ரோடு, பஸ் டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷன், ட்ரெயின், இப்போ மெட்ரோ, ஏர்போர்ட் எல்லாமே இருக்குது. நீங்கள் சென்னையில் எடுத்துட்டிங்கன்னா ஜிஎஸ்டி செங்கல்பட்டு தாண்டி க்ரோ ஆகிட்டு இருக்கும். அதே நீங்கள் ஒரு பெங்களூர் ஹைவே எடுத்திங்கன்னா பூந்தமல்லி போகிறதுக்கே இன்னும் டைம் ஆகிட்டுருக்கு. ஈவன் ஆஃப்டர் பூந்தமல்லி, ஸ்ரீபெரும்புதூர்லாம் அவ்வளோ பெரிய இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் ஹப்பு வந்து கூட ஏன் அங்கே ட்ராக்ஷன் வரல, இந்த அளவுக்கு வரலன்னா 4 இப்போ மெட்ரோவும் சேர்ந்துருச்சு. 5 டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷனும் இருக்கிற ஒரு ரோடு தான் ஜிஎஸ்டி. நமக்கு ஜிஎஸ்டி ஏன் க்ரோ ஆச்சுன்னு, இத்தனைக்கும் ஒரு சைடு ரயில்வே ட்ராக். ஸோ அப்படி இருந்தும் அந்த ரோடு க்ரோ ஆகிருக்குன்னா அந்த எல்லா கனெக்டிவிட்டியும், ஒரு ஹஸ்பண்ட் வந்து வெளியே போவார் வருவார், ஏர்போர்ட்டுக்கு பக்கமாக இருக்கும், பிள்ளைங்க ஸ்கூல் காலேஜும் பக்கமாக இருக்கும், ஒய்ஃப் சப்போஸ் சென்னை வர்றாங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு ட்ரெயின் கனெக்டிவிட்டி இருக்கும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி 4-5 டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷனும் எங்கெல்லாம் சேர்ந்து இருக்கோ அந்த ரோடு மட்டும்தான் க்ரோ ஆகுது நமக்கு தெரிஞ்ச வரைக்கும். ப்ளஸ் பெரிய ஏரியா, இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் ஏரியா வருதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு பெரிய டவுன்ஷிப் போய் அங்கே பண்ணை மாட்டிக்கக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா அங்கே ப்ளூ காலர்ஸ் தான் இருப்பாங்க. ஒயிட் காலர்ஸ் இருக்கிற இடத்துல பெரிய வால்யூம் பண்ணலாம், ப்ளூ காலர்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுல சின்ன வால்யூம் பண்ணிவிட்டு எஸ்கேப் ஆயிடணும்.
தேங்க்யூ சார்.
We'll just take one last question.
2028 போகிறோம் சார், கடவுள் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணும்.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thanks,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr.
Thanks,
Bala.
thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Sangeeta, requesting you to do the honors and present Mr. Bala with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next panel discussion titled Policy to Prosperity, RERA, Ease of Doing Business and Regulatory Outlook. Regulations can either empower or impede progress, and this panel examines how policies like RERA and ease of doing business reforms are reshaping investor confidence and sectoral transparency. I once again invite Kunal Shankar, Deputy Business Editor of The Hindu, as the moderator for this session. I'd like to say a few words about our speakers as we welcome them on stage. Our first speaker is Sanjay Chugh, the City Head and Director of Anna Rock Property Consultants Private Limited, Chennai. A veteran with over 25 years in real estate, he leads a team of 30+ professionals managing strategic marketing partnerships and diverse residential portfolios. He's known for his deep expertise in mandated sales, and he now also drives land services and luxury home strategies across Tamil Nadu. Recognized as a thought leader, his insights frequently feature in top publications. With a reputation for excellence in crisis management, Sanjay continues to influence and elevate the real estate industry. Sanjay, we welcome you on stage. Our next speaker is Sridharan Swaminathan, the Chairman of Sabri and Lyra Properties Private Limited, Executive Committee Member, CREDAI National Delhi, and a seasoned real estate professional with over 3 decades of experience. With a strong foundation in finance law, he has served key roles in CREDAI at both state and national levels and is currently Executive Committee member at CREDAI National. Sridharan also contributes to public policy and spirituality as a trustee of SSRVM Trust and chairman of the Tirutani Temple Board. He is a respected industry and civic leader. We welcome him on stage. And rounding out the panel, our final speaker is Jayaprakash Padmanabhan, a senior partner at Fox Mandal's Chennai office, leading the real estate practice with over 24 years of legal expertise. He advises a diverse clientele on real estate litigation, title due diligence, joint ventures, leasing, and regulatory compliance. His work spans residential, commercial, and industrial development. Known for his clarity and depth in legal strategy, Jayaprakash frequently conducts industry training and seminars. His contributions have earned recognition for professionalism and impactful legal counsel in Chennai's evolving real estate landscape. We welcome Jayaprakash Padmanabhan on stage. Kunal, once again, over to you.
So thank you for that glowing introduction and welcome to our audience to this second panel. I'm sure it's of much interest, RERA, indeed. So let's head right into it. Since its implementation in 2017, Tamil Nadu's RERA, in particular, has emerged as one of the more functional regulatory authorities in India, ensuring basic compliance, builder accountability, and project transparency. In fact, it can be safely said that it's really revolutionized the building and construction sector, especially in metros like Chennai and Coimbatore. Compared with other states, Tamil Nadu Real Estate Regulatory Authority has maintained steady progress in grievance redressal and project registration. Yet its potential remains underutilized. We're going to definitely discuss that aspect as well. In addressing deeper structural issues like integration with green codes like ECBC, the Energy Conservation Building Code, enabling equitable redevelopment and fostering inclusive urban environments. As Tamil Nadu envisions again a $1 trillion economy, RERA must evolve from a compliance tool into a collaborative, future-facing framework supporting sustainability, resilience, and people-centric urban growth. So thank you again, Sanjay, Sridharan, and Jayaprakash here. So maybe if I can start with Sanjay, you know, how can RERA deepen its compliance regime to go beyond registration and grievance redressal, ensuring integration with, you know, green norms, etc. But also, this is a major change that has happened, as I said, like a paradigm shift. So what is it meant for customers? I think that's an important aspect that should be addressed.
Thanks, Kunal. A very nice question that you asked now. So when RERA was introduced in 2017, it was something that we had not heard about. From the customers' part of it, I think they just felt very secure that there was something coming in as an additional layer, like a bandage protecting them. And I think over the last 8 years that we have been, RERA has been in existence, I think it's done a fantastic job, especially in Tamil Nadu in terms of the regulatory part. And I think now, you know, it's time for the incubation period, which is over, to get onto a larger role, which RERA can play. And like you rightly said, you know, enforcing green building norms, safety audits and all. So I think the scope of RERA is not only regulatory, but also to get more and more involved in the kind of buildings. We talked about sustainability, we talked so many things in the earlier panel. So I think somewhere RERA also will have to sort of spread its wings to a larger cause, protecting the home buyers who typically are the segment that we deal with.
Yeah, so same question to you, Sridharan. I mean, you probably are better placed to answer this as well.
First, I would like to start with saying that, you know, CREDAI was one of the first organizations to welcome formation of RERA.
Yes.
We were the first organization to welcome on all India basis.
Yeah.
And in fact, the rules we framed here in Tamil Nadu,
Yeah.
I roped in JP, and that is how the rules were formed. Your question on how the sustainability, that ECB norms and other things that can be formulated, RERA's scope is very limited as of now. What you're saying is a welcome step. As of now, their scope is to protect the customer's interests. That is their main scope, which they have been trying to do.
Which is vital in itself.
Yeah, which they have in a very limited resources they have been trying to implement, and they have been successful also. We have nothing to. But what we need is integration between all these departments. You know, RERA has to integrate with the housing department and with the planning authorities, the development authority, to bring in all these norms. Because these norms fall under the category of to be handled by the housing ministry.
Right.
By the housing department. So this integration happens, only then RERA can start giving these inputs, which can be implemented by the authorities concerned. That is how it can start growing.
Right.
As it is, RERA cannot intervene directly, but yes, by integration, this can happen. And I think in over a future, you know, matter of time, this is going to happen. We all expect some positive things to happen.
Excellent, thank you. Jayaprakash, you know, you're sort of the lawyer on the panel. So bring in your perspective, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so to set the context, the understanding of a regulator Because first of all, we need to understand RERA as a matter of authority, he is the regulator of real estate industry as a whole. Okay?
Right.
So he should, or the authority should have a bird's eye view of how the real estate sector should grow. Right. So as of now, because when 2017 this act was implemented, the need of the hour is customer interest has to be protected.
Yes,
Allottee's
absolutely.
interest has to be protected. So the priority has been given there. Okay. So most of the adjudications have happened. Now if I say that as a matter of practice, now we know for sure, okay, if your contract says this is what is going to be the outcome. Okay.
The deliverable
That-
is
correct,
much more
correct.
certain
Almost,
than what
almost
it
the
used to be.
jurisprudence is there, now the precedences are there, now we know that, okay, what exactly is going to happen on that adjudication. My personal view is, now there is a need for a conciliation forum so that this kind of disputes should not take much of the time of the authority.
Right, right.
So this we have actually discussed in 5 years, 6 years back. There was a discussion why CMDA is looking into each and every plan sanction, because the rules are there. You can actually delegate that to individuals, to professionals, and you can start planning the town, right?
Right.
Similar kind of approach has to be there from RERA's perspective. If it is done earlier, it will be better, because RERA's focus, if you look at functions of the authority under the Act, there are about 11 primary functions which has been mandated under the Act itself, right? Out of which 2 or 3 is allottee-centric functions. Customer-centric functions. The balance are how we could encourage, how the real estate sector has to be improved is the mandate under the Act.
Right.
So probably that focus will now shift, because now the jurisprudence is there and the issues are getting settled.
Yeah.
Probably, I think, we hope. As a regulator, they have the empowerment to recommend advice to other line agencies, town planners. Now Apartment Ownership Act is also there. So what happens now is your technical clearance has been handled under Town and Country Planning Act. Regulation is done, regulated under RERA. And the Apartment Ownership Act takes care of the life cycle of the complex,
Right.
including redevelopment. So the
Right.
entire ecosystem is now closed in. That loop is there. Now probably my
Although
personal...
those departments function in
Yes,
silos,
authority
we-
should actually take over that regulator role as a priority, and probably that would actually answer your question. Then our sustainability and other parameters will get that highlight.
I think one of the things that we did discuss in our mock run was marshalling some of the numbers to provide in terms of how effective it has been in Tamil Nadu. Do you have them, or?
Yeah, that's right, that's right. So just to give a macro level of understanding, at least when I actually did some research, I found that in 2018, 2017, I'm ignoring, because that is the year where it has been implemented, so understanding.
Yeah.
So 2018, if you look at, there are about 300 building development project registered and about 200 layout project registered. But when I look at 2023 numbers, the building project registration as such stays at 500 and the layout development goes to 4,800 or something. This is something
Huge.
at a macro level understand, because we are looking at higher FSI, how to provide housing as a need. There is a requirement that housing has to be provided.
Yes.
But if there is going to be a large scale horizontal plotted development where it may contribute to a lot of housing, but it may not actually tend to the need. What
Yes.
an MSB can provide, a layout plot may not be able to provide that kind of a housing requirement. They cannot satisfy that requirement.
Right.
In that case, so these are aspects at a macro level, probably the regulator need to understand why this is happening. What is preventing developers to actually, or why building development is not encouraged. So these are aspects where the regulator has to focus. That's the requirement now.
Right, great. Coming back to Sanjay, what role do you think RERA can play in streamlining Tamil Nadu's new apartment redevelopment policy, ensuring occupancy rights, fair valuation, and phased construction safeguards, etc.?
So Kunal, when we discussed in the previous panel, there was a discussion on the redevelopment. And if you look around, there are multiple locations where, earlier there were private developers or the housing board who had developed colonies And today, they are in a state of redevelopment.
Yes.
However, the challenge a developer faces, and there are so many in this forum, is how do you actually develop? There's so much confusion within the occupiers, owners of properties about the redevelopment itself.
Right.
You know, the fair market valuation.
What
is
is
it
a
that
fair
you're going to
market
pay?
valuation may differ from one person to the other.
Exactly. It's X, somebody will say Y, and there will be two-thirds who will be voting for it, and one-third will still say no, we are getting a lesser value. Then their obligations as to what is it that they're going to get in return. Are there any rental compensations? So there are lots of areas which have been gaps. Developers spend a lot of time talking, engaging with them, and it takes years.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, JP. It takes years. Some of the projects, couple of years for them to actually come on the drawing board for
Yeah.
redevelopment.
Yeah.
So I think RERA can actually play a very important role in educating, setting certain guidelines which one has to follow, barring the valuation, which is independent because valuation keeps changing. But making sure that there are these must do or have to be done, the do's of getting into a redevelopment is something that RERA can really impose in, so that the class of people who really don't understand what are the rights and obligation are covered in it.
Right. To some extent, I think we discussed this as well. The Apartment Complex Ownership Act, to some extent, addresses these concerns. doesn't it?
It does.
It does fully.
It does fully.
It does fully. It is absolutely on the dot how it should be implemented. You can be very proud to say that.
Yeah.
Tamil Nadu is one of the pioneer states of introducing this Apartment Ownership Act.
Yeah.
It is very precise. What should be done is very clearly explained.
Yeah.
But the issues on the implementation, we have been having issues on the implementation. How
Why
the
is
competent authority is going to implement the act. Like 2/3 are accepting, 1/3 is not accepting.
Yes.
Or 5 members in the association is not accepting. Now, there is a right of appeal, which has been given to the 5 people who are not cooperating.
Who are objecting.
They can go to the authority. Then the authority, if he goes to the High Court, there is going to be a further litigation going on. So here, I think the model, what you have initiated, is a right model. RERA is a right body because they are already dealing with the customers.
Right.
I think we should make them the competent authority. Allow them to do the negotiation, allow them to do everything, have control on the project. Why should we go out to registrar office who's already overburdened,
Right.
or go to a cooperative society who has no knowledge of the act and how this Apartment Ownership Act is to be implemented?
Right.
I think it is very right that RERA should intervene, and I think also from CREDAI we are going to start pushing this, saying that you take up the competent authority role, and the redevelopment is the market now. Please understand, there is no parcels of land available inside the city.
Right.
If at all you're going to go and develop, if the people want to continue living inside the city, it's only by redevelopment like old housing board apartments, which has got only a 1.5 FSI, which has been achieved,
Right.
which can go for a 3.25 or 3.75. This is the market today to make people live inside the city.
Right.
So I think it's right. I think we should make RERA the competent authority, is my view.
Jayaprakash.
That's,
You've particularly spoken about in our conversations about how it's
Correct,
siloed.
correct,
So.
Correct. Actually, redevelopment as a matter of policy, it is well edged out in the act, and the rules clearly gives what process has to be followed. I don't think there is any ambiguity or lapse on that part. But like any new implementation of the act, there are some teething issues are there that will get resolved. But what we need to understand as a whole, this 2/3, 1/3, on all these things is, this is not, again, we should unlearn the way we look at redevelopment scheme as a matter of what has been provided under the law, right? It is not, again, a joint development. Okay.
I see,
So
right.
that is the understanding. Probably it has to actually it has to be discussed, and at large public should understand what is a redevelopment under a statute itself is. Redevelopment
Right.
is a scheme development. So it's a scheme development wherein it empowers 2/3 to take decision on behalf of the dissent as well. So this kind of discussions has to happen, but it is on the right track. Of course, competent authority has been notified. I hope that things will fall in place.
But do you agree with that point? I mean, competent authority has been notified. but we've often seen competent authorities sort of work in tangent, or at least not, you know, what should we say, not in conjunction to.
Not from the industry, not to understand the industry.
Right, yes.
Right. So I'll put it across like this. Yes, of course, that is there. For instance, I'll tell you, phase-wise development as a concept, we don't understand till RERA came into picture, right? 2017, RERA says that phase development is possible. You can register your project in phases. Even though your plan sanction is for a larger project, you can register in phases, right? But that doesn't reflect in your TNCBR.
Right.
Till recently, last week only, we've got that two-third consent modifications can happen. What is a phase-wise development, right? In which area I need to give UDS? If I need to give UDS on the entire extent of the township, or should I actually give UDS only on the phase? So these are clarities which need, because conceptually, Act has provided certain liberties and certain. This is also one of the reasons why we are not actually encouraging township development. When we expect a developer who wants to do like last session, when Mr. Bala was talking about, he's looking at 400 acres of township development. But if you don't have clarity, it's too much of an exposure.
That's a huge,
right?
yeah.
10-acre development, you develop as phase 1, and if your entire 400 acre is going to be encumbered, that's too much of risk.
Right.
So these are at a high level, probably we need to have clarity. So this phase-wise development, how the UDS has to be distributed, how the TNCBR will treat this, these are things which we need to cover. Otherwise, I think yes, we are there.
Right. Great. Could RERA, in coordination with planning bodies, be empowered to regulate urban form, such as by guiding building heights? I mean, you know, this is something that is contentious, particularly in Tamil Nadu, enforcing transit-oriented development and enabling expanded FSI, you know, to combat urban sprawl, because this is something that we, you know, for instance, like what you said, 400 acres, and I remember you pointing out that, you know, Bombay has a sort of a different, or Maharashtra has a different approach to FSI, and so does Hyderabad, etc. So is that something that can be addressed?
So, of course, Sridharan sir will be most competent because he's a developer, but, you know, as a person in the industry, if you visit every city in India, that is the metros, you see that every city is very different in terms of the height, in terms of what they build. For example, if you go to Bombay, a 30-feet road will have a 12-story building.
Yep.
Whereas in Chennai, it's not permitted.
Yes.
There is a rule because of the road width and the height. So if you go to Hyderabad, the moment you land and you get into the city, you see huge 40 and 50-story buildings, skyscrapers. You go to the Sea Link in Bandra and you see that huge skyline of Mumbai is totally transformed. So I think, you know, every city or every state has got its own regulation. But I guess, you know, the time has come now that even our city certainly has potential for vertical growth. And even like, you know, JP said earlier that just horizontal growth probably may not be the solution. There has to be a lot of vertical growth. And I guess in the third master plan, a lot of it probably will be, you know, there for us.
May get addressed, these concerns.
Absolutely.
Because as you said, the city, there's no space. There's no space.
See, the height is basically restricted by airport authority.
I see,
Yeah,
right.
the road width does matter. Even if it's a 40-feet road, you can go. If it's a large parcel of land, you are allowed to do a multi-storied building, but the limitation is on the FSI. Maybe you can use a premium FSI, but it is limited to 2 FSI.
Yes.
But if it is a large, if it is a 60-feet road, you can definitely go. You can definitely get your 3.25 FSI and plus your premium FSI, and whatever, maybe you can achieve even 4.2 to 4.3, depending on the site extent. The whole issue is the height is all determined by the airport authority, not by the state government, not by the CBR or anything. The height is fully in the hands of airport authority. It all depends on how, see, Hyderabad,
I'm assuming
the
this is all for
distance, the
security
airport
reasons.
is littered at a
Right.
distance from the city,
Yeah.
so it is at a thing. Whereas Bombay has been having a lot of problems in height. Since I'm in the national,
Yeah.
and I'm also one of the committee members of the airport authority of advisory committee of Chennai and Parandur, I'm aware that there is a lot of issues because of airport authority only, not because of anything else. Coming to the increase of FSI or FIR, whatever you call, there has been lot of debates. Like you take Hyderabad, Hyderabad is a free FSI.
Yes.
There is a divided opinion. Once they gave free FSI, people feel that markets are coming down and there is too much of built-up area available. All this is
parking.
Among parking, infrastructure, everything becomes a question mark. So among our own community of the top builders, there is a debate whether this should be allowed. Up to Tamil Nadu, yes, there has been a scheme which they have been trying to bring in on a transit-oriented development along the corridors of wherever the metro is there,
Yes.
whether an increased FSI can be given. This is being debated, but no decision has been taken as it is. It is being debated. But end of the day, if a city which is already overgrown, if it has to grow further, is only a vertical growth.
Right.
Otherwise, people have to keep moving to the satellite cities only.
Right.
To the extended cities like this side of Pundamalli and that side of GST
Yeah.
or ECR is going to be the day
Yeah.
to come. Inside the city, it's only the vertical growth which has to happen.
And I think that something needs to be, I mean, this is something that we've not quite discussed, but when you're talking about vertical growth, an aspect about city living is also cohabitation of, mixed use spaces that you can walk to, that you can sort of enjoy within the idea of a city. Urban sprawl restricts that, doesn't it? When we look at, for instance, Delhi as a city which has so many of these satellite towns, it almost feels unlivable, and those satellite towns in themselves become their own cities, and the concept of a single unit just disappears, doesn't it? So,
Yeah. So you take OMR, for example.
yeah,
It has grown like that. It's a vertical. You'll see all the buildings are vertically high.
Yeah.
It's only the point of infrastructure what you're going to give. If it is a water and sanitation is provided, it becomes a success.
yes,
Minus this, there is always a problem. So the most the government tries to concentrate, and we also keep pushing the government, is to give the best infrastructure available to the extended areas. City has already got.
right,
City has already
Yes.
got, except that, if I'm going to build 1,000 flats in one area, if Metro Water has to come and connect that 1,000 houses and power has to be given, definitely the government has to improve the infrastructure. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
yes,
And more so in the extended area where, the combined living, like what you're saying, is there is a commercial, there is a shop, there is a supermarket. It's all being inbuilt in the complex.
Yes.
So this is the type of growth that is happening, and it will continue to happen, but more concentration on infrastructure alone will make it a success. And transportation. Now metro is coming.
yeah,
If metro is not going to have come to that area, it would have been a nightmare
right,
to go into OMR and come back. Now there is a big relief. In another
That
2-3 years, you will find people moving very freely to OMR and come
OMR,
back.
yeah.
Now it's gone up to Navalu.
Yeah.
So it all strength is on the infrastructure.
Right.
And RERA, what you're saying, what role they can play in this is once again very limited with the scope what they have, because their formation of RERA is totally different from what they have to do. But definitely, yes, taking consumer interest, they can always form an advisory to the government.
Yes.
They can keep telling the housing ministry and to the development authority, these are the things you try and push or concentrate.
yeah.
Yeah, and coming to what is RERA's role, I think in the next question I'll come to you, where there are a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, sure. So, taking a cue from there, how can RERA, in coordination with planning bodies, we specifically spoken about this, be empowered to regulate urban form? How can RERA collaborate with local bodies to make, say, gender-sensitive, age-inclusive design standards, ensure child-friendly spaces? Are these aspects also, things that an act like RERA, which is of course consumer-facing, look into?
These subjects are primarily, these are planning subjects.
Yes.
This should get covered in your master plan, or the town planners are supposed to do it. But I will again reiterate, saying that RERA, being the regulator of real estate, they have the empowerment to give advice and recommendation. Probably if they initiate, they can actually have some kind of committee, or anyways, of course, for preparing the master plan itself, so much of thought and so much of conversation happens, and they are preparing it. But this subject primarily falls into planning. RERA may not have a final say in this, or cannot actually force or compel something to be done, But
We can
as
have
an
an advisory
advisor,
sort of,
yeah,
yeah.
advisory or recommendation, they can definitely
As Mr.
provide
Sridharan
that.
pointed out. I want to give you the last word. I'm aware that we should also have questions, and you have a flight to catch. So why don't you last word, and then we'll open up the.
Speaking about RERA, we have all been talking that they have consumer interest as the prime focus. But you always remember, any success cannot come from one side. You cannot clap with one hand. What RERA is doing is only clapping with one hand now.
Right.
No blames. They have control on all the developers and associates. But what happens is, the departments which need to give the go-ahead for a customer to occupy the apartment, if they are not cooperating, RERA is not able to control them. For example, you don't get your completion certificate on time, in spite of you have complied with everything. You don't get your power connection. You don't get your metro water or sewage or whatever, etc. So in all India basis, what we have been asking is, even last month we had, along with the president, we had a meeting with the Union Housing Minister, along with the secretary, Union Secretary, because this is governed by them,
Yes.
the RERA. Because what the Tamil Nadu RERA chairman also, when we met him, he says it doesn't fall under his powers, because it is not in the act. So we have been asking for an amendment to bring all these authorities under RERA.
Under RERA.
Only if you bring the authorities under RERA, the success can happen. You pay your fees and you wait for your EB connection for 6 months. Who's to suffer? The customer is suffering.
Yes.
So this is etc. has to stop. The authorities have to be brought under RERA. Only then RERA becomes a whole body for protecting the customer interest. This is one of the prime facts which we have been repeatedly representing. We have made some recommendations. We had Arati of Primus Partner appointed as the consultant, created a huge booklet, and that was given as a recommendation or what are the amendments we need. It is a long subject which I cannot address now in the short time. We have given a representation, but the major point is to bring in the government authorities also under RERA. That is our main focus now.
How has the government received all of this? I mean, because these are departments with long, Town and Country Planning Act, as Sri Priya in the previous panel said, it has a colonial era.
I don't want CMDA or DTCP to come under RERA.
It has sort of competing.
I only say where the customer interest is. When we go for a planning permission, customer is not involved.
But the customer may want to know or have a stake in how it's planned.
No, that is not possible, because the launch itself happens only after the planning permission is done.
Yeah.
And your RERA registration comes through. Only then you can launch a project.
Yeah.
So he comes in only after that.
At that point.
So at that point of time. But where his interest is to be protected is starting from the completion certificate. Getting the EB connection. If the EB connection is at the fault of the builder, leave it out. It's his headache.
Right.
But if there is going to be an undue delay, who's to pull them out? It is the RERA which has to come in, because it needs to protect the customer. That is where we
the customer ultimately comes to the builder asking for it.
He comes to the builder directs it there, so it becomes a ball game. That should not happen. RERA should take the responsibility, because controlling one side alone will not help. You have to also control the department to say why there is a delay, give them the correct connection so that things move on, the customer is able to occupy the apartment.
Right.
So that is how it goes.
Excellent. With that insightful conversation, does anyone else have closing comments? Sanjay, yes.
I think what Sridharan said was very right.
Yeah.
I think it's more like RERA getting into a B2C and just not being a B2B body. So it has to really get more teeth, get itself more empowered, and ultimately the customer is the person who's actually going to benefit from all of these things. So RERA was set up for the customer, not for the builder, to just regulate the whole thing. So ultimately the customer stands to benefit, because all the delays that he mentioned is again costing the customer.
Yeah.
There's a cost of capital, borrowed capital, that he's taken a loan and he's still waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yeah.
So I think, what he mentioned is a very valid point, and I think probably in the next couple of years, it should be there.
Great.
Yeah, nothing more to add. But only thing what I was actually wondering is, one of the functions again of RERA is to grade the promoters based on their good practices and performance. Right?
Yeah.
that would be directly that would help the public at large. Okay, because one of the very critical aspect of RERA is to bring the accountability and credibility of the promoters, and that has to be done. Probably RERA should actually start grading the promoters based on good practices.
Right,
And also they should incentivize for good practices, right? They should actually publish that these are all the promoters. So
Sort of an open,
transparent, and that will encourage people to actually follow good practices that will ultimately help the public at large and the customers.
I do hope the government is listening. We'll probably read it in the Hindu tomorrow. Well, thank you so much for this excellent conversation. Again, the panel is open for questions. Please introduce yourself.
May I?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is to Mr. JP, and I really support Mr. Sridharan for bringing the other authorities also into the RERA, because we have been talking about the major builders and CREDAI builders, but what happens if the question to Mr. JP, in case of unapproved flats with the UDS owners, if they are going for a redevelopment, what happens to them?
Oh, I see.
And how,
That's an interesting question.
How they are going to be compensated? If the road width is less, and already the builder has constructed 2 floors extra, and they are not going to be allowed to reconstruct or redevelop with the same 3 floors or 4 floors in case of street house areas. So how are they going to be compensated, and who is going to?
Sir, you're asking about a very legal principle where let us assume that building is 40-year-old. Everybody has acknowledged their ownership, even though it is unapproved, even though it is in violation. So they need to get the benefit on redevelopment. There is certain actually provision where probably the policy or the act has been thought about this scenario. That's where the Apartment Ownership Act has actually moved away from undivided interest position to undivided share position to undivided interest. If you see the Apartment Ownership Act, they nowhere talk about undivided share of land. They only talk about undivided interest. Undivided interest is calculated based on the proportionate carpet area. So carpet area is your physical construction. Somewhere the Act has also thought about this kind of scenario to protect the interest of bona fide purchaser due to ignorance or something. In the past they have done it. But these are actually issues which will get settled only by interpretation, and courts has to actually give a final word on this. It will take some time. But there are possibilities. They will not lose out their entire benefits in redevelopment. They may not. That's my personal view.
I have a question this side.
That's what I'm saying, sir. So these are issues which will get settled.
It's an evolving concept in law. I mean, as he said, this will have to go to courts, etc. Yes. Okay.
Here I am. May I ask a question, please?
unwanted happenings நடந்ததுன்னா என்ன சேஃப்டி மெஷர்ஸ் இருக்கு சொல்லுங்க கொஞ்சம். ஏன்னா உங்க ரியல் எஸ்டேட்ல கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் காஸ்ட்டை குறைக்கிறதுக்காக நீங்க 25 மாடி கட்டிட்டு போயிடுவீங்க சார். ஏதாவது ஒன்று ஒரு எவ்வளோ பார்க்குறோம் ஆல் ஓவர் இந்தியா, பேன் இந்தியாவில் சில ஆக்சிடென்ட்ஸ் பார்க்கும்போது பேத்தட்டிக்காக இருக்கு. ஏதாவது காப்பாற்ற முடியுதா? அப்புறம் தூக்கி போடுறாங்க கீழே. வாட் இஸ் யூஸ் ஆஃப்? நான் இன்னொரு பாயிண்ட், இந்த மெட்ரோ அதெல்லாம் போடுறாங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃபேஸ் 1 இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணாங்க, 7,000 கோடி 2 ரூட் போட்டாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபேஸ் 2 50,000 கோடி 60,000 கோடி whatever it may be. இந்த காசை இப்போ சொல்லியிருக்காங்க பாருங்க, சென்னை டு விழுப்புரம், கோயம்புத்தூர் டு சேலம், சென்னை டு வேலூர் 3 ரூட் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இதை கூட விழுப்புரம் டு சேலம் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டா தமிழ்நாடு மெட்ராஸ் டு கோயம்புத்தூர் கனெக்டிவிட்டி ஆயிடுது. இன்னும் நீங்க சிட்டி எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார். ஏன் நீங்க ஒரே பெரம்பூர்லயே கீழ்ப்பாக்கத்திலேயே புரசவாக்கத்திலேயே வந்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க? நீங்க விழுப்புரம் வரைக்கும் எக்ஸ்பேண்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார். டோன்ட் மெட்ரோ லீஸ்ட் பாத்ரா பட் தி சிட்டி.
ஓகே,
கொஞ்சம் வெளியே போங்க. இந்த மூச்சு காத்து கொஞ்சம் வெளி காத்து உள்ள படணும் மக்களுக்கு. நீங்க 24 மாடி இருந்தா கூட திருப்தி இருக்காது. அது உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா? வில்லேஜ்ல இருந்து பார்த்தா தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு.
I think that was more of a opinion. That was a suggestion. But maybe the safety aspect, if you want to address,
சார் நீங்கள் சொன்னதில் வந்து ஹைட்டு போனால் ரொம்ப ஈஸி, உங்களுக்கு வந்து ரேட் கம்மின்னு சொல்கிறீங்க. அது ஆப்போசிட். மோர் த ஹைட் த மோர் த காஸ்ட். இன்னொன்று, வித்தவுட் சேஃப்டி யாருமே இனிமேல் இந்தியாவில் பில்டிங் பண்ண முடியாது. ஒரு அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி கரெக்டான லோக்கல் பாடியில் கரெக்டான டெவலப்மெண்ட் அத்தாரிட்டிகிட்டையும் ஃபயர் சர்வீஸ்டு நாட் ஒன்லி நோ அப்ஜெக்ஷன் சர்டிஃபிகேட், ஃபயர் என்ஓசியும் வாங்கணும், காம்ப்ளையன்ஸும் வாங்கணும். அப்போ தான் கம்ப்ளீஷன் சர்டிஃபிகேட்டாக கொடுப்பாங்க. இல்லை லெட் மீ ஃபினிஷ் சார். நோ ப்ளீஸ் சிட் டவுன். லெட் மீ ஃபினிஷ். ப்ளீஸ் சிட் டவுன். சி, ஃபயர்ன்றது வந்து ஒரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட். எ டிபார்ட்மெண்ட், யூ ஹாவ் டு பிலீவ் சம்படி. ஒருத்தர் கொடுக்கும் பொழுது அந்த ஃபயர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் இஸ் கிவிங் an NOC-னா all the precautions are taken, the most modern equipments are being installed. This is how it happens. And everywhere accidents can happen. Train goes, train accident happens. I'm not saying no. But world over, இந்தியாலையும் சரி, தமிழ்நாடு தவிர்த்து, சென்னை தவிர்த்து, நீங்கள் பெங்களூர், ஹைதராபாத், பாம்பே, எங்கே போனாலும், டெல்லியில் போனாலும் vertical growth is happening. This is the development. But all aspects of safety have to be taken. அதில் undoubtedly no questions on that. Thank you.
If RERA is created for customer service, should not RERA be empowered to check the construction standards and quality from time to time?
Can you where is this question coming from?
Here.
Okay. If you can introduce yourself as well.
My name is Nandakumar. I'm from Ananagar, Chennai, Dynamic. If RERA is created for the customer interest, should not RERA be empowered to delve deep into the construction standards and practices followed by builders?
Right, excellent question.
Thank you.
You can be very clear. When the RERA Act has mandated 5 years of warranty, absolute warranty on construction. Within 5 years, any problem comes, you are open to address it to the builder, and if he does not sort it out, it can be immediately taken up with RERA, and there is no question of any reconciliation and all that. If it has to be done, it has to be done. That's what RERA Act says. But you cannot expect RERA to be a supervisor. That can never happen anywhere, because the standards are set. Quality products are supposed to be used. If there is a deficiency, the builder gets, that's where what he said, the ranking comes. It will automatically, 5 years warranty has come from, I think from 2017. We have not found any major problems in any of the new buildings.
Great, one last question.
So I'm Ramya. I'm an architect in practice, having my own company. My question is basically, we spoke of transit-oriented development, and we also spoke about urban sprawl, vertical heights, and all that.
A little louder, please.
Sorry. We spoke about transit-oriented development. We also spoke about heights, and we also spoke about, the verticality and all that. There's a lot of gentrification also happening outside, the city. So my question is there any specific focus that has been done, especially for affordable housing? Because that gets lost in this overall picture,
Yes, indeed. Anyone want to address that?
It's a perfect question. Affordable housing has taken a backtrack. It is true. Any affordable housing can happen only based on the land cost. If the land cost goes up, affordable housing becomes a failure. If you take Thirumarisai, we have one of our builders doing a large scheme in Thirumarisai. First phase, he's just selling it out, but second phase, it's just slow. The problem is distance. You need to have the infrastructure. Once again, I come back to it. You have to have the infrastructure, you have to have the transportation, where people should be able to travel to the city to work and go back. Affordable housing doesn't mean that you go and dump people outside somewhere and they're not able to come back to the city. It's not only living, they need to earn. So the concept of affordable housing is mainly on the land cost. We have been talking to the government and requesting them that we should do a PPP model to develop affordable housing. Only then it becomes feasible, because the land cost has gone up so much, people are finding it too difficult to bring in affordable housing. That too, Chennai peripheral. Maybe tier 2, tier 3 cities it's successful, but in Chennai it's not been very successful.
So as a matter of PPP, I think there is a land pooling scheme which has been introduced in Town and Country Planning Act 1 year back. Okay, so going forward, if we want the state to contribute the land, something like in Gujarat, town planning schemes are very popular. People actually go there and request the government to take their land for a TP scheme. Okay, because they've already shown that it is a proven concept. By giving your land, you are only going to get a value proposition, not that it is an acquisition. But here, general sentiment is if government comes out with some kind of a scheme, it is always a forceful acquisition. There is an agenda behind it. So this campaign, this has to be deliberated, right? Unless and until it is going to be a participatory scheme, affordable housing will be a dream. As he already told, your land cost is unaffordable. Then how can you actually give an affordable housing? May not work. There should be a state level participation, but there should be a private participation as well. Land pooling is a fantastic scheme. If that has been actually taken along with some individual developers, it might work.
Sanjay, do you want to add to it?
Also, the definition of affordable housing is very different. When you say our city, maybe a 40 or a 45 lakh is an affordable. The moment you go to a different city, the affordable changes, right? You go to Bombay or you go to Pune, it may be very different. So like Sridharan said, it's basically the land cost, because that is the basic raw material that you build, right? So the land cost is affordable, only then you can get affordable housing. And that's why you see over the last 2 to 3 years, while in the city, the luxury projects have become 3-4 times of what they were, the affordable has actually shrunk.
This is almost nationwide, no? Particularly in big cities. I mean, Bombay, Delhi, this trend is everywhere, where
It's trending
affordable housing
everywhere
stock
because
is really...
it has depleted. If you look at all our studies, it says that the affordable market is shrinking, and somehow the other segment, the luxury home segment, is on the rise. So I think it's the land cost that's playing a big role in this thing. If the land cost is affordable, obviously affordable housing is there, because again, it's a huge volume. You know, the blue collar job segment really needs that housing. It's all about getting them a house in their budget.
So
One last question we have.
I'll introduce myself. I'm Srilata, here from PBFI, that is Property Buyers Forum of India Welfare Foundation. So we have a forum to represent buyers. So I want to know whether there is any other forum which we can connect for the welfare of the buyers. As mentioned by Prakash sir and Sridharan sir, just there should be a forum to represent the buyers. So I want to know whether there is any other forum that is available to represent the buyers. To RERA, as a SEBI, as a commodity participants CPI member, we are representing to SEBI as well as a buyer forum of India. I want to know whether as we can bridge a gap between RERA and buyers as a forum. And if there is any other forum which is representing that, I want to know whether there is any details regarding that.
As of now, there is no conciliation forum in Tamil Nadu. In other states like Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh and few other states, it's come. But as of now, RERA is the only forum which you should address, because they are taking up anything that comes up if it is genuine. So now as it is, please keep addressing to RERA. Maybe it's a matter of time, maybe another 6 months, like how Maharashtra has brought in a forum in between a conciliation forum. We will also get it.
Okay,
Maharashtra has really been quite a
so I
forerunner
can
in all of
introduce myself as a property, that is PBFI Welfare Foundation Forum, which will be supporting the buyers with the help of RERA.
You can represent to RERA.
So that I'll introduce myself as Srilata, the representative and director of PBFI Welfare Foundations, which will be a gap which will be helping the buyers to support, to find their solution in all your buying the properties. Thank you one and all.
Great, thank you. That gentleman then, he's had his hand up for a while. We'll just ask that finally. Yeah, he's been... Yeah.
Thank you. One short question. I'm also Sridhar. I'm a freelance strategy coach. This is to Mr. Sridharan, RERA. So, RERA is a regulatory authority. Yes. Right. you want to have some expanded terms of reference so that government authorities also will be brought under you so that they are answerable to you. There are regulatory authorities in other sector as well. Banking, insurance, telecommunication. What is happening to those regulatory authorities? Are they able to bring those government authorities who are accountable to them? That will provide you some argument with the government. Okay. Please tell me what is happening. Then only you can aspire to get
First thing is, I'm not from RERA. I'm from the...
I know. You are an executive committee member. Sorry, sir.
I'm from RERA National. I'm
Sir,
executive committee
you are an
member, but I've been
executive
handling
member.
RERA.
Sir.
See, what we want is, we don't want RERA to take up authority of anybody. We want RERA to only take up authorities which directly falls for the consumer interest. That is for the customer's interest. If there is a delay in completion certificate, we want RERA to pull up. If there is a delay in TNEB connection, we want RERA to pull up. Not for us. It is for the customer's interest.
Yeah.
Same way with metro water or water supply. We don't get into other areas because it's all builder's responsibility. So we limit that, but I'm not very sure. You have given me a lead. Let me find out what the other two authorities are doing so that it can help us in better representation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think that's really all, that's up. We really have to wrap up. You can always have these conversations after this panel. Thank you so much to our panelists for this very insightful conversation, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Requesting Kunal to please do the honors and present our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much to all of our panelists, and thank you to our audience as well. We'll now break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, which is being served in the adjacent hall, and we'll see you back here at 2:20 as we start our next session. Thank you so much.
passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. A million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been. To build a legacy, to create a history. You need to be one step ahead. Think outside the box. Challenge the status quo. This journey starts with a belief in yourself. For me, it began where all stories begin. At home. And that's Casa Grand's legacy, crafting homes. Where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grand, transforming lives.
வணக்கம். எல்லாருக்கும் சொந்த வீடுங்கிறது ஒரு கனவா இருக்கும். அதுலயும் நம்ம சொந்த இடத்துல நமக்கு பிடிச்ச மாதிரி ஒரு வீடுன்னா சொல்லவா வேணும். அதுதான் ஒருத்தருடைய லைஃப் டைம் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்டா இருக்கும். ஒருத்தருக்கு சொந்த வீடு கட்டணும் அப்படிங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய 70% லைஃப் டைமோட கமிட்மெண்ட். அப்படி உங்க லைஃப்ல நீங்க செய்ய போற பெரிய இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்டை யார்கிட்ட இருந்து வாங்குறோன்றது ரொம்ப முக்கியம் இல்லையா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர். எல்லாரும் நினைக்கிற மாதிரி இந்த நிறுவனம் 2021ல தொடங்கி 3 வருஷம் மட்டுமே ஆன நிறுவனம் இல்ல. கிட்டத்தட்ட 12 வருஷங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி மிஸ்டர் பாலா எனப்படும் ராமஜெயம் என்பவரால தொடங்கப்பட்டது. 2012ல இருந்து 2019 வரைக்கும் இந்தியாவின் மிகப்பெரிய கார்ப்பரேட் மற்றும் பப்ளிக் லிஸ்டட் கம்பெனிகளுக்கு 4000 ஏக்கர்களுக்கும் அதிகமான லேண்டை அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி கொடுத்திருக்கோம்னா அப்போ லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேஷன் அனுபவம் எந்த அளவுக்கு இருக்கும்? கொரோனா வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பெருசா எந்த கார்ப்பரேட்ஸும் புதுசா ஃபேக்டரிகள் திறக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியல. அப்ப உருவானதுதான் ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட ரீட்டைல் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் ஆர்ம். எல்லாரும் தனியா ஒரு சொந்த வீட்டுல வாழணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டாங்க. ஆனா அப்படி தனி வீடோ இல்ல ஒரு வில்லாவோ வேணும்னா நீங்க சென்னைக்கு மிக அருகாமையில் இருக்கிற செங்கல்பட்டு வரைக்கும் போகணும். சோ சிட்டிக்குள்ள வெறும் அபார்ட்மெண்ட் சப்ளை மட்டும்தான் இருந்தது. இதை உணர்ந்து ஜி ஸ்கொயர் சிட்டிக்குள்ள ஏன் பிளாட் போடக்கூடாதுன்னு யோசிச்சோம். பட் அதுக்கு முக்கியமா 2 விஷயம் வேணும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட், கரெக்டான பிளேஸ்ல கரெக்டான பிரைஸ்ல லேண்ட் வாங்கணும். 2வது விஷயம், போதுன்ற மனசு வேணும். எஸ், சிட்டிக்குள்ள அபார்ட்மெண்ட் கட்டி விக்கிற லொகேஷன்ல ஒருத்தர் பிளாட் போடுறாங்கன்னா 1000 பேருக்கு விற்கக்கூடிய விஷயத்த வெறும் 100 பேருக்கு விற்க போறாங்கன்னா ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இந்த கடைசி 3 வருஷத்துல மட்டும் 15000 கஸ்டமர்ஸ் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. இது இந்தியாவுல வேற எந்த ரியல் எஸ்டேட் கம்பெனிக்கும் இல்லாத பெருமை. இது எப்படி சாத்தியமாச்சுன்னு தெரியுமா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர் பண்ற வால்யூம் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ்க்கு எல்லாமே காஸ்ட் எஃபெக்டிவா பாசிபிள் ஆகுது. ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட குவாலிட்டி யாராலையும் மேட்ச் பண்ண முடியாத அளவுக்கு ஹை குவாலிட்டி. டிடிசி, சிஎம்டிஏ, ரெரா அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி மொத்த சைட்டையும் ரெடி பண்ணி கொடுக்கறது. ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இருக்கிற 1000 எம்ப்ளாயிஸும் எப்படி ஒரு லேண்டை வாங்கலாம், எப்படி அதை பிளாட்டா விற்கலாம், டெவலப் பண்ணலாம், மார்க்கெட் பண்ணலாம்னு யோசிக்கிறாங்க. இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இருக்கிற பிளாட் கம்பெனி இந்தியாவிலேயே இது மட்டும்தான். 15000க்கும் மேல கஸ்டமர்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால ஜி ஸ்கொயர் 70க்கும் அதிகமான பிராண்ட்ஸோட டைப் பண்ணி 10ல இருந்து 30% வரைக்கும் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் வாங்கி கொடுக்கறோம் பிளாட் புக் பண்ணும் போதே. சோ நீங்க வீடு கட்டுறீங்கன்னா பட்டால இருந்து கிரகப்பிரவேசம் வரைக்கும் கம்ப்ளீட்டா வி வில் சப்போர்ட். இதுவும் இந்தியாவிலேயே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம். எந்த ஒரு இடத்துலயும் ஒரு கோமாதா இருந்தா அங்க இருக்கிற எல்லா பேட் கர்மாவும் போயிடும்னு ஒரு ஐதீகம். சோ ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட எல்லா சைட்லயும் வெட்டுக்கு போற மாடுகளை கூட்டிக்கிட்டு வந்து பராமரிக்கிறோம். தன்கிட்ட பிளாட் வாங்குறவங்க நல்லா இருக்கணும்னு எந்த நிறுவனமும் இவ்வளவு யோசிச்சது இல்லை. ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல வாங்குற பிளாட்ஸ் எல்லாம் 2 வருஷத்துக்குள்ளேயே 80% வரைக்கும் அப்ரிஷியேட் ஆயிருக்கு. இது வேற எதுலயும் கிடைக்காத ஒரு ரிட்டர்ன்ஸ். இதனாலேயே ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல அவங்க வாங்கின பிரைஸை விட பிளாட்ஸ் இப்போ டபுள் மடங்கு அப்ரிஷியேட் ஆயிருக்கு. ஜி ஸ்கொயர் கொடுக்கிற பிரைஸ் அட்வான்டேஜ் அண்ட் லொகேஷன் அட்வான்டேஜ் வேற எந்த டெவலப்பராலும் கொடுக்க முடியாது. பிகாஸ் we are the land aggregator cum promoter, so no middleman, no hidden cost. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Every empire begins with a dream, and every dream meets a fearless dreamer. Welcome to Nama Family Group, Tamil Nadu's fastest growing multi-sector powerhouse. Founded in 2016 by visionary entrepreneur Mr. Ponaswamy Karthik, founder and chairman. Our flagship, Nama Family Builder and Developer Private Limited, one of Chennai's most trusted DTCP and RERA approved real estate brands, proudly delivering 6+ years of excellence. ISO 9001:2015 certified, presence in 50+ prime locations, 1000+ residential, commercial and made projects. Project milestone. milestones. 18.54 million square feet completed projects, 9 billion square feet ongoing projects, 9.1 million square feet upcoming projects, total development footprint 36.64 million square feet. Our reach from resale and layer plots, acres and cents to resorts, bungalows, farmhouses and estate developments, we proudly serve clients across Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, South India. Our core services, we provide complete end-to-end solutions in land buying and resale, layer development, residential and commercial construction, real estate investment, all with legal clarity, transparent pricing and a client-first approach. Our team and infrastructure, 270 plus dedicated professionals, 30 plus specialized departments, strategic presence in high-growth corridors, India, OMR, GST. We are real estate. Our multi-sector vision, Nama Family Group is more than a real estate brand. We are actively expanding into construction, import and export, still development, social welfare initiatives, Sahil Trust. Not just a company, a movement, a mindset, a mission to build lives, shape futures and grow together with integrity, vision and a deep commitment to the community.
Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. A million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been. To build a legacy, to create a history. You need to be one step ahead. Think outside the box. Challenge the status quo. This journey starts with a belief in yourself. For me, it began where all stories begin. At home. And that's Casa Grand's legacy, crafting homes. Where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grand, transforming lives.
வணக்கம். எல்லாருக்கும் சொந்த வீடுங்கிறது ஒரு கனவா இருக்கும். அதுலயும் நம்ம சொந்த இடத்துல நமக்கு பிடிச்ச மாதிரி ஒரு வீடுன்னா சொல்லவா வேணும். அதுதான் ஒருத்தருடைய லைஃப் டைம் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்டா இருக்கும். ஒருத்தருக்கு சொந்த வீடு கட்டணும் அப்படிங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய 70% லைஃப் டைமோட கமிட்மெண்ட். அப்படி உங்க லைஃப்ல நீங்க செய்ய போற பெரிய இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்டை யார்கிட்ட இருந்து வாங்குறோன்றது ரொம்ப முக்கியம் இல்லையா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர். எல்லாரும் நினைக்கிற மாதிரி இந்த நிறுவனம் 2021 தொடங்கி 3 வருஷம் மட்டுமே ஆன நிறுவனம் இல்ல. கிட்டத்தட்ட 12 வருஷங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி மிஸ்டர் பாலா எனப்படும் ராமஜெயம் என்பவரால தொடங்கப்பட்டது. 2012 இருந்து 2019 வரைக்கும் இந்தியாவின் மிகப்பெரிய கார்ப்பரேட் மற்றும் பப்ளிக் லிஸ்டட் கம்பெனிகளுக்கு 4000 ஏக்கர்களுக்கும் அதிகமான லேண்டை அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி கொடுத்திருக்கோம்னா அப்போ லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேஷன் அனுபவம் எந்த அளவுக்கு இருக்கும்? கொரோனா வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பெருசா எந்த கார்ப்பரேட்ஸும் புதுசா ஃபேக்டரிகள் திறக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியல. அப்ப உருவானதுதான் ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட ரீட்டைல் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் ஆர்ம். எல்லாரும் தனியா ஒரு சொந்த வீட்டுல வாழணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டாங்க. ஆனா அப்படி தனி வீடோ இல்ல ஒரு வில்லாவோ வேணும்னா நீங்க சென்னைக்கு மிக அருகாமையில் இருக்கிற செங்கல்பட்டு வரைக்கும் போகணும். சோ சிட்டிக்குள்ள வெறும் அபார்ட்மெண்ட் சப்ளை மட்டும்தான் இருந்தது. இதை உணர்ந்து ஜி ஸ்கொயர் சிட்டிக்குள்ள ஏன் பிளாட் போடக்கூடாதுன்னு யோசிச்சோம். பட் அதுக்கு முக்கியமா 2 விஷயம் வேணும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட்,
Welcome back everybody to the Tamil Nadu Real Estate Summit 2025. Before we begin, we'd like to thank our sponsors. This event is presented by Casa Grand and co-presented by G Square. Our green energy partner is Swelect. Our sports ecosystem partners are STAT, Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, supported by Credai Tamil Nadu, Lancor and Nama Family Group. Our strategic partner is the Madras Management Association, our television partner, Pudiya Talamurai, and our digital news partner, the Federal Voice of States. Let's move on to our next session, which is a panel discussion titled Affordable Housing, Bridging the Urban Housing Gap. As you all know, affordable housing remains central to inclusive area development. We now get to hear from stakeholders on how to close the housing deficit through policy innovation, public-private models, and scalable solutions. First up, I'd like to invite our moderator to take the stage. So can we have a round of applause for R. Sujata, former deputy editor, The Hindu. Our first speaker, A. Srivatsan, has about 3 decades of experience as a practitioner, researcher, and writer in architecture, urban design, and development. He is currently a professor and head of the Center for Research on Architecture and Urbanism at CEPT University. His projects in Tamil Nadu include reviewing development regulations, conducting land value and density studies, and land pooling advisory services. He has served for many years as a member of the Monitoring Committee on Building Violations in Chennai and has been a part of the Housing Committee for the Chennai Second Master Plan. We welcome A. Srivatsan to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is Vanessa Peter, a social activist with over 20 years of experience in the development sector. And she's the founder of the Information and Resource Center for the Deprived Urban Communities. A graduate in History and International Studies from Stella Maris College, she has championed housing rights, land access, and social entitlements for vulnerable urban communities. Her policy advocacy, research, and COVID-19 relief efforts have impacted lakhs across Tamil Nadu. We welcome Vanessa Peter. Our next speaker is Mr. R.V. Shekhar, Chairman and Managing Director of the Lancor Group of Companies. He's a chartered accountant and a company secretary with over 40 years of experience spanning FMCG, IT, and real estate. Mr. Shekhar promoted Lancor Holdings Limited, which forayed into development of properties in Chennai, Coimbatore, Bangalore, and more. From 1990 to 2014, he was heading Lancor Holdings Limited as its managing director. And then he became the non-executive chairman of Lancor Holdings Limited. Again, from 2021, he's been appointed as managing director. We welcome Mr. R.V. Shekhar to take the stage. And rounding out the panel is Mr. P. Suresh, managing director of the Arun Excello Group. He's a mechanical engineer from the College of Engineering, Gindi, with a postgraduate degree in industrial management from IIT Kharagpur. Under his leadership, Arun Excello has grown into a 600 crore enterprise with operations in civil, mechanical, and affordable housing solutions. He has initiated CBSE schools on a not-for-profit basis, promoting Carnatic music and supporting rural sanitation. We call Mr. P. Suresh to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause. We welcome our panelists, and Sujata, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Today we'll be discussing what are the needs for inclusive housing. All of us have been seeing a lot of different kinds of housing buildings coming up. Some of them are residential complexes which are very high-end, some of them are medium level housing, and some are slum development programs. Usually slum development program is taken care of by the state government, and private players are there in the market. Now the new trend is to find out if there's a possibility, if private players can actually play a role in helping the government develop affordable housing for the people who are underprivileged. So we know about the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana program, which was started years ago, and it has done well. But the phase one, the panelists will tell you the phase one did very well, but the phase two is now hitting a roadblock. So we have with us people who are building homes, who are building shelters for senior citizens, and people who are working with the poor and the marginalized, who have been given homes by the government, but then the quality of housing that these people have got is below par. And we have a professor who was with town planning and architecture. So we will have them tell us exactly what we should be looking forward to and what are the challenges private builders have, how this can be overcome by the government, what the government can do to help every person who wants a house, who owns a house, to make sure that they have good living. All of us at the end of the day want to come home, sleep peacefully, get up next morning, go to our work, and then come back, build a home for our children, our grandchildren. So I leave it here, and I would like to start with Vanessa Peter.
So I'm going to be specifically focusing on two different groups, that is the economically weaker sections and the social disadvantaged communities. So I'll be just basically flagging a few of the challenges that we have and some of the proposed solutions. So when we talk about the economically weaker sections, one of the major challenges is that housing is more of an entitlement for them. So it is the duty of the government to ensure that people have not just affordable, but also adequate housing. And affordability is one of the component of adequate housing. So just to say that we need to acknowledge, when we are talking about the vulnerable communities, we need to acknowledge that there is differential vulnerabilities based on one's gender, age, caste, class, abilities, livelihoods, etc. So one of the things that I wanted to flag off is that housing for the extremely deprived communities or vulnerable or marginalized or underserved communities cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. It has to be unique. It has to meet their basic requirements. So with that, I would like to flag off 5 challenges that we see in my last 20 years of work, what I have been seeing. The first challenge that we see in the affordable housing, especially for the economically weaker sections, is participation. Most of the time, housing is constructed and people are just thrusted with that particular kind of housing. And we see design flaws. We see how these housing, especially the public sector housing, has lots of challenges, which includes lack of safety for women and children because of these, design flaws. And that is one of the aspects in terms of participation. And if we want communities to take ownership over the houses, communities have to be, consulted at various stages from the planning onwards. Second issue that we feel is a very serious issue in terms of housing is the kind of quality of houses that is being provided. And I've been working with various housing projects, and we see that the quality is kind of very, very poor, despite the fact that we have third-party quality audit mechanisms. So despite having mechanisms, what is delivered to the communities is extremely poor. We have crumbling houses, we've got lifts failing and all that problem. Then the third issue that I wanted to flag off in this particular forum is that how, there is one of the biggest issue that we see is with the greenfield housing, which are, constructed in the peripheral areas of the city, where we find many communities being resettled without proper social amenities in place. So even after 10 years of communities being resettled, we realize children travel 20 kilometers one way to access education. And we realize that even after 10 years after setting up settlements, we are still negotiating of how many schools need to be there, how many Anganwadi centers needs to be there, how many, primary health centers should be there. We are still negotiating where your burial ground should be. So that is the kind of situation what happens when communities are resettled in peripheral urban communities without talking about social amenities or civic amenities in the place. And finally, one of the biggest challenges that we see is affordability. So in the last 10 years, I also work with the urban homeless, and one of the things that when we want to link communities to housing is that with the PMAY, what happened was usually for the poor, they have to pay 10% as the beneficiary's contribution for the housing. But we deal with people who can't even pay 10%. We deal with trans person. We deal with, survivors of violence. We deal with people who have been in homeless situation for 4 generations. And where does this 10% comes? And even in that case, if you're going to link them with banks, the CIBIL score comes into play. And you don't get loan at all. And at times when we feel housing is a solution for survivors of domestic violence, we do try to reach the banks. And when it doesn't work, unfortunately, these women again fall prey to the loan sharks. So that is how it works. So affordability needs to be redefined, which simply means we need to talk about, these are communities who cannot be able to fend for housing for themselves, but they cannot be left in that kind of situation. So what has one got to do to ensure that people have a dignified existence with a good shelter? So that is something that we have been thinking about. And just to propose, not to take long time, but just to propose few solutions is that one, when it comes to housing, we need to crack the affordability thing. Currently, you know, under PMAY, the cost of one individual, even for EWS section, is 15 lakhs, which means central government is going to give only 1.5 lakhs for that housing. The rest of it has to be borne by the government of Tamil Nadu and 10% by the beneficiary. So we find that this, government is using the schedule cost subcomponent plan and TATCO amount to waiver of for paying the state contribution. Whereas when it comes to communities, we do not have a solution. So there is a problem. So one thing what we feel is routing of money of scheduled cost subcomponent plan. We need to think about affirmative action and ensure that this money goes to, or using shelter fund money also to waiver off a little bit of the beneficiaries' contribution could be one thing. Secondly, what we feel is convergence of schemes, because for the housing, for the marginalized section, it is not infrastructure, it's not four walls and a roof. It is a housing plus solution where we ensure that we give them access to schemes so that they are moving out of deprivation. It's a strategy to get the people out of deprivation. So what do we do there? So convergence of schemes, that is something that we need to really talk about. And third, what we are thinking about is how do we, look into the quality aspect of it. Can we not have a robust monitoring mechanisms in place where we ensure that the houses provided are of good quality? The government does a lot of quality audits, gender audits, and so on. Can we make these public and make it more, transparent so that things can work better? And finally, I would like to suggest that, whatever be the solution that we need to think about for these people, it has to be their solution for themselves. Second, it is very important to kind of understand that we should not compromise their traditional livelihood spaces in the name of, providing them kind of better housing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. So now that I'm going to Mr. Shekhar. Now that you've heard what affordable housing is looking at, what it is that we are looking at as affordable housing. You are somebody who is into the building profession for quite some time, and you've been building communities. So when we were discussing this 2 days ago, you were saying one of the issues that we do have a problem with is that private people, we can do only so much as private players. Now, if you have a public-private partnership where all these issues come up, and would you be able to address those challenges?
Thank you all of you for coming out here. Vanessa has spoken almost everything that I wanted to say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Almost everything. I think it is a national problem. This is too elite a crowd to think about the deprived people of our country. We are too elitist. I think what we now need to look at is go down to the grassroots level and find out what's happening. I think it probably starts with your maidservant, driver, and other less privileged people. I did a chat GPT on affordable housing. And I said, you please conclude. I did some 2 days of work on it. Please conclude. Just see what it says. I'll just read out its conclusion. It says affordable housing is not a shelter issue. Is that right? That's why we are here? Okay. It's central to urban equity. That's exactly what you talked about, Vanessa. It says productivity and growth. Chennai must bridge this demand-supply gap through integrated policy, financial inclusion, smart urban planning. I think amongst the states in India, so I'm not just a Chennaiite, I've lived all over this country and many places outside this country. I think amongst very many states in India, Chennai has the most receptive environment that is amongst us. I'm not just saying government, but amongst all of us, because we are the one who put the government here. to take up as a part of not state initiative, but central initiative. We must create a methodology to talk to the central government with regard to economically weaker housing, which is like satellite towns around Chennai, maybe later years, other cities in the state, which is well connected so that people who live there can commute to their work, maybe at a subsidized cost for a few years. They have a school, they have security, they have other means, secondary means of livelihood. And if you ask me, such a project should be taken up by the central government. And Tamil Nadu is probably, and Chennai is probably one of the most, I would say, forward state to take up a pilot project and implement it, maybe which provides some 1 lakh to 2 lakh housings for the economically weaker people. This would obviously, Vanessa, would be for solving the issue of financial inclusion and equity. I think equity comes even higher than financial inclusion. If Government of India can build thousands of kilometers of roads with the budget support for doing so, why can't we do it for our people? The most underprivileged people, they should be getting a budget support. And we can certainly, work out a way where the amount of money invested in their housing, at least a part of it they pay for, the balance is just written off. So that we are into a situation where our population is treated with respect, with dignity, and they feel completely included in our society. And for that purpose, housing is a very critical component, because once the houses come, schools will come, shops and other establishments will come. When you provide transport, people can commute great distances and cover all the places for their work, and children can go to school safely and come back. See, these are critical issues that need to be taken care of and addressed as a one-time effort for this country. Maybe with the progressive state that Tamil Nadu is and a progressive city that Chennai is, we could actually do a pilot project involving 2 lakh houses here. Now, obviously, you can give these people some incentives for owning these houses or give it to them on rent. And if you have to find out whether their incomes can be certified through various digital payment networks, try that. But really, I think sometimes I feel very sad that we are not there to solve our housing problems, particularly in urban areas. Look at Dharavi. They say that in Dharavi, in Mumbai, it will be taken over by Adani, and he'll provide housing for thousands and thousands of houses he's going to provide for the slum dwellers there. So we have a similar case here. We need to have to do that. I'm very disappointed with this Kannagi Nagar story because it's nothing else but another form of squalor that we have actually shifted from one place to another place. That's all that we have done. And over the next 20 years, that Kannagi Nagar will become a bigger squatting place, like what we have seen, where they were shifted from, like T Nagar and other places. So I think what we need to do is to look at these affordable homes and the categories of people we want to look at. It's not whether it's 3 lakhs of rupees income or 6 lakhs or 18 lakhs. Or the last PMA scheme hardly went to anybody in the economically weaker section in the cities. It might have gone to those categories of people in villages and other places. Many village people in North India have taken those assistance and built a small house. They already have a land. So they built on that land a small house or whatever, something like that they did. But unfortunately in cities, 2.5 lakhs of rupees, where will it go? It only subsidized The person who could already afford to buy a house and 2.5 lakhs rupees was a gift that came to them from the government. That's how it worked. We are still building affordable homes. The last, I think, I'm sure somebody from my company will certify that we have just completed some 150 apartments and everything is sold. And you know what is the last selling price for that apartment for housing, affordable housing? 6,000 rupees a square foot. How many of us can afford that? How many of the really economically weaker people can afford that kind of price? So this is what we have to think about. It's not a private issue, it's not a private sector issue, it's not a public sector issue, it's a national priority which we cannot skirt over. We will have to overcome this somehow or the other. The central government, the state government, all will have to work together and find a solution that is acceptable financially to the lending institutions, international institutions. And if it doesn't work, provide it in the budget. Take it in the form of additional taxation, because that money will surely come back to the industry again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shekhar. I'll go to Professor Srivatsan. Now that he has said that affordable housing should be there for everybody across the country, I agree that there is the issue of in urban areas, land is a premium, the cost is high, and PM Awas Yojana has actually helped people in the rural area. Now, when you're thinking of setting up a satellite township, can't you bring down the cost of land there? Would it be, what does the policy say? And would it even be possible to make it affordable even if you go far away, or as the city sprawls, it spreads further and further into rural areas? Are we going to have this problem continue?
I think the term affordable housing is it's a big term, so you need to first disaggregate that. So if you disaggregate that, the economically weaker section is a group which earns roughly 25,000 rupees a month or 3 lakhs per annum. The kind of housing unit that you're looking at is about 400 square feet of, they say carpet, but essentially it is total built up. So the carpet area is about 27 or 270 square feet. Okay. Then you get the LIG, who are earning about 6 lakhs, so which is basically about 40,000 to 50,000 rupees a month. The unit that you're looking at them is about 500 to 600. Okay, so then the MIG, HIG, that we don't have to at the moment think. So affordability has different unit size and different demands based on the income group. Okay, so the last reasonably good assessment was done in 2012 by the technical group. Okay, after that we haven't really had, so we are not in any position to clearly say what is the demand and what is the supply, except that we see that either more slums are coming or people are downgrading themselves to live in a lower condition because they can't either afford the house or afford the rent. So that is the problem. So if you see the solutions, the current solutions, primarily the 400 square feet houses are entirely, at least in the case of Tamil Nadu, is entirely built by the state. There's no private involvement in that kind of a unit. If at all, probably in some offsale area, etc. And certainly not in this city. So, so EWS, or economically weaker section housing, is entirely dependent on the. Now, the last study again done a few years ago tells us the average in household income in Chennai, which is the highest in Tamil Nadu, is about 3.5 lakhs. So if you use the conventional term that an affordable housing is to be 3 to 4 times the annual income, so any unit about 12 to 15 lakhs is not affordable. And they're about 50% of the household. So that's the magnitude of problem. So the only supplier in that segment is the state. Okay. So coming to your question that if you make land available. So land, even if you give land available, the private sector will not be interested in the 400 square feet because any person here in the market will tell you the rate of return on that investment will be about 6%
to 8%. And you're dealing with a very large client group, a difficult in terms of sales, etc. So if you were to put that money in some other housing sector, you learn more. So I don't think there is enough incentive for the private sector to go there. And as well as the middle income and higher income group gives you a better return and the market will be interested. So there is a very interesting report which most of us would overlook, which the government of Tamil Nadu puts. Every year it tells you how many approvals it has been giving for the private sector. So last year 35,000 permits have been, building permits have been given, out of which 95% is in housing, of which only less than 10% is in the LIG. The maximum housing permits is in the HIG. And even nationally, the contribution of private sector has come down. So the challenge is, what is the capacity of the state to deliver this housing? When we're assuming that the state has access to unlimited land, which is partly true, not unlimited, but probably they have more access to land. So their challenge has been the cost. So as Vanessa said, if the TNHUDB, which was earlier known as Slum Improvement Board, if you're building 15 to 20 lakhs house in unit, the contribution is only 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. Okay? So every unit the state is subsidizing to the extent of 15 to 18 lakhs. So how much can the state invest in this? So second is its own capacity. The only institution that is delivering these units has been that of the slum board or the TNHUDB. So what it seeks is investment and capacity. And that's what it looks to private sector for that. So the peculiar thing about Tamil Nadu is Tamil Nadu does not involve private sector in the what you call the EWS housing, unlike other states. Okay, only now there are pilot schemes. Okay. Now, everyone has been saying from the morning that land plays a big cost, etc. Point taken. But how will you solve the problem? I mean, so the problem continuously is dependent on the state to provide because of the high subsidy that it involves. Okay. So even if you give land outside, the basic construction cost will be the same. You may bring the land cost down, but you will have to factor transportation cost. Okay, the general formula of computing affordable housing cost is land cost, building cost, plus transportation cost. So further you go, then further you travel, and if you factor time cost, so, but the point taken in your question is whether we are releasing more and more serviced land for construction of houses. So both at the master plan level, what is the amount of area that is reserved for housing? At a ground, how much of infrastructure is laid? And for example, the morning and the earlier session, people are talking about Gujarat town planning schemes. What it does is it releases more and more land. So there is more land available, but that doesn't necessarily mean all that land that is released would be for EWS. Okay. So that is the magnitude of problem, and that is the particular challenge.
Thank you, Professor Srivatsan. I'll come to Mr. Suresh. I have a question for you. We've been talking about developing small units, even large parcels of land for affordable people. You also have separate units for senior citizens. So now if you have a large parcel of land, like Mr. Shekhar was saying some time ago, if you have a large parcel of land where you commit to the state that I will give you a place to build a school, a place for senior citizens, a place for children to play, a place for let us say ICDS center or something like that for younger children. Do you think it is profitable for a private player? Would they take it up?
Thank you for the question. Basically what you are suggesting is to develop an integrated township where, I mean, there will be residential units for people from the middle income or economically weaker section to live. And it should also have a school, it should also have shopping, it should also have playgrounds, open areas, walking path, etc. And also, we have to have seniors living within that thing, where we can give senior living space also as part of that. The whole idea is to make the seniors also to live as part of the community. That is exactly what we have done in one of our projects in Varagadam, where we have developed almost about 2,500 units, and more than about 13,000 people are living there. And Mr. Srivatsan was talking about the commuting time and the cost involved. In fact, we have located a place very close to industrially developing place like Varagadam, where there are more than 625 factories. And these people, normally they are living within the city and they daily commute 2 hours going to office and 2 hours coming back. By providing such a solution, I mean, we have definitely improved their lifestyle, because they were able to spend more time with their family. That's exactly what has happened. So that is definitely a good model to work on.
Where are the challenges then to develop this kind of integrated? I'll have the same question for you also, Mr. Shekhar.
See, the main challenge today is, as Srivasan is saying, is land. See, you have to have a large parcel of land. Luckily, we had about 120 acres of land, so we were able to develop a township. How many places we can identify where this sort of a land will be available for us to develop an integrated township? So that is where the role of the government comes in. Government of Tamil Nadu has already announced that they are going to have satellite towns, maybe in Mahabalipuram, maybe in Chengalpet and Thiruvallur. In such satellite towns, when they are developing, they should allot separate land parcels for housing, and which has to be offered to the developers to develop this type of communities, which, I mean, the developer, as private players, we will definitely pitch in and then support the government. Government should also develop in these satellite towns, I mean, all the basic infrastructure. It is very difficult for a private player to go and develop that infrastructure of road or drainage or sewage, treatment plant, water and all that. If this basic infrastructure is provided, I mean, our job becomes very easy. So we can develop these houses and then people can move in. Today, the main problem, in my opinion, in solving the affordable segment is matching the rent expense which they are incurring today with the EMI which they will pay when they buy a house. That is exactly where the gap is. Vanessa also said that they have a problem of paying that 10% money what is required for taking a loan. That is where the PMA scheme, which was introduced by Government of India in 2015, did wonderfully well. Where, I mean, the Government of India was giving 2.76 lakhs as subsidy. That subsidy bridged this 10% gap. And also because of the subsidy, what happened was it also matched the typical rent what a client will pay to that of EMI. That became viable for them. Even then, what happens is, when you do a development, it takes 1.5 years to develop a project. In that 1.5 years, I mean, these people have to pay both EMI as well as the rental. That becomes again difficult. So the PMA 1 scheme was fairly successful, I would say. There were opinions given here that it was successful only in rural areas. I would like to disagree, because in our own experience, more than 1,500 of our clients got benefited because of PMA 1. But unfortunately, it got over in 2022, but the new PMA 2 scheme was introduced in 2023, but they have made a lot of changes, but it has really not helped because of these changes which they have brought. The government should definitely look at those gaps and then address it, and it will be better even if they go back to the old scheme, which will definitely be a successful thing. When they launched it, they wanted to have 20 million houses to be built for the affordable, and they really succeeded in doing it. But in the current PMA scheme, how far it is successful, I have got my own doubt.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Shekhar.
Just to add to what Mr. Suresh has said, I said PMA scheme, it's not that PMA scheme did not help the urban urban buyers. It helped them, but it was more critical for the rural segment, where the cost of house itself was only 4 lakhs, given that they already have a land, or 3 lakhs. So they almost got the house literally free in the rural areas. In the urban areas, it turned out to be a subsidy by some measure. For instance, in our own company, we have sold apartments for 40, 50 lakhs of rupees, where this PMA's 2.7 lakhs or something like that helped them in terms of bridging the gap. And of course, that money was not straight away given to them. It was accounted in a manner whereby it could account it as a reduction in the cost, and therefore the loan eligibility became correspondingly adjusted. So it's all there, but what I'm saying is, whom are we really addressing this affordable housing? For people who are working in my company, yes, certainly yes, not all of them have their own houses, but there are lots of people who are aspiring to work in my company or in our company. Now they don't have an education, they don't have a degree, they don't have any size, regular income, like how you mentioned, there's no bankable activity. It's not that they're not having an income, they don't have a bankable income, and they are really, really poor, and they are living in ghetto-style housing right now. Do we change this? See, I'm not asking this PMA and other things are all, skirting the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue revolves around something like 100 million people in our country. How do we handle them? I'm not talking of, handling some urban, price gaps or EMI gaps and things. I'm talking of providing them house and they don't have an income now. They're not able to prove their income, but they're somehow surviving. We know of all of these people all the time, we meet them. How do we handle them? That I'm sure it has to be thought through very fundamentally. There are places where it has to be, where it could be tried as a pilot project. I suggested Chennai, Tamil Nadu, because it's a forward state. Many things that could be done in this state is not capable of being done elsewhere. So we could actually implement it. Let's say 2 lakh houses as a centrally sponsored scheme, where maybe the state government contribute. The state government cannot contribute more than 10% of such a budget. Like you have your metro, state and center is doing it together. Let's do housing also the same way. What is the point of having a metro? Is the metro only for people like us here? This is a question that we ask. If it is not only for us, then it's also for people who are helping us work, helping us live. Those people also have to work, commute, do something. How do they do that? So that question is what I am asking. I'm not contesting the categorization of affordable housing, whether it is up to 3 lakh salary or 6 lakh salary or whatever else it might be, 18 lakh salary. But all these things, PMA scheme is there. And to that extent, the PMA scheme was there. It did produce some good results. I'm not saying, even our own buyers, many of them took the PMA scheme. But what has it done to urban housing for the economically weaker section? I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's done anything at all. I think there should be some honesty amidst all of us to ask this question and find an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Srivatsan, I have this question for you. See, we've been talking about integrated townships, places that will be developed separately, satellite township and all. What we see is all that is developed in the city, whichever city it is, this is how it has developed. Some buildings come up, then there are ancillary support structure that comes up, and people build their own shacks or makeshift houses, and they develop. Later on, they take part of the land, whether probably it's not even accounted for in the government sector. But then there is some building that's coming up which is probably not acceptable to the government. All of us have an issue with that. But is this the kind of township that will also develop later on in satellite townships? Can we change the scenario? Can we have a better structured place?
I understand your question as follows. One, you're asking about incremental housing, provision for incremental housing. So you don't have to give a full tenement or full unit. So you have basic infrastructure and then people build it as they earn more. The second question, the second part of the question I understand as this. So in terms of as the city grows, okay, will the growth come first or the infrastructure first? So everyone always says put the infrastructure first, whereas on the ground it's always the reverse. So what would that mean for a housing? So the answer to the first, or my response to the first point is incremental housing was the idea till 80s. The Arumbakam Sites and Services, which was once hailed as the greatest example of all best housing solutions in the world, was actually giving them a small plot of land, building up to the plinth, providing basic toilet services, and then leave it. And over a generation now, it's you can't even recognize the sites and services of Arumbakam, which everyone is entitled to. As they become economically stronger, they would probably build. That was discontinued because finding land they thought would be difficult, or the land cost would be. But now I saw a blog site of the World Bank which says, did we shut it down quickly? Had we continued, would we have produced better housing for the city? So this incremental housing today in the model of either the TNHUDB or otherwise is very difficult for various legal and financial issues. So there is no scope to, because if you understand, if you go to a TNHUDB settlement, the land still belongs to the government. The unit is given to the owner. So, and you will have to completely pay up in order to do any modification. Even if you want to, there is no scope for you to modify. So incremental housing in the current model is not possible. So they have to make design modifications and legal modifications, which is a good idea, should be done, because also the average family size, which is about 4.2 in many places in Chennai, you would be very sad to see it's about 6 and 6.5 and something like that. So there is overcrowding. In terms of infrastructure first or development second, ideal condition would be infrastructure first, but market and people are very unpredictable. So you would find sometimes people are they behave something like a space entrepreneur. They probably want to hedge their bets, wouldn't mind putting up with poor infrastructure for the simple fact that that piece of land is affordable. I'm willing to suffer for 5 years for lack of infrastructure, but I would first go and all the areas that you see in the periphery was all developed 15 years ago without any infrastructure. So there is a certain aspiration and there's a willingness to hedge, and that will continue to happen, but that's not a solution. Certainly infrastructure, a fundamental thing I believe is we need to put a grid of roads. If we do that, half the development challenges will be taken care. So one of the big problems in Chennai I find in the peripheral growth is the absence of grid of roads. So there is a certain kind of a chaotic, large chunky developments, and subsequently becomes difficult to lay the infrastructure to.
Thank you, Professor. So we've actually come to the end of our discussions. Of course, we have lots of other things to say, but then I'll also have take questions from the audience. What we've discussed so far is there are challenges to developing infrastructure the way we want. We want it clean, seamless lines that should not divide, but that should not interfere in our private space. But this is not happening anywhere. Plus, we also have concerns about how people in the lower strata of the society need to be educated to keep their own places clean. Like Vanessa said, there are lots of issues. It's not just about design, it's also about taking care of your house. People don't understand the value of the house that they get at subsidized rate unless they pay, unless like the others who pay larger amount in terms of taxes and maintaining the place. So now if people have questions, you can always, the floor is open to you to ask questions.
Hello, my name is Tilak. I am an architect. My question is, most of the urban housing solution for the rural, the underprivileged people is being solved by the Tamil Nadu Housing Board. But it seems some projects of the Tamil Nadu Housing Board are quite successful. And one or two projects of the Tamil Nadu Housing Board is gone failure, like Manali, which has been developed 20 years back, and nothing positive has been turned in the Manali because of the pollution and other things. And with regarding to the crisis, I would suggest Singapore model would work out best, because Singapore around 50 years back was filled with lot of slums, as many of we knowing, Mr. Srivatsan would be knowing as an architect. So there they developed a lot of schemes, and the government initiated and done lot of things to bring up, eradicate the slums and bring a high level lifestyle of the people who cannot afford. So this is my opinion. So why can't state government or central government take up the initiative which is being followed by the Singapore government, which is very close to us? Thank you.
This is about FSI. How much FSI can you open up?
Sorry, I'll answer this one. Okay. Add on to it. I think I've been to Singapore when in 1976, I think 76 or 77, when I've seen the ghettoized Singapore. I've seen that part. Okay, thereafter I actually studied there. So that part also I've known. So I've lived there and studied there. And then today you see what Singapore is. I think what the Prime Minister, the visionary Prime Minister did was, he said, let me not address Singapore, let me address Singaporeans. Let me address my population's requirement. Automatically the place will get done. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, you're right. State government, central government will have to sit down with experts on all the subjects. I'm no longer an expert. I'm out over the hill on most things. But with experts and say, look, we will build 2 lakh square feet not knowing who will occupy it. We will build it. We'll build everything. And then select people or, give those, allot those 2 lakh houses in and around Chennai as a pilot project for India. I'm 100% sure that it will be an absolutely roaring success. You will see the cities cleaned up. This will become another Singapore.
I would like to also respond to that. First of all, the Urban Habitat Development Board is constructing these houses, and there is a vast difference between the houses constructed by the Housing Board and the Habitat Development Board, because as Srivatsan sir said, there you have UDS, here you don't. And one thing I wanted to clarify is about people stay wherever they are, in whatever condition they are currently in, because of a historical marginalization process or the structural inequalities. I think we should all be very clear about it. We can't be blaming communities for being in whatever situation, though it's not done, but I just wanted to make my stand very clear here. One thing that we did is, I feel as part of the solution, planning is something very important. And when we talk about planning, it's micro-planning. Because we did an exercise in one of the zones in Chennai, where we found what are the types of informal and low-income settlements that are there, and what could be the solutions. And we identified housing is always not the solution. For example, there are cases where we the central government used to have, as well as the state government used to have something called the slum improvement program. It's slightly different from sites and services, because wherever the people were, just earmark the land, ensure that these people get that particular land, and so that there could be incremental housing. There is still scope for that, because we see there are unobjectionable settlements in Chennai where there could be regularization process, which simply means we don't have to put the pressure of paying so much for a constructed houses. People could develop over a period of time the houses they want. So which leaves us to the settlements which does not have scope for in situ redevelopment. Only there we might have the problem of constructing either in situ or resettlement. So I think unless and until we are going to do a micro-planning process like something which is similar to the master plans, we need to have a specific plan to get an equitable city. And how can you do that? Only by ensuring you get micro-planning done at the ward level, at the zone level, and at the city level. Otherwise, again, what we'll be doing is doing a top-down kind of an approach on housing, where we'll be providing something which people actually don't need. I'll just cite one example, because one word that I would not use is eradication of slums. We need to develop slums. Okay. Saying that, we've had instances where we had transgenders who were demanding for housing. And what happened was they were given houses in the peripheral areas of the city. Now, what happens to livelihood? What happens to, you can't commute all the way. And what we see is such kind of practices pushes communities a decade before, in terms of we are just pushing them to another level of vulnerability altogether. So I think we need to be mindful of that and ensure that, there is an equitable development, and that equitable development happens only when we do micro-planning in consultation with communities to design products which are quite beneficial for them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Paul Ratnapal. I am a sales conversion coach and a RERA registered consultant. My question is to you, Suresh, sir. Sir, so far we were talking about affordable housing. And the entire panel was talking about it. I am the follower of Arun Excello. Few years back, Arun Excello has introduced a concept of compact homes. So I am sure that compact homes concept was very successful. Multiple projects introduced and sold out quickly, and all the projects are completely occupied now. So without expecting the government support, either central or state, can't we do veterans like you, your good self is there, Shekhar sir is there, taking the affordable plot into consideration, and can't we do private players, can't we do affordable housing with a quality, expected quality delivery? Why can't you think about that? Why we need the government support always? When you are able to create compact homes as a successful concept, why not affordable housing also? Another question to you. Thank you.
See, compact homes and affordable homes are one and the same. Compact home is a brand which we developed to represent affordable homes. Yes, we have done almost 35 affordable homes in the peripheral areas of Chennai, and all have been well received. But there are challenges. Those challenges I would like to mention a few of them. One is everybody who comes to buy a house, everybody wants to own a house. But when they come, they want to buy the house, but when we ask what is their salary, what is the EMI they are paying, whether the affordability is there, most of the time we find there is a big gap. Though, in fact, a couple of days back, somebody came with a 1 lakh salary. We said, okay, 1 lakh salary, you will be able to buy a house. But we were surprised. His monthly EMI payout was 80,000 rupees. So with 80,000 rupees of EMI payout on a 1 lakh salary, he cannot even buy a 400 square feet house. That is impossible. And no housing finance company will fund him. So this is a problem. Today, most of the affordable segment prospective buyers, their CIBIL scores are very bad. They are not able to get the loan from the normal housing companies, housing finance companies, which normally give it at 8%, 8.5%. So they are forced to go for unorganized finance companies, which they charge around 12 to 13%. Already they are stressed in terms of paying the EMI. When they have to pay 13%, it goes out of their pocket. So out of 100 people who come to us, only hardly 5% we are able to offer them the housing solution. 95% they drop out because of their salary or their EMI or their civil score. This is a very unfortunate situation. Only to bridge that gap, I was suggesting initially that the government of India should introduce the PMA scheme, which was there earlier. That is one. Second is, government also should think of reducing the taxes. Today, you know, when somebody buys a 20 lakh unit, they pay 5 lakhs, which is 25% of the cost of that house goes towards GST and stamp duty and registration fee. This is very high. I mean, if the government can think about it and they can do away with the GST for this type of affordable housing, it will be a very big help for the people to own their houses.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh. Actually, I was going to talk about this GST. I want to know if there is a possibility we can cut GST. So there's one thing I have to ask. Anyone has questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Of course, this is a question to Ms. Vanessa Peter. Madam, you were mentioning about the quality of public sector housing, rather lack of quality than, you know, what one needs to that to be. Basically, you know, the problem starts with the procurement of material, okay, like steel or cement and other things. And if the government, you know, comes up with stringent measures to start quality inspection right at the procurement level itself, I think that will go a long way in improving the quality of public sector housing or whatever, even if some other sector does it. And secondly, on FSI, 5, 6 or 7 years back, there was some enhancement of the FSI in Madras. Is any one more tranche of enhancement of FSI enhancement is expected? When is it expected? If you can throw some light on that. Thank you.
I would like to answer first of the thing. One of the challenges is when you look at most of the housing which is being constructed by the Urban Habitat Development Board, though there are third-party monitoring mechanisms available, we still don't understand how, when the completed product happens, when the house is completed, you still find you know, the walls crumbling down, even the newly constructed houses. And one of the things that we experimented in Madurai was that most of our slum dwellers, there are a sizable population of construction workers. So what we did was we formed a monitoring committee and said, why don't you just go and see what is the ratio of cement in, you know, the sand which they're using. So that worked in one area, where that is one of the reasons why I kept saying it's good to have the people's participation inside. Because when I was working on the tsunami rehabilitation program where we were constructing a lot of houses for the disaster survivors, tsunami survivors, one of the things that worked well was when people get to design what kind of housing they get and what type of materials that they're going to use, and when their participation increases, there's a lot of changes because they'll have that ownership. And the issue that you mentioned, right, when, you know, especially about why people are not maintaining their houses. When you find that the roof is consistently leaking, when you find that, you know, the walls are crumbling even with a tiny nail, then people do not have owners over their houses at all. Because what they're seeing around them is deprivation. They're treated, because housing is supposed to be a matter of dignity for these communities. And if it doesn't work that way, then people do not have owners over their houses. So that comes, we need to make the third-party quality mechanism, monitoring mechanisms more robust. Another reservation that I have with the you know, relaxed FSI is because we've had reconstructed houses with 12 floors and 14 floors. And mind you, when I go for field visit, there are so many times I've got stuck in the elevator in most of these settlements. So I've had instances where we don't have the elevators working because that's a bigger issue. how the elevators are functioning in these settlements, whether they are being monitored, I mean, whether they're being maintained, whether there is an insurance, and all that thing is completely another issue altogether. So we need to be really thinking about it.
What would be interesting to know is the cost of construction in the TNHDB flat is around 4,000 to 4,500 rupees per square feet. So please don't think it's a cheap house.
Yeah,
it's only a small
exactly.
house. So it's as good as a market delivered in terms of cost. So there is something there to talk about.
Exactly.
Can I? Can I, madam? No, rather than questioning you, the panelist, I would like to suggest a solution for this habitat change. No, whenever you are coming out to the MSB, let me appreciate Mr. Suresh also coming out with the compact homes, which is in the form of affordable. But whenever you come out with the project, big projects and community type of project, anyway your ERA guidelines and all other things are insisting you to have a EWS, 10% allotted quota, which is about 600 square feet and like that. So, as and when you propose a building approval, why not you propose through the CREDAI, and why not you propose the affordable housing also as part of it, like a studio apartment of 350-400 square feet or single bedroom with 350-400 square feet inside the community itself, which can accommodate the habitat change, which can accommodate inside the community, maybe whatever facilities or amenities which you are going to offer to the middle and your luxury segment can be separate. The amenities can be separate. At least you can accommodate them inside the city for the habitat change to get us, and you can also offer it as an additional amenity that you are going to provide a workers' home or security home, like that, whatever sort of things you wanted to call it as an additional amenity, 100 plus amenities, you can add this also as an amenity, and let CREDAI can propose a change to the government, and you can do it under a PPP, public-private partnership. Instead of asking the government, as he said, about 4,500 rupees to spend, let them give some subsidies to accommodate these affordable people. And let the subsidies can be reduced and pass it on to the prospective buyers of the builders, which can accommodate the affordable people inside the city.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, the point that you raised, it is very much implemented. We have built buildings, projects, housing projects with affordable homes, and we have not segregated them. We have allowed them all facilities. If you are a member of a building society, then you get everything. Whether you are affordable or rich or poor or high income, low income, we have not differentiated it. But taking on what and adding to what Suresh said, yes, this is the line that I was going. You only said stamp duty, registration, and GST should be waived for economically weaker section. I am saying that's 25%, no? I'm saying you waive 90%. You waive 90%. That's the only way you can do it. These people cannot come up with 10% also, and they'll probably come up with that 10% if you show them the house. That's exactly what she was saying. Let me see it. But they don't want to trust the government. They don't want to trust a private property, private developer. They want to see it. So the only people who can do it is the state and the center put together. We will construct 1 lakh square feet or 2 lakh square feet. No, when you do a mass housing without any of these taxes being applied to any of these things, without registration, and the houses come up, and then people are going to be given the house, they will bring the 10% or 15% from somewhere, deposit it and take the house. That's it. With that, the account is over. They become their owners of that house. I think you have to find a solution which is out of the box. It has to be a budget provision. So you do it somewhere first, and that's exactly the Singapore model. Whatever that gentleman referred to, that's exactly what Lee Kuan Yew did in 1970s, 80s. The whole of the Singapore area, certain areas, he just converted them into mass housing, provided them, transport. That's the only way it could happen for them. And it can happen to a city like Chennai, because it is almost got half the GDP of Singapore. We can do it. The question is, do we have the heart, do we have the will to do it? Mind you, we will have every place in Chennai which will be as clean as this hotel is. That's for sure. If you can bring those people up the ladder, your city will be clean, hygienic, health, everything will start working differently. We have seen it already with this Pradhan Mantri, not the other one, the Swachh Bharat. That certainly Indian cities have become much more cleaner now. Lucknow. And what about this one? Indore. Indore has won the championship for the last 4 years now in succession. Surat. So we have a chance. But the question is, do we have the will? I'll tell you something. If you want to build affordable housing of the type that I'm talking about, all of us will have to pay some taxes extra. Be ready for that. Don't ask for tax cuts. But in a matter of 5 to 10 years' time, you will have cities after cities which are looking prettier without this poverty. We have to cross that Rubicon line once with a determination that we will do it. As a nation, not North Indian, South Indian, all that kind of thing should be given up. As a nation, we have to do it. And this Awas Yojana, I'll tell you, look at the statistics. More people in the rural areas have taken the Awas Yojana benefit than in the urban areas. Because the urban areas, 2.5 lakhs didn't make anything to them. I mean, if someone who wants to buy a 50, 60 lakhs of rupees flat in Chennai is not a poor man, but 2.5 lakhs of rupees didn't count so much. If it wasn't there, he still will take it. But in a rural area where the cost of construction of a house is only 3 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs is in their account. That's a big difference. That's exactly the scheme I am talking about, urban economically weaker sections. Thank you.
Professor Sivas.
And there are 2 points. I mean, the point on the tax cut is well taken, but provided if we don't go by size, but there is a price cap to that, as is done in other states. So if you say it's a 400 square feet or 600 square feet house, and if it is about 50, 60 lakhs, then asking for a tax cut wouldn't make sense. So probably if it is capped at the whatever the threshold that we commonly agree, then to push for a tax cut would make sense. To ask for a tax cut on a 60 lakh unit, even though it's a LIG, it will not work. So I think if you're looking at a larger tax reduction in whatever form, either stamp duty or otherwise, then one has to be ready to face a cap on the cost, as it is done in other states. Now, on your point, sir, I think there is a peculiarity to the urban housing versus the rural housing. The challenges of urban housing is slightly different from that of the rural housing. That's why in the PMAY, that beneficiary-led scheme where the people have land is what is really soared, and not the affordable housing for all. So as you both have rightly pointed out, in the urban housing, the question of the land and the cost, and accessing that through financial credit and so on.
Regarding the central government and state government participation, I just wanted to share one experience. In fact, when PMAY 1 scheme was there, there was an opportunity to build about 600 houses in a particular state. We completed it using the state-of-the-art aluminum formwork. They wanted it in 8 months. We completed it in 6 months and gave it to them. But unfortunately, it is now 5 years, and these houses have not been put to use because there is no power, there is no sewage treatment or drinking water supply. So though the one government has given the money to build, the houses are ready but unoccupied, and only ghosts are living there. That is why I'm saying, public-private participation is important, and it has to be a holistic thing. Just by giving money and allocating money in the budget and say you build houses, and then you build houses without these supporting infrastructure is not going to be a solution. It will be a waste of money.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Do you have something else to say, sir? Yeah, please.
I'm just reflecting on what Suresh said. There's no question of handing over anything to any of these economically weaker section people without the infrastructure. I mean, I think the infrastructure should be done. Because I don't trust the government, honestly. I'm an owner of a property for the last 16 years where the drainage lines have been laid, the water pipelines have been done for the last 10 years, but connections have not been given. So let's leave it for the time being. I'm not here to talk ill of any government. That's not my job. My point is that the infrastructure be completed, houses be completed on the basis that these economically weaker section, I'm not talking of what is the other topic we have? Housing for all specific importance to economically weaker sections. The affordable homes are not in the same category as economically weaker section. My emphasis is more on the economically weaker section. Find a solution for them. The others will automatically come. This is my view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, all of you. We have run out of time. It's been a wonderful discussion.
A big thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you so much to Sujata for that session. We request you to please present our speakers with the token of our appreciation. So much. Our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Green is Gold, Sustainable Construction and Energy Efficient Buildings. I think we'll all agree that sustainability is no longer optional, it's essential. This session explores how green practices and energy efficient construction are transforming the way Tamil Nadu builds for the future. Our moderator for this session is Geeta Srimati S., senior reporter from The Hindu. I'd like to take a few moments to introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. C. Velan, the CEO of the Seabros Group, Chennai. With over 2 decades of leadership experience, he previously served as city head Chennai at Ascendas India and as ED and CEO at Ramanujam IT City. He holds a PhD in civil engineering focused on sustainable green building design, along with degrees in civil and structural engineering, business administration, and ecology and environment. A senior fellow at the Indian Green Building Council, he also serves as a professor of practice at Anna University and is visiting faculty at both IIT Madras and SRM University. Welcome, Dr. Velan. Yes, a round of applause. Our next speaker is Sumitra Vasudevan, an associate partner at Appro Build, a boutique building consultancy firm in Chennai, bringing over 30 years of architectural and design expertise. Sumitra is skilled in managing complex stakeholder networks and uses in-house MIS and BIM tools to ensure timely project delivery. She has led diverse projects spanning factories, hotels, residences, and corporate offices with a focus on sustainability and client-centric solutions. We welcome Sumitra to the stage. Our next speaker is Ajit Kumar Choraria, the Managing Director of the Olympia Group. and a third-generation entrepreneur with over 40 years of experience. He is a key promoter of the Kivraj and Olympia groups with expertise in real estate, automobile retail, investments, and renewable energy. As an advocate of green building practices, he serves as chairman of CREDAI's Environment Committee and is the senior fellow of IGBC. He is also an angel investor, mentor, and philanthropist through the Kivraj Foundation. Welcome. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And rounding out the panel is Mr. Natraj, the Senior AVP at Swelect Energy Systems Limited, with over 18 years of experience in renewable energy and sustainability. An MTech graduate in chemical engineering from IIT, he specializes in solar energy advisory, project structuring, financial modeling, and contract management. He has played a key role in sustainability strategy, due diligence, carbon advisory, and climate change initiatives. Known for building technical expertise with strategic insight, Mr. Natraj delivers impactful, forward-thinking solutions that support clean energy adoption and environmental responsibility across diverse sectors and projects. Welcome, Mr. Natraj. I now hand this session over to Geeta Srimati, Senior Reporter, The Hindu. Geeta, over to you.
Thanks, Paloma, for the introduction, and a warm welcome to everyone who's joined us for the panel today. We are here to talk about something that's become a buzzword in almost all sectors, and that's sustainability. But in the world of real estate and construction, it's becoming something that's more and more essential. Be it designing new buildings to be energy efficient from day one, or revamping older spaces to reduce environmental footprint, or integrating solutions like solar, wastewater treatment, etc. These are not just things that are nice to have anymore, because this is becoming the standard that both consumers and governments are beginning to expect. So today we'll be diving into how the industry is responding to these shifts. And in today's discussion, we will touch upon design and energy systems that are making a difference, how policies are influencing adoption, and what the long-term payoff really looks like. We've got an amazing mix of panel here, from design to development and renewable energy. So let's jump in. I want to start off with a question to everyone. What does sustainable construction mean in your specific subsector? And more importantly, how has it evolved in the last decade? Dr. Valiant, do you want to start?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. See, sustainability is a term which is very popularly, being discussed today. I just want to touch it upon into two parts. So one is that, we call it as a green building. Other one is a sustainability as a term. Green building is something which is completely related to a structure or a kind of a building setup where you'll be designing the building which is energy efficient, water efficient and all. But sustainability goes beyond that. What exactly it means is actually not only environment related, but focusing on society and the economy on the whole. It has been put into practice for so many years. I can talk about it for the last 20 years, at least I'm just in this particular industry. It has been evolving over a period of last 20 years. The first to start with, it has to be energy efficient building, and then it has gone to water efficiency, then it has gone to waste minimization, and then indoor air quality, comfort, etc. One thing which I personally felt we have come up in the last 2 decades is that without a kind of green focus or sustainability focus, no construction is going to exist. At least it has come up to the commercial building which I am part of for the last so many years. No commercial building today is without green. So that is where we have just moved in 20 years. That's where I want to answer you. We have just moved in that direction. It has to be followed for other segments also. That's the first statement I want to register here. Yeah, we have gone in commercial sector. We have to look at in other sectors also in the similar way.
So it's basically, yeah. So it's basically a building that has less impact on the planet. Basically, that's what you're looking at. Whether it may be with passive systems, which actually would be the best way, that you already reduced your energy requirement. You start off there. And then once you already your requirement is less and you've impacted less of the planet, then you add other systems which would make better utilization. You have a better environment because of the smart systems that you integrate with it. So that is what I feel is sustainable. And I think, like Dr. Velan said, it's something that is part of it now. You cannot escape it, and it's not something that is an option anymore. It is part of building industry. And it is very, say, in commercial, but in residential, like on a smaller scale, it is very much there. Always has been this thing. On larger, it is difficult to put in on larger buildings, but there's something that we can develop as a modular system. So that's what we do, that you use a small modular system which can be replicated, and therefore you do it on larger housing also.
Madam, to me, a sustainable building is a building which has been built with a lot of common sense. So Dr. Velan spoke of technology, Sumitra spoke of technology. I would say there's nothing really great which is there to be done. Any building which is being done by using common sense, looking at the ancient wisdom which is there, the knowledge which is there, that building is going to be a sustainable building. If you're just going to try to copy something which is being done in a different part of the world and try to bring in without application of mind, that is something which is not going to be sustainable. So simplest word, common sense. Sun comes from east, it sets in west. Be sensitive to the heat which is there. What is the time which the building is going to be there? What is the type of material? Where the wind is blowing, that also is known to each and every place. Be sensitive to these fundamental aspects which are there. Procurement of material, site selection, these are all fundamentals which are, if you look into the LEADS program, you don't need a PhD to decipher how to have a sustainable building. Building which is being built with using common sense, simple laymen will be able to understand and will be able to implement. It's only the documentation which is there today which is required for you to get a gold rated building.
I'll further add on to it. The mindset of the house owners or the developers continuously changes over time. We have multiple standards and protocols which enables the developers to adopt the techniques and convert the normal household or normal building into a sustainable building. That's what have been happening over the years. And we call it by different names and the different standards and the protocols and the guidelines that we have. And we come up with a tag name, green homes or a sustainable building, or you name it whatever you want based on the protocols and the guidelines and the standards that we have. But in general sense, as Sarah pointed out, there are multiple say ways in which through which you can make the building sustainable. So one form could be the usage of right raw materials, right adoption of glass materials to draw the sunlight. Likewise, I'm not getting into the details, but as such, right sources are available, pick the right sources, use the right technology, and implement it in such a way that you make the building more sustainable. That's what I look at it. But more specifically now, the users are becoming more conscious, not like the earlier times, becoming more conscious in terms of, say, raw material optimization and say reduction in the cost, choosing the right design and technology so that you ensure a sustainable livelihood and a building in place.
Yeah, you mentioned users are becoming more conscious, that's correct. But I think we have to address cost very early on in this conversation, because generally energy efficient buildings or green buildings, whatever we call, those are considered to be expensive upfront, setting up the systems. So how do we navigate that as both consumers and developers? For developers especially, what is the profitability to this ratio of the cost?
I can just add on this commercial asset front. Maybe me and Ajit used to have, we may be having different organizations, associating with the different organizations, but we always appreciate, the cost factor is only just or myth. I can put it just like that. Yes, it was. At some point of time, the green building or sustainable building construction used to be about 10-15% higher at some point of time. So what happened those days, you need to import everything, chillers, or you need to import lifts and many of the components, including LED bulbs those days. But today, because of the volume we are developing in the country, the volume has created the demand for introducing such kind of manufacturing facilities. All those things are available locally or within the country. So we can able to bring that, the transportation costs have come down. And the way, when volume is increasing, obviously the cost is also coming down. Today, I may be slightly, higher, I can put it, or at par with the conventional construction. It used to be expensive. But today, probably, if at all, for the sake of adding some 2, 3, 4%, it is higher, assuming hypothetically. But when you look at the life cycle cost of the equipments we choose or the components we choose, which takes care of that kind of a payback very shortly. Very shortly means even within a year or so. So when you talk about the life cycle of the equipment, I hope I'm talking a little bit of very basic, best for comparison angle only. If you talk about those days, we used to have that CFL bulbs and the LED bulbs. LED bulbs operates, with a low voltage and hours of operation is more. When you are talking about that payback, it used to be hardly about 3 months or so, you will be recovering the entire savings. So that is how we look at that cost factor. To answer to you, the cost is relatively very negligible, if at all it is so. Yes, even if it is so a little bit higher, when you look at the life cycle cost as a factor of comparison, the payback period is very low and it is always advantageous to go for green buildings.
Yes, I think the life cycle cost is the main factor that is important. And like he says, the materials itself, whatever was the pricing, like say 10 years ago, it was not affordable, or you would have to think about the expense. But today, most of those materials which we use in, let's say, sustainable buildings is something that is not very much incremental from what you would anyway be building this thing. So basically conventional as such, instead of which it's already, green is already incorporated, sustainable is already incorporated in many of the materials that we look at. And that was the main thing in terms of design that we look at, is that you have passive design elements, which then reduces your requirement for higher, more expensive material. Let's say, for example, I want a lot of windows, I need glazing and things. But that doesn't mean I go put it on the west side, bring in all the heat, and then afterwards spend so much on better efficient glasses. Then therefore, I also spend more on cooling. So if you design the basic envelope better, then your expense on all of these things is going to come down. So I don't think there is a big cost difference, or it's something that is not affordable, or it goes out of this thing. So that's one of the things that we look at, to also look at some things where we advise a client that you have to do some of these things during construction. You can't avoid it. But there are things that you can modularly spend later also. So you can look at it that way, and it doesn't have to be a one-time, all at one-time cost. But most of the things are already taken care of in basic design itself.
I will take this little more aggressive position as far as the cost is concerned. Today, if you're looking at a green building, more so a commercial building, I would say that if you don't go for a green building, you will end up paying more for the construction cost because you would be over-designing the building. 20 years back, the tools were not there. People were not very conversant with the green building which was there. I remember my own consultant telling, I'm designed the envelope and all in a very thermally efficient way. We will design with 8 chillers, but we will go for 7 chillers now. If required, we will add a 8th chiller. I mean, he himself was not sure then how it is going to work. Same thing was generators. So today I saw the message which was there of Sumitra. She wanted to present on digital twins. So today the tools are available for a particular site. You have all the satellite data available, the wind, the time of the day for the whole year, the shadow which is there. You are exactly able to replicate a building at a particular position. What glass I am going to add, what is going to be the impact of that particular glass on the power consumption for the whole year, for this particular month. So all parameters are there within your control. So today if you go with a fundamental thumb rule, 200 square feet per ton, I think you will be creating a colossal waste in terms of the capital cost which is there in the infrastructure. But today the buildings which are being designed, we were looking at 400, 500 square feet. Companies like Infosys and all are looking at almost 700, 800. Reliance is looking at 700, 800 square feet of air-conditioned area per ton of air conditioning. So that is the level of, the technicalities which has gone into it. There, the capital cost could be more because for them, the life cycle cost becomes important and they're trying to drive down the operating cost. But if you're not going for a green building, simply, okay, I'm putting a building, design a particular building, add air conditioning which is there, call a consultant without doing an analysis, just by giving certain assumptions and then doing, it's quite possible you will be spending more money than what you would do if you were to follow the guidelines which is given for a sustainable building, following each and every step, doing an energy modeling, right material being selected before itself. With that, if you're going to design, your cost will not be more.
Right. So what we discuss now is for new buildings or new construction. So besides cost, what about retrofitting? So when we have to retrofit older spaces to more energy efficient systems, how does that play out?
I just want to give a right example which we have done in Seabras recently. We all know, I also do some branding of Pullman Hotel, which we have recently reopened up in the Mount Road. That property was not a certified green building or so. But in the retrofit side, whatever the initiatives we have to take, we have taken it, and that project is a second hotel in the city after this particular campus having been certified by the LEED for the gold level on the operational side actually. Even for retrofit, we have gone for DNC, design and construction, with retrofit background because it was almost completely done, including chillers, everything have been water-cooled chillers. We have replaced water-cooled chillers with the existing air-cooled chillers. We have done whatever that, what Madam was mentioning, active, passive measures for that, reduction of energy consumption for the building. And besides, we also have our own wind turbines and which is supporting, and solar supporting our own system for the remaining power. So what exactly it means, retrofit is also possible, which is a proven example. I'm just giving an example right now. I mean, it is going to be a kind of all new buildings. Yes, Ajit and myself were sharing some time back about this. Yeah, all the buildings whichever is being built are all green now. How about retrofits? And I can very proudly say that when I was working in Ascendus, when the new building which we have inaugurated in 2024 October in Radial Road, which was platinum certified and all. But in ceremony, we had 3 buildings. I mean, we are also having even now. All the 3 buildings we have retrofitted in such a way, those are also platinum level, green buildings like that. So if there is a wish, there is always a way. Here, there is no need to be big thing you need to do. You are going to benefit that particular campus by means of doing this retrofit in terms of commercial advantage, operational advantage, environmental advantage. Why not? It is doable.
Actually, in terms of retrofit, the first thing is that you're using an existing campus. That itself is a first part of sustainability. You're not just knocking down some building for building something new. You already have a structure which is in good shape. You're not this thing. So whatever you do is only on the this thing. You're going to do a smart building. You're going to add more this thing, sensor-based IoT. So there are a lot of things that you can do, which will when you retrofit, you change all the equipment. You do all of that, right? So, and you also try to reuse. So we in this thing try to reuse a lot of whatever is existing in that, how it can be upcycled, recycled in different ways. That is something that is very important. So it's not just the this thing. You don't have to do the entire building for it to be green. You can retrofit easily, and equipment is the main thing. So then you and also the building is there. Everybody has more. It's in a way, I think maybe easier to do it when you have when you have the building itself over there.
Retrofitment has a huge business opportunity today, at least in India. Even in today's news item, it was there that almost 50% of the A-grade building stock which is there of the office building is more than 20 years old. So there's a great opportunity. More than 10 years old is 50% of the commercial building stock. And so to that extent, there's an opportunity of investing in them and then bringing it. Because today, most of the, if it's an A-grade building, the clients who are there are looking at, or if they are global clients, then they are looking at their global compliance. They will not be happy to stay in this particular building because each one of them have their own ESG reporting they need to comply with. So if building owners, even if it's a B-grade building which is there, if they still need to maintain, today there's a flight to quality. We are seeing, we come up with new buildings. Earlier we used to come with a 1 million square feet campus. The number of occupants would be 8, 9 or 10. Today that is not the case, at least for Chennai. The more number of occupants are there for 20,000, 30,000 square feet. And these people are moving from smaller buildings which were there, they were there occupying homes which they were occupying as offices, and they're tending to move into a new and a modern office. So here, if the old buildings want to maintain their position, forget about enhanced rentals, even if they would like to have reduced vacancy levels, they will have to look at retrofitment. Without retrofitment, there will be no way that the old buildings will be able to retain their customers which are there.
Mr. Nataraj, I have a question for you. So what are the new technical advancements in renewable energy systems that are making it easier or more cost effective for adoption of solar?
The question is more pertaining to integration of solar in an existing, say, home, or on the domestic category segment, or it can also address the multi-tenant building or for a commercial segments also. When it comes to technology, if you look at the solar system, the three main components are one is the solar PV models, which is a main source of generation of energy. Number two, we have the inverter technology where the DC source of power is converted to an AC source of power. And the third, the technology is about the integration of battery in the existing solar network. So all these three are in advanced stages now. Earlier we were talking about polycrystalline and monocrystalline solar PV models. The technologies are so advanced that we have got more than 600 watt peak module capacities ratings are available in the market, which are called bifacial N-type technology solar PV models. When you talk about bifacial, it has got a provision to generate more energy than the rated capacity based on the surface that we are going to kind of provide for solar generation. And in terms of the inverter technologies, smart inverter technologies are available in the market where it has got the provisions to integrate with multiple sources. Say it can monitor the load optimize the generation based on load pattern, number one. Number two, it's currently in residential segment, domestic category, as well as in the, say, the multi-tenant building category, we don't have the option of time of day measurement. When it comes to, say, industrial category segment, we have got the time of day measurement, which means we have got a segment of peak hour, normal hour, and non-peak hours. So we'll have a bifurcation of time zones. So, but it is going to come or imposed for residential category segments also. Whenever the time of day measurement scheme is introduced, inverter has got a big role to play, which means based on the time of generation and based on the time of consumption, you can synchronize the inverter in such a way, you can interact with both the solar as well as the grid, and you can displace the power into the system. That's one major advancement in inverter technology. And we have got battery technology also in place, where inverter, battery, and solar can play a huge role in overall grid solar integration with the existing networks. In fact, I can add on to the earlier question which you put across in terms of what is the cost payback when we comes for solar integration. I'll just take a moment to touch upon various consumer categories in Tamil Nadu, especially addressing the Tamil Nadu segment, and what are the typical payback that you can look out for when you go for solar installation in the state. One, say, for home category segments, we have the PM Surya Ghar scheme, which is already in place. Though the growth is not that much, but we still have participations from much consumer segments. We have installed totally around 127 megawatt of rooftop plants in the PM Surya Ghar category alone, of the total installation of say 1,000 megawatt of rooftop installations in Tamil Nadu. So we have subsidy for the domestic category segments for the individual households. We have subsidy for multi-tenant buildings category segments. Subsidies are applicable. It varies based on the capacity that you are opting for. For households, subsidies available for capacity up to 3 kilowatt. And for other multi-tenants category, based on their sanction load, the subsidies are available. But in generally, the payback would be somewhere around 2 to 4 years based on the cost that we are, cost of implementation that we are going to do. But one important point that we have to have is the reference grid tariff that we are looking at. So if in the residential segment, we have the bi-monthly billing ranging from say 100 units to more than 1,000 units. Based on the category, we have multiple tariff buckets fit in. End of the day, for any units above 1,000, the average tariff will be somewhere around 8 rupees to 9 rupees. And if you take multi-tenants building, it is same in the range above 8 rupees. When it comes to commercial building, it is range above 9 rupees with time of day measurements, which means the benchmark grid price, what we are going to refer is 8 rupees and above. So we are talking about a solar displacing the 8 rupee component, which means the cost element, a cost factor of the solar and the investment cost that we are going to make in. And if you look at the payback, that's what is more important in terms of the investment decisions. But at the end of the day, having a 8 rupees reference benchmark and the cost of generation of somewhere ranging between 3 rupee to 3.5 rupee to 5 rupee, the payback will certainly be in the ranging between 4 years to 5 years.
There has been increasing adoption of solar, but then given the payback and the subsidies, PM Surya Ghar is one, even Tamil Nadu government also has certain regulatory nudges. But why is there still the pace of adoption of solar not at an ideal level yet?
It depends on the ecosystem where we are located in. For example, Gujarat, they have done now close to around 1.5 gigawatt of solar installation as compared to 127 megawatt what Tamil Nadu has done. It's not because that there are multiple reasons to it. The fundamental reason is, number one, the design concept of the building. We have multi-tenant buildings. Most are say flat or apartment type buildings as compared to Gujarat. For example, Gujarat is house-owned ownership model where the individual flats are prevailing. They can directly approach for the government for installation and they can avail the subsidy for implementation. But when it comes to multi-story building, say in apartments, say we've got say 8 owners and we have a common service in place, which means within the limited roof space, the 8 owners have to build in solar in the roof. So that's where the main challenges come in. So one, we need to have an association in place. Association should have a hold on the roof space that we are allocating to multiple consumers. So that's a main real challenge. And number two, in terms of the outreach and the awareness level of the consumers. Most of the tractions is happening, especially if you look at Tamil Nadu, most of the traction is happening in Coimbatore, Tirunelveli and Salem. In fact, not in Chennai also. So there are constraints in terms of the structure of the building, awareness level, and adding on to it the kind of support that we are getting from the government to fast track the application process. There are a number of reasons to it. But broadly, these are the main reasons which is affecting the growth of rooftop solar segment in Tamil Nadu.
Mr. Whelan, do you want to add on to that, given C price?
Actually, I was just thinking about it, about myself. See, it's not pinching as much. See, for example, electricity tariff, whatever bill we are paying about 3,000-4,000 rupees or something, which is not really impacting much. That's also one of the mindsets. Probably many people are not going for it.
Oh, it's pinching.
Yeah. Leaving aside that softer side of it, I just want to highlight one thing. Ajit and myself, we were interacting. The technology we are talking about using that abundant availability of solar, for the commercial buildings, I'm just giving an example. There used to be a term called a thermal energy storage system, TESS, which is commonly known for cold energy into ice, and it is used in the daytime. In Tamil Nadu, because of that, dual tariff system is not that attractive, so it is not very popular on TESS side. But what we have implemented recently is that solar-powered thermal energy storage system. First of its kind, we introduced as a prototype at one of my earlier organization's premise, which is a proven example. The energy cost for the building has come down drastically, operationally. Besides, we also reduced one of the chillers in terms of capex also. So what I'm trying to say is that new technologies are coming up. Use of solar is also tested out over there, and which is definitely proven example for the cost part of it. And solar is playing a major part. It's going to be a big game, I tell you, solar powered tests in the near future.
Certifications are a big thing now. We have IGBC, LEED, and Griha. Mr. Ajit, do you want to shine light on that a little bit?
I'll just expand on to this, the adoption of solar. So, you know, Mr. Sudeep Jain, he's an IAS officer from Tamil Nadu cadre. He is there in the Ministry of Renewable Energy. And this rooftop solar, which is their household, the Prime Minister's scheme, I think he's one of the person who's heading that. So I had the opportunity of meeting him, and the work which the government of India has done is that 70,000 contractors have been empaneled to implement this rooftop solar. But he says 10 times more implementation has been there in Gujarat compared to Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu has been giving free electricity here, some up to 200 units is free. That is one particular part. But this particular power for next 20 years is going to be free. There is almost, I think, 60,000 rupees or so is a subsidy which is available from the government of India. Rates have been fixed. You don't have to go and make some huge application and wait for the money. The contractor will get that particular money from the government of India. The net amount is being, everything has been standardized by the GOI. So they say, Karke, we want everything to be standardized. This is what it is. But the state government policies will definitely have to be little more receptive to this idea. So if you go, electricity board feels that if everyone is going to install rooftop, who's going to consume my power? What happens to us? So that is a little bit of a challenge. And today to get this net meter which is there, it has its own challenge, how much of time it takes. Even after that, we ourselves are not very clear. I've used mostly HT power, so we don't have much of a challenge. But in an LT environment, net metering, how does it work? End of the month, is it computed? Unit to unit, it is going to get adjusted, or it is going to be the exported units will be taken at 3 rupees per unit and they will give you credit. Probably my friend from Swelek will be able to say. But I think more advocacy by the government here will help in rooftop solar adoption by homes. As far as offices are concerned, commercial buildings and factories is concerned, it's an excellent opportunity. It's a lowest hanging fruit. You don't have to need a PhD in finance to come and tell you that go for rooftop solar is absolutely, a moron will probably appreciate, yes, if I'm going to invest 5 rupees on rooftop, 1 rupee is the annual saving. In 4 years, I will recover my cost, or 5 years, I will recover my cost. We had the opportunity of Swelek doing an installation for me, a 1.1 megawatt rooftop, almost 7 years back. It's performed exceedingly well, in spite of the constraint that we could not have installed at the best possible angle, all those constraints. We just kept it on the roof flat. It's supposed to be kept at a particular angle and all. Because of the height restriction, we were not able to do. Even last week, I went up and had a look at it. It is beautiful. The performance, the derating of 1%, 0.5% per annum, nothing has happened. It is performing as it was on the year one. So it's 7 years of operation, free power, almost 1.5 crores of, more than 1.5 crores of revenue getting generated on a 5 crore investment made 6-7 years back with hardly any spend on just washing the panels which are there on the rooftop. So this is the type of power which is there. Rooftop energy, renewable energy is today cheap. It is no more a directive from the government of India, but it is a commercial need for everyone to adopt the renewable energy and to take it forward.
Just to touch upon the point on net metering and net feed-in, it's a general question that is raised by all the audience or the consumers. In general terms, net metering is a technology where at any instantaneous point of time, so if you have got a solar in place and if you have got a load connected to it, at any instantaneous point of time, if there is an excess energy that is available from the solar, it gets injected into the grid. And it gets into the pool, a pool meaning the grid medium. The TNERC provision or the regulation is designed or structured in a way where the excess energy still remains in your account and you have provision to accumulate the energy and adjust that energy against the total consumption. In simple terms, for example, if you've got say a consumption of say 500 units in a month, and on a daily basis you are generating say around 600 units by end of the month, you have got a provision to adjust that 500 units against the 600 units generated energy, and 100 units will be carried forward to the subsequent month. Likewise, it will be carried forward till the end of the year, and after reconciliation, if there are any surplus energy left over, it will be treated as lapsed under the net metering model. When it comes to a net feed-in, it's slightly a different model where at any instantaneous point of time, if there is any excess energy available in the system, it goes into the grid and it qualifies only for credit adjustment in the form of cash on the monthly basis itself. You don't have a provision to adjust it in the form of unit to unit. That provision is not there in net feed-in. Rather, you can adjust it in the form of a credit at the end of the month.
Where is net feed and net metering comes?
Yes, sir. The CERC regulation talks about providing, or Ministry of New and Renewable Energy talks about providing net metering facility for kilowatt up to 500. But in Tamil Nadu, net metering is available only for LT 1A, 1D and 1E category, which is domestic, multi-tenants with the floor, and multi-tenants with lift, and multi-tenants without lift. So only these three categories qualify for net metering. Any other than domestic category and the HT consumers, all others would qualify for net feed-in for a capacity up to 999 kilowatt. So that's how they have structured it, sir.
I was asking about the certifications and the impact they have on energy efficient buildings. So will we continue despite them, or how important are these certifications currently?
Yeah, certifications are just like you get your degree for qualifying yourself, for employment or something like that. To be frank with you, as Ajit was mentioning in the early discussions, when you are using your common sense and do that proper documentation, you will be qualifying for the base level of definitely certification, no doubt. But if you put up little more efforts in terms of furthermore optimization, you will be able to qualify further. Some of that, agencies today available for service. You can call any building for that matter. You can call commercial building, residential building, hospitality, even metros, railway stations. You can call any kind, even your religious temples and mosques kind of things are also getting a kind of certification today, because it is not just for having the tag, it is just to propagate the necessity for going sustainable way. For example, one of the first mosques in Bangalore got certified, which has given the kind of knowledge for the people coming over there, attending that mass and all those things. People get to know. See, for example, these are certain tag provided for making little more awareness in the system. Number two, when you are talking about institutions which are offering, maybe Ajit, I leave it to you to answer, which are all the bodies available for certifications, which will help for many of us also to get to know. But as such, I stop here. This is a tag to propagate that this system is important for every living organism.
So like Dr. Whelan said, it's very important for awareness that people, like say for example, apartment or something, anything gets the tag, then it gives you that confidence to invest and to go forward with that. So I think a certification in that sense is really a good thing. But otherwise, anyway, everybody is already working towards that. But on a larger scale, awareness is very, very important. So that's when you can get into larger segments of housing and things where you can go in for certification. And that really then says that, okay, you are going to be saving money in the long term on this thing, the life cycle costs, all that. So it's already, you're assured of all that when you invest in something like that. So I think for that, the certification is a good skill.
Another important point is, one is awareness which is there. Second is the importance is certain benchmarks. So you have in the rating program, let's say we have Indian Green Building Congress, IGBC, we have a lead rating program. So under that you are having a certified building, then you have a silver rated, then you have a gold rated, and then you have a platinum rated, and there's a scoring sheet which is there. So it is here when you go for a platinum rated building, you need to take little more effort, both in terms of application of mind as well as cost. So both of these things is required to go for the platinum rating. And to that extent, there's a scoring sheet. Where are you going to score? You need to bring in some innovation also to achieve the platinum rating. Then gold is there, and then silver is there, and a certified building is there. So that is one part. So certified building, yes, hygiene factors have been fulfilled. You have taken little more effort. Someone who's a first timer, he says, I don't want to take chance. I still want to go for a green. I would like to go for maybe just aim itself as silver. But it is not difficult. From day one, if you have very clear intent of going for a building, you tell your consultant, your architect, then my intent is to hit a level of a platinum so that the building qualifies and performs to the extent for what it is being designed. Then it is possible to achieve, in a commercial building, it is very easy to achieve the rating of a platinum rating, and payback is also there. Platinum rating, we have to spend little more money and you will get your money in little period. Housing is a challenge because there is a cost implication. Payback is not instantaneous. Usage of air condition is more in the night. Usage of air condition per square meter is, in a total apartment of 1500 square feet, maybe 500 square feet or 600 square feet will be the conditioned space. Whereas if you look in an office environment, the usage is more during daytime. If there is a 10,000 square feet area, almost 8,000 square feet is going to be air conditioned space. So the usage is going to be there in the peak when the sun is very hot. So whatever savings which you do, so in a residential building, whatever you apply in terms of saving, ROI just is not possible. It's extremely difficult, because if I go for a BTU meter itself to be installed, we go for let's say district cooling for a large residential apartment so that each person does not have to fix an air conditioner. But the cost of a BTU meter will be as high as that of one air conditions which are there. So we still have not reached that particular level that for residential apartments which are there, that we are able to reach. We can still reach platinum, but the payback is not going to be there. We will have to invest in technology. For homes, again, it is extremely difficult for an independent home to really look at platinum. Yes, you can still achieve, but whether you are able to justify the cost for whom you are doing it, that will be a question which is there. You can only satisfy your own ego. Yes, my house is a platinum rated house. But office building, there is no option which is there. Anyone who is going to have a commercial or a factory, he should benchmark that he is going to look at a platinum rating and go forward, and it's a commercial sense.
Ms. Sumitra, I have a question for you. What's with all the glass buildings in a hot and humid city like Chennai? Are we finally moving on from that?
I hope we are. So, but it does, I think it's an aspirational thing that you want to be like the West, some other country, some place you've seen. So most of it is aspirational. I think we are definitely moving away from it because people are more aware. So when you do the analysis right up front in the design, and you show that this is your difference in cost in the upfront investment as well as in the life cycle cost of the building, then people are more receptive to, yes, we understand where this thing. So now people are being more aware of that than what they were previously, definitely. That does make a difference now. And like this thing of this, most important is technology really helps us, is that we do this digital twin, that you have a building already, you do the digital twin of it, you do all the analysis, and you have something to show to a client. So that then it's easier for them to understand. It's not just this concept of a set of numbers on a sheet does not help. You see it in 3D and you really see how the systems are working. I think that really makes a difference, and people are definitely more receptive to the change.
But then there are also hyper-local changes within a city or even a neighborhood, right? So how do we tackle that when we make a digital twin of the house?
No, you're looking at you're replicating everything that is there in the thing, right? The landscape, the environment, the sun path, the wind, this thing, everything is for that site. So when you do that, you are replicating exactly what is going to come. And it's not just on a subjective someplace in the city. You have the exact location and you're doing all of that. So that definitely makes a difference in designing upfront and to involve all the stakeholders right from the day one. As you have, everybody has their input and it all comes together where the building is then sustainable at the end of the day.
But when we talk of sustainable architecture, are there any common misconceptions that consumers have, or how do you manage the trade-offs between, say, aesthetics and energy efficient design?
So one of the things in a residential segment is that if you say sustainable, and eco-friendly, they think it's some traditional kind of a building, old kind of a building. They don't think that something modern. So it's not a question of that. It's the principles that we're using. It's the principles of ventilation. So you had earlier the courtyard and you had the ventilation. You have the size of window sizing to get better ventilation. You have shading devices like courtyards. You have those verandas. So those all are in traditional, and jalis to shade from. So those are all things that are there in traditional architecture, which are being used. So that is one of the misconceptions, that they think that is what sustainable building is like. No, so it's that old kind of a thing. So that's something that helps us with 3D and things to show them that no, that is not, that is one of the biggest misconceptions. But then you make them understand with design and things, then it really, this thing. Aesthetics is not a big thing, that whatever the design that needs to come up, aesthetics will be done for it. It's not going to be that something is not aesthetically designed. That is, that is a very important part of it. So if I have to incorporate a certain kind of ventilation, this kind of compromise, no matter what the design is.
Sumitra, you are also introducing the biophilic design in your architecture, which takes care of this most of the aesthetics impact for the buildings, which is also benefiting the people working or living inside, which also is adding value for that architectural part of it.
But how come the eco-conscious consumers who come, are they still only from high-income groups? Has it not still gone to other members sections of the society?
I think at heart everybody wants to do it, but there is an extent up to which you will be able to afford to do it. Yes, it's an affordability. But there are also things that we say upfront that in the base structure you cannot avoid doing this. So do this. That is worth the expense that you're doing today. And modularly add on things. So if there are sensors or something that you want to add on, you add them later. It's not that they need to be done upfront, right? But if it's a basic window location, size of window, those are part of the basic structure. You can't do that later. So you do those things upfront. So that is how we, and actually in a lot of cases what happens is, when you start doing that and as the construction progresses, they are amenable to make that extra expense and do it. So that happens. Then they see the difference also of what is happening. So it helps in that process of, you don't say, you have to do all 100% right up front. You can add some of these things later. Like say, I will do the entire thing to have a solar system. I mean, have the solar panels, I'll do all of that, but I don't need to put it in right now. I can do it further down the line, say 6 months, 1 year, whatever. So that way it really helps in a lot of cases. But most of the cases, yes, we already do everything upfront. When it's, the budget is, I mean, it's there, but it's not wanting to do it right up front, but you do it modularly over a period of time. So our design incorporates all of that. So we give that flexibility that you can add things later. So it's like not impossible to add some of these things. So that is important.
We were talking about policies, state policies earlier. Are there any examples from other states within the country that have better regulatory nudges or subsidies, etc., that would be recommendations to the government here?
If you really look at Tamil Nadu, so we were one of the first states to bring rainwater harvesting as a concept. It was made mandatory. This was first in the country. It was then quite long back. But after that, we have not taken any great measures. Recently, at a city level, if we have to look at the measures taken, I would appreciate the policy of the government of Telangana. They come up with, the white roof policy which is there. So to reduce the urban heat island, they made it mandatory that you need to have your roofs which are there to be coated with a reflective paint, a white color paint, or to have a garden on the roof. So that is going to reduce. So we need to really think something new. Definitely Tamil Nadu needs to come. We have been talking to the government. So at IGBC and CII both, we have been talking to the Ministry of Environment. Even city itself will have to be designed. We have, at IGBC, we have number of rating systems. Dr. Velan sir had mentioned about, we have a rating for education institutions, we have rating for religious institutions, we have rating for, SEZs, we have a rating for metro. Then we also have a rating for a village. And few villages are there in Maharashtra which have been rated under the green building norms, and they have been certified that this village is retrofitted to achieve certain benchmarks of sustainability and have been awarded, and they are working. Similarly, some of the cities have now, one is a smart city which is there within a particular city, certain areas are being looking at to adopt technologies, but again they're not, whole 360-degree view is not being taken. So IGBC has also come with a rating for cities, and we are having, I think Pune is one of the first city which has gone for certification. It's been relatively easier for them because of the climatic condition is more suitable for them to achieve. But Tamil Nadu has also agreed to take, and they've been talking about a couple of cities which are there to look at to do the retrofitment and achieve all the benchmarks which are there of sustainability, whether it is conserving the soil, whether it is controlling the air, whether it is reducing the carbon footprint, whether it is reducing the water consumption, everything to be taken into account, energy consumption, how to bring it down. And they have indicated that Tirupur seems to be a low-hanging fruit because quite a lot of technology is already there and water and all are being treated. And people are aware of the power of technology and how sustainability and technology can go hand in hand. So Tirupur is one of the town which they are looking at if they can take it to go for a certified green city. Few other cities also are the talks which are there, 4 or 5 cities. The state government is really keen on going for a certified city. So if that happens, 5 cities coming from one state, I think that would be the biggest which is there. And this is going to spread the buzzword about sustainability, and more people will talk about it, and the adoption is going to become much easier at the ground level. Even a household which is there will look at how I can become more sustainable. Even a small factory which is there, he will start talking about retrofitment. Bigger factories as it is have done good amount of investment. They will also move a step forward. I think it will be a great step if 4 or 5 cities in Tamil Nadu move towards sustainability, go for a certified city. It will drive as a movement itself.
Interesting part, Ajit. I hope you remember when we met that industry minister recently in Tamil Nadu, when we were talking about the district cooling system and all those things, the way he was showing that interest immediately to look at how we can able to implement this in one of the small or kind of part of the city. For example, even for Gindi Sitco area or something like that, how do we group it together and implement it? That's a kind of interest is also there when we met the environmental secretary. Everybody was showing very much interested. I hope comparing the other states, incentives you were talking about, like Punjab and Haryana and many other states, they have already extended some of the incentives, like a kind of a percentage of FSI, then property tax exemption for some percentage, encouraging the society to come forward to implement green buildings. So that kind of things are also in the representation to the government, which is also under consideration from the IGBC side. So there are a lot of things which are definitely being considered now.
One specific point which we would like to touch on the policy aspect. The scheme that is available is virtual net metering, wherein the same owner, if he has got a house or a residential place elsewhere, and he can put up the solar facility in that house, and he can use that generated energy for adjustments against the house he is holding elsewhere. So that provision is there in the virtual net metering option. In fact, it is already implemented in New Delhi, and it's already formed part of the CERC as well as the MNRE guidelines. It's not yet implemented in Tamil Nadu. Once that is implemented, we can expect more tractions coming in terms of rooftop solar installations in Tamil Nadu.
Any final remarks before we move to questions?
I just want to say only one particular thing. When you want to implement the vision of going carbon neutral and all those things in 30, 40 years down the line, adopt a 3 steps approach. First, whatever you develop, go for the green. And second is that go for the net zero operational level, which is in your own control. You don't have to depend on anybody else. And then that the embodied carbon support will come for the carbon neutral. So whatever is in your hand, go for green building. Second is that go for net zero. Like I want to just to compliment Ajit also for the first time in the city, if I'm not wrong, in the South India level, the park, what he owns is a net zero operational campus. Likewise, we have also attempted, net zero. It is in the pre-certification level when I was there in the earlier organization for all the 3 net zero campuses. So that is in your control. You can choose, as Sumitra was mentioning, active, passive measures which will reduce that demand for the building, and remaining power you go for this renewable power, then you are completely done with your net zero energy side. Likewise water, likewise waste, which is doable, which is in your control. Embodied carbon is a slightly difficult task today, which is dependent on variable other manufacturing setup and all those things. When it comes, by that time, we will also be able to reach this carbon neutrality. That's where I want to stop. Let us start whatever is there in our hand, like going for green building, going for net zero. Automatically, over a period of time, we'll get into the carbon neutral phase. Thank you.
I think with that, let's open the floor to questions if there are any.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm T.S. Karthik. I'm a freelance journalist. I write for Hindu also. My question is, on one side we are developing the real estate. What about the Chennai flood problem? How we are going to solve it? Drainage system, efficient drainage system. It's a serious concern. And every December, November we are scared. So what steps are the real estate industry is going to take to solve?
See, insofar as sustainability is concerned, I think Dr. Whelan is more competent to say, but I'll just touch on the point. Just asking for a white roof is one part, having a garden on the roof is another thing. If every building starts having a garden on the roof, the amount of water which it is going to be able to soak will reduce the strain on the drainage system, and the flooding which is there is going to get delayed. So today, if the flooding were to happen in X number of years of, X number of hours of water, or if you're going to have 20 centimeter of rain, whereas if every building is going to have a rooftop garden, and green certified buildings need to have a certain amount of green cover. The purpose of the green cover is not just to reduce the temperature which is there, but also to absorb the water. And even the wastewater which is being generated in the building is getting recycled, and after recycle it is being used for gardening. So this measure can mitigate. Yes, the bigger problem is Chennai has been city of lakes, and for last hundreds of years the lakes have been converted into residential because of the rapid urbanization. T Nagar itself, as late as 1930s or 35 or 40, it was till then it was a lake. It got converted into a full-fledged township today. So it's very difficult. We need to open up the waterways which are there. I think the government is taking great efforts. But we individually, if we were to take certain efforts, we will also be able to mitigate this particular problem to small extent.
Mr. Ajit, that sounds like a good plan, but it's kind of ironic considering how we've increased the built-up area so much over the past 3-4 decades, and we're now, by cutting all the trees, and then now we're thinking about rooftop gardens. Yeah.
I'm not telling cutting the trees and then having something on the garden on the top which is there, but the whole thing is tree planting has got to be there. That is a green cover. If you really look at, see, there is a compromise between a growth, a developing country vis-a-vis the environment. So we are committed to all the protocols which are there under UNFCCC, guidelines which are there, but then doing insensibly is one particular thing, and doing sensibly, that knowing that there is an impact and I'm taking steps to mitigate that impact, that is something very, very important. So if you're sensibly doing it, I think we can reduce the impact. There is no way any development will have destruction to the environment. But are we offsetting? Are we trying to do something which will mitigate? Valen spoke about net zero embedded building. So the whole projects which are there. It's little difficult because even today the newspaper had JK Cement, low carbon, LC30, 30% lower consumption of carbon is what they've said. It's a beginning which you have made by JK, that they have probably adopted some technology by which they're able to reduce. But then offset today is there, but that offset we will all laugh you just buy carbon credits and say that I have spent so many, Formula 1 race says I'm net zero. All of us are going to laugh. What is this Formula 1? How can it be net zero? You burn so much of fuel which is there for the thrill of sport. But then in his own measure, he says that I'm at least buying carbon credits from developing countries and offsetting. So here development is there. Sustainable development will ensure growth. At the same time, the destruction to the environment is going to be minimum.
Very quickly, I will answer to him. He was asking about the flooding risk or something. Very quickly, see, whenever the large developments are happening, yes, there should be a reasonable responsibility of the developer to take care of that kind of, see, where is that flooding happening? It is coming from the rooftop or the surface open space within their plot for about 25 acres, 30 acres, whatever it is. The surface runoff is the major task which is creating the flooding when it is loaded into the stormwater drain outside. Every developer has to consciously take initiative, allowing the stormwater drain not to that stormwater drain, which will take care of the major problem. How it is possible? Possibly, like for example, he told absorptions, all those things are one of the measures. The second one, I'm talking about with real example of 2 campuses which I was involved. Even 2015 flooding, it all flooded outside. When you came to the Ramanujan IT City, where I was part of many of that IPCs are here, they will vouch for it. it was a pitch dry campus inside. How it was possible? Because there are technologies those days itself, there is recharging boreholes, you connect that whatever the surface runoff to the shallow water table. It should not go outside your premise. Whatever the technologies we can adopt, which is the response of the developers, which is happening, sir, from the major developments side today, but it has to be consciously taken care of.
Hello panel, I'm going to move away from green to the numbers part, or rather connecting both. As an architect, I'd like to know, did you do your ROIs and actually saw whatever you built upfront, especially considering the capex that involves green? Were there any numbers that came out after operating a certain property that you did see? I'm asking like real numbers that...
I have a data available today which we have monitored. One typical case I'll take it up. For example, when EC fans were introduced for the smallest motor in a system is AHU. We used to have VFDs and all for major chilled water pumps and all those things, which proven there is no need to justify, which has given enough of. I'm talking about EC, electronically commuted fans, which is a typical example I have recently introduced across all our assets in my earlier organization across cities. I can tell you, ma'am, this has proven to be positive in terms of return on investment within 36 months. For all the AHUs, there are a number of AHUs introduced. Likewise, you introduce this thermal energy storage system, I was talking about it, which has given real benefit for the campus. Besides that, renewable power is no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Of course, solar or these things are straightforward, it is benefiting. If you look at operational and all top of everything, you choose right equipments like water-cooled chillers instead of air-cooled chillers. Obvious reasons, you are again saving in the early stages itself as far as absorption of power is concerned. It is proven. If you ask, the payback period probably will be our return on investment probably about 36 to 40 months you are done. After that, every year, as he was rightly mentioning, typical example, entirely it is savings other than that small AMC cost. It is proven green buildings are profit-making proposition today. It is not cost factor at all.
Madam, you said that do we do an analysis and then is it proved? That's what I told 20 years back. The consultant will say, it will give you, sir, the benefit which is there. We will design like this. In case it is not performing, I will add one more chiller, sir. So that was the way in which the market has evolved. Today, madam said about digital twin. Last week only I was there with one of my consultants. He said, for your site, this is the way in which the wind has behaved in the whole of last year. All the data is available today. For your site, I just have to give the latitude, longitude of the site. The whole particular thing is there. Whole data is available for you. We can put your building, simulate that if I have this window, what will happen? If I put the window here, what will happen? What will be the power consumption? What will not be? If I go for EC motors, what is going to be the impact? How many AHUs are going to be there? And today we have to believe and trust the technology. I can only say that my experience has been, my personal experience, all the investment which made in the technology has proven to be far better than what was projected by the consultants. The payback has been much, much earlier.
I'll add on to the typical assessment that we normally go for solar integration work. See, if we are a consumer, normally what we do is we take their electricity bill. So say past 6 months data or 1 year data, we draw down the month-on-month consumption. So first benchmark is the consumption of each of the month. Number two, the tariff slab varies between consumers. I'm talking about in general, not specific to any specific category of consumer. So we draw down the tariff category of consumer. So end of the day, we know the expenses that the consumer is incurring exclusively for the electricity cost for a year. Now we take a reference of the solar coming into picture. So for the specific project size, for the specific area that is available, and based on the solar insolation levels using the technologies and the softwares that we have, we run the simulation and have the energy generation pattern for the specific site for a year in place. Typically, the solar as a technology is diurnal and it varies between the seasons. So we know the variation across the months. So we know the consumption pattern, we know the energy generation that can be made available from the plant. Apart from these two parameters, one more main element is the sanction load that you have got for your facility from the government, which means there you have a cap. In the sense, if you have got a sanction load for 5 kilowatt, you can put up only up to 5 kilowatt. But anything exceeding the LT category, it depends on the local distribution transformer capacity. There you have to look at from the restriction standpoint. But generally, if you have a, say, 5 kilowatt load, which means you can put solar up to 5 kilowatt. But the important point that you have to take into consideration whether the 5 kilowatt plant yield is matching with your requirement or not. In that case, that is in excess. For a plant under a net metering scheme, any excess energy available will be treated as lapsed and considered as deemed injection into the grid. So there is no point in having an additional capacity installed in the system. So you have to be very calculative in terms of assessing the capacity that the plant that you can generate, and also take into consideration the consumption pattern and design your plant in such a way there are no any excess energy into the system. This is exclusively for net metering. But when it comes to net feed-in, then the concept and the application differs. At the same time, when it comes to power sale under open access category, the concept is different. So fundamentally what we are trying to say is, for each of the model, you run the energy analysis, generation analysis, have the tariff, grid tariff element in place, and understand the cost of displacement which the solar is going to make vis-a-vis the procurement that you're going to make from the grid. So that's, and based on that, and having the investment cost in place, your rate, the term loan that you're going to take from bank, have the equity and the loan component structured into the model, run the IRR analysis, and arrive at the benchmark in terms of payback or IRR or an NPV, whatever internal benchmarks that the company has, and you decide on the investment decision cautiously.
So we had actually done an industrial project where, this is almost 20 years ago, where that's when a lot of the LED and newer technology lighting was there. So the entire shop floor, we had done this LED lighting and things. But after a 6-month period of the factory working, we had already in place, we have passive energy, so we have louvers to reflect the light. So no part of the floor is dark. So there's natural lighting, ventilation, 365 days of the year. So in 6 months' time, our thing was how are they really as efficient? The lighting is as efficient as manufacturer claimed it would be. Actually, they have never used the light during the day at all. So there was no question of this thing. So that is that's how much you can actually impact this thing with passive design. So that is something which really needs to be, is a very important thing.
We have just enough time for one last question.
Yes, please. See, the government of India is encouraging renewable energy in a big way. By 2030, we want to achieve 40% of our total power requirement from renewable energy. I am representing the general renewable energy here located at Bangalore, but we are having 3 plants in Tamil Nadu which are producing 100 megawatt solar power. Is there any proposal to make it mandatory for all apartments, the rooftop solar? Number one. Second one is not only for the rooftop, but also for the common lighting in the staircase, the garden, etc. Now the fossil energy is being used. You know, it is creating pollution. So to replace that, is there any proposal to make it mandatory? Now it is optional. The buyer is not made compulsory. Like RWH, you have to make it mandatory to use this solar energy, rooftop as well as in the common lighting, staircase, etc. And also in the factories. What is your opinion, sir?
So broadly, the target that is set is not exclusively for rooftop plant alone. It's for both the rooftop as well as the ground mount grid connected solar power plants. So large utility scale power plants has got a role to play in achieving the target. When it comes to the rooftop plant, the growth is much lesser compared to the set target that we have got in place. In fact, in case of Tamil Nadu, if you look at the target that we had for rooftop grid-connected plant was around 3,600 megawatt by 2023, and we have achieved only 1,000 megawatt. And within the 1,000 megawatt, the major contribution comes from the ground mount plant within the campus, because that's where you are the rooftop plant with the large utility scale rooftop plants where the contribution is more. But the contribution in terms of the residential power is small. But now coming back to the mandatory requirements, sir, you can add on to it. Earlier, now the new version of ECBC guidelines have come in, where they are going to come up with a proposal for making solar installation mandated for the new building installations. That will add weightage or value to having more solar installations in the country.
Even the building bylaws which are there, any building which is being built in Tamil Nadu under the common building rules, the buildings which require completion certificate, that is a building which is more than I think 300 square meters or so, which will require, or residential means in about 10,000 square feet, will require completion certificate. If a completion certificate is mandatory, 1/3 of the roof will need to compulsorily have a solar system which is there, without which you will not get your power and water connection. So the government is making it mandatory that you need to go for rooftop solar. Of course, people are finding shortcut methods, but then that is wrong. People don't realize that what is the payback, what is it that they're losing by adopting certain shortcut methods.
Right. I think with that, we will close the panel. Thank you, everyone, for the insightful discussion.
Thank you so much to our entire panel. Requesting Geeta to please do the honors and present the panel with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much to our entire panel. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a fireside chat titled Building Champions, Building Cities, the Role of Sports Infrastructure in Tamil Nadu's Growth. Sports infrastructure is more than stadiums, it's a catalyst for economic growth and community building. This panel highlights its role in energizing youth, attracting investment, and revitalizing urban spaces. Our moderator for this session is K.C. Vijay Kumar, sports editor of The Hindu. Our speaker is J. Meghanatha Reddy, IAS Member Secretary and CEO, Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. Hailing from Andhra Pradesh, he is a distinguished civil servant with a postgraduate degree in economics from the University of Hyderabad. Securing the 55th All India rank in the 2013 IAS exam, he has held key roles including sub-collector, joint commissioner, and deputy commissioner in Chennai. As district collector of Virudunagar, he launched innovative initiatives like Coffee with Collector and received national acclaim for Project Udayam and Project Kanmani. Since 2023, he has been serving as Member Secretary and CEO of the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu, driving impactful reforms. We welcome our moderator and speaker on stage for this fireside chat. Over to you.
Vanakkam, am I audible? Yeah. So when we were young and we were studying in school, நம்ம ஒரு பாரதியார் கவிதை படிச்சிருப்போம், ஓடி விளையாடு பாப்பா, right? Right now we don't know whether we have enough land to do that and to discuss sports infrastructure in terms of sports as recreation, sports as a professional choice. We have the big man here who's in charge of sports infrastructure in Tamil Nadu, Mr. Megnath Reddy, who's the CEO of Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. And he will first outline the vision that SDAT has to promote sport in Tamil Nadu. Over to you, sir.
Anaivarkum vanakkam. Good evening, everyone. At the outset, let me thank the Hindu for including sporting infrastructure and sporting ecosystem as an integral part of this real estate summit. In fact, when the proposal first came to us, we were quite thrilled and also surprised. We are also glad that, yes, the real estate sector is also looking at sporting infrastructure as a major catalyst that drives change in our society. Looking at the vision that SDAT has, SDAT is the principal sports governing agency of the government of Tamil Nadu. Our vision can be put in, in three ways, threefold vision. One, create sporting infrastructure that is sustainable, that is decentralized, that is easy to use and accessible to everyone. And second, using this infrastructure, how do you tap the local talent? We call grassroots talent. How do you bring the local talent to come to these infrastructure projects or your stadia and tap the talent out of them? And most importantly, how do you also use these spaces to host marquee global sports events? How can you make your state the destination for sporting events in the country? And what drives our vision is very exciting to understand. I'll just give an example. The first drive is the demand that is there around in the state particularly. There was a survey a few years ago as to what a particular constituency, every constituency in the state of Tamil Nadu needs. They were asked to list out some 10 priorities for that constituency. Without fail, in almost every other assembly constituency of this state, one of the major demands was to have a stadium, what we call a mini stadium or a small stadium at that level, could be at a block level or a taluk level. And second and most important, we found that sporting infrastructure, the stadia, the grounds, are not just structures. They go beyond that. They are your identities of a particular place. We say that there is a new stadium coming up in our locality. There's a new ground coming up in our locality. There is a new pool coming in our district. So that's how people recognize these sporting infrastructure. And third and most important, the beauty of sporting projects is their universality and adaptability. You spoke about Bharatiyar's a famous quote. Our vision is that how do you make every child come to a nearby ground and play? So at a village level, government of Tamil Nadu is looking at what we call as Namma Oor Vilayatadal, a small space where you can make the villagers, the kids particularly in the village, come and play. And from there, how do you create global sports city in Semanjari? How do you create international cricket stadium in Coimbatore? So the idea is sports infrastructure are demand driven, are universal in appeal, and are adaptable. So this drives our vision to create lasting and sustainable sporting infrastructures in the state.
Could you just explain the synergy between sport and real estate? I'm just asking this because I've seen Karnataka, the neighboring state of Karnataka, where you have golf resorts being built, and there is an economy, a micro and a macro economy that's developing around it, right? Of course, there are challenges because you got to acquire land. Sometimes land could be agricultural land. It may not be commercial land. You got to convert it. There could be litigation, so you got to battle that. So what is the synergy between real estate and sport? I mean, how does it feed off each other?
Before I speak of the synergy, let me throw some numbers, very interesting numbers. In fact, these numbers were crunched over the last 2 days. In fact, I was in for a shock. So over the last 5 years, government of Tamil Nadu has spent close to, its sporting budget, sports department's budget, stands at around 1,945 crores in last 5 years. To put that in perspective, in the first year in the last 5 years, the budget was only 166 crore. And in the next 4 years, it has jumped to 1,945 cumulatively. So from 166 crore annually, we are now speaking of 400, 500 crores annually. That's the kind of jump that we have seen. From a infrastructure creation point of view, we look at it two ways. One, you create new infra. You also retrofit. That was a word, I was hearing, in the sessions here. How do you retrofit the existing facilities and create modern facilities out of them so that you save money and everything else? So that budget has jumped 10 times in the last 5 years. So I would not hesitate to say that there's a sort of a silent sporting revolution, both in the sporting sector as well as in the sporting infrastructure happening in Tamil Nadu. I'll give few examples how it creates a synergy between sporting infrastructure and public spaces and real estate spaces. I was in Tenkasi a few days ago, a new district. A district sports complex has been announced in that district. We did not have much of a choice on choosing the land. It was a very challenging a bit of land that we got, some 10-15 acres, really thrown away very far from the district headquarters. But what we see today now is a brand new stadium. And one of the first remarks that the villagers told me is when I got down my car is, so thank you for bringing this project. It did help them from a real estate perspective. They've told me how the value of the land in that area, which was primarily agriculture driven, shot up 10 times thanks to one stadium that has come in a district like that. And we speak of global sports city that the government of Tamil Nadu has announced in Semanjeri. A lot of interest has come on that. We are about to start work in the next 2-3 months. And the beauty of the Semanjeri Global Sports City project, which is coming in Chennai, is spread. This is spread across 120 acres of land. And this is the first, probably the sports city in the entire country, which will integrate water sports and regular sports. Semanjeri, you all know, has a lot of challenges with respect to drainage. So our consultants team found out a solution where we can tap the entire water flow in monsoon, in other times also, create a dedicated water sports facility and also create sporting facility. Then we speak of Coimbatore International Cricket Stadium, which attracted a lot of attention last year. We're about to go for a tender in the next few months. So in a very quiet and quaint place like Ondipudur, which was open jail before, now we are coming up with a brand new cricket stadium, which I'm sure will create a lot of ripple effect in the entire area. I received a lot of calls on what is happening there, what are the facilities that we are bringing there. And in Ramanathapuram, a very interesting conversation happened just 2 days ago. We are coming up with India's first Olympic water sports academy, which will take care of your sailing, surfing, open water swimming, a lot of multiple sporting facilities, water sports facilities. So I remember a friend from the real estate, from a hospitality sector coming and asking me like, what is your vision for it? Because we want to come, bring a brand new, facility there, hospitality, hotel there. So we want to understand what are you doing here. So these are just, snapshots of what and how sporting infrastructure is changing the landscapes, is defining the landscapes. And most importantly, if you see the kind of examples I gave only one example from Chennai, rest all are from the hinterland. So as we speak, there are close to 200 civil infrastructure projects, both new and retrofitting, what we call O&M, happening in Tamil Nadu. Not many know about this. So that's the kind of scale we are looking at. And I'll go a step further ahead and say that there is not a single district in Tamil Nadu which doesn't have a sporting infrastructure project not happening as we speak. So that's the kind of impact we have seen in front of our own eyes, how the diverse sporting infra projects will be able to churn a lot of real estate ripples and boom around that area.
It's interesting you mentioned Tenkasi. So can we assume that the sporting revolution is spreading beyond the Tier 1 cities and is going to Tier 2, Tier 3, and even the rural sector? Is that the way forward?
In fact, one of the mandates when we started about this, revolution is that you have to look beyond metros. I'll also tell you why we have to look beyond metros, because talent, particularly sporting talent, is not a prerogative of any geographical space. How many of us know that the top-ranked tennis junior player of the state comes from Karur? The 4 Olympic medalists, Paris Para-Olympic medalists, you would know them better. So Mariappan comes from Salem. Tulasimati comes from Kanjipuram. Nityashri comes from Hosur. And there's one more, athlete who comes from, Manisha comes from Tiruvallur. So the talent, the sporting talent is there everywhere to find. It's not just, restricted or, you confine to a particular space. So the idea is you create sporting facilities, particularly infra projects beyond your metros. What are we doing on that front? We are creating by this year end 100 mini stadia in 100 blocks, commas, tehsils, whichever way you understand. Basically at a assembly constituency level. 75 of them are brand new. 25 of them will be retrofitted. So they come with a nice running track. They come with a gym. They come with facilities like volleyball, basketball, open air, all that. So 100 such facilities in different parts of the state. We're creating para sports arenas in 11, apart from Chennai, 10 para sports arenas, dedicated facilities where para sports persons can go and play their specific game in 10 different districts of the state, again, mostly in the hinterland. We are modernizing gyms. I mean, a very unsung area from a sporting perspective also. We have had spaces for gyms, but never modernized. So government of Tamil Nadu decided, let's modernize gyms and create them at every level. So the idea is you create facilities beyond your tier 1. I'll also tell you one very interesting, another example I must tell you is we are creating CM sports, youth sports arenas. A very interesting thing that we are doing this year. Basically, we are creating cricket, box cricket and futsal in all the 38 districts of the state. Normally, when you see at box cricket and futsal, you understand that, it's confined to a metro area where only software employees would go and, play. We have certain examples. For example, in Kolattur, we do have box cricket. When I went to Tiruvarur, most of you will understand what Tiruvarur looks like. A very, it's more like a large village. Just opposite our district sports complex, I found to my utter shock, some 7 to 8 youngsters coming together, pumping in some 70 lakhs, leased out a land, have come up with a brand new box cricket and futsal. And they have enlisted it on a third-party app. People can just, anyone can just book on it, go. They created a small cafe. In fact, that was a trigger for us to understand the sporting revolution in the state or in this country is real. A lot of people want sporting infrastructures in their geographical area. So the idea is you take this beyond metros, and that's where you get the real talent. And also, as I said, it'll be a big change to that particular geographical area.
I just want to ask you, how do you deal with when you develop sporting infrastructure? On the flip side, you also have a chance of it being a white elephant. Like across the country, you've seen you build a big stadium for a particular event, maybe a national games or whatever, or a national games village, for instance, in Bangalore. And then what happens? Hardly anyone uses the facility. It becomes idle. It becomes decrepit. And then you kind of lease it out for exhibitions, home loan exhibitions. Other events happen except sport, or a rock show happens. So how do you ensure that a sporting infrastructure kind of stays true to its roots? Okay, makes money through commercial endeavors, but it's also used for sports.
In fact, Mr. Vijay, this is a very big challenge that sporting sector is facing today. How do you optimize your stadium? How do you put them to use? How do you make them commercially viable? And also ensure that they don't turn out to be white elephants, because quite a few initiatives have become white elephants, including where private sector have come in. That we can attribute it to poor planning also. I mean, we don't shy to say that. So that's where we understand the concept of, small is beautiful. And we look at sustainable solutions. We look at low-cost solutions. And in fact, SDAT, I mean, though I'm a journalist, an IAS officer, probably in the last 3 years, many of us in SDAT have become civil engineers thanks to the kind of exposure we are getting in these stadium. How do you design a stadium? What kind of facilities do you create? The first question that we pose to ourselves is, when I create this, how do I make it sustainable in the next 10 years? Because I need to put in, CapEx is one problem. Then you have OpEx. How do you run, the facilities? I'll give you some examples that we found, to be really working. For example, there was an announcement to create Chennai Olympic Academy. So normally the urge is to, when you call Chennai Olympic Academy, take some 20, 30 acres, build, big structures and, throw open to public. We found solution in a small, 3-storied building next to in Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. This was being constructed for a different purpose. And then we realized, why don't we convert this space into an Olympic academy? So end of the day, our notion is when it's an academy or an Olympic academy, you look at some 34 acres, not required. You just look at a 3-storied building where in the ground floor, we now use it as a high performance center for volleyball, basketball. In second floor, first floor, we use it for judo, taekwondo. In third floor, we have one of the finest, fencing centers, fencing training centers. In, top floor, we have the best, one of the best sports science institutes across, you can find anywhere in the country. We are putting our home of chess there. So basically in a very, very small building, just like any other building, we have created high performance centers for close to 7 to 8 Olympic disciplines. So that's the kind of solutions we are looking at. None of our district sports complex cost us more than 15 crore. There's always an urge to create, to announce, we are pumping in 100 crore or 50 crore. That's not the solution. And most importantly, in the mini stadia that I mentioned, all our mini stadia are worth rupees 3 crore. Okay. So we don't put, hundreds or tens of crores in it. In 3 crore, create a facility. The idea is you create a facility which will naturally attract, public to come there. Rather than, waiting, for them to come. You create a buzz that, there is a place, that has been created around us and let's go. Kolattur, I'll tell you a small example. Kolattur, we are creating mini stadium, which will be thrown open to public in the next 1 week by Honorable CM. When we were given the land was just measuring, which you won't believe, less than 1 acre. Precisely put 92 cents. In 92 cents of land, we were told to create mini stadium in Honorable Chief Minister's constituency. We looked at it this way. We thought, let's not, crib on that non-availability of land. What can we do in this linear bit of land which was being used as a dump yard before that? Now, as we speak, we have created a brand new pool there, a 25-meter, community pool, fully covered, and also some badminton courts based on local demand. So out of nowhere, this small piece of land has completely changed the dynamics of the space in Kolattur. So people are waiting, there have been queries as to when you'll open the pool, when will the badminton courts be thrown open to the public, and this costed us, not more than 7.5 crore. From a government perspective, very little, but the kind of impact that we're going to create, self-sustainable way we are going to create is huge.
How significant is political will to back the development of sporting infrastructure? I'm asking this because I personally have seen in many cabinets, be it union or state, the sports ministry is an act of tokenism. It's almost like an afterthought, right? But here the deputy CM is the sports minister. Does it help? Does that help the kind of clout probably he has or the relevance he has in the ecosystem? Does it help in pushing files faster, getting land deals done? How does it work?
Since as a bureaucrat, I cannot, speak, political answers. That's the reason I cleverly mentioned the, a meteoric rise in funding, in the last 5 years. And that rise in funding, which is, see, any sector, particularly sports sector, you need funds, you need money. That's the basic. You don't allocate funds to sectors like this, which are not revenue generating. See, for example, municipal bodies have ways to generate revenue. Sports doesn't have. Our tariffs are one of the lowest. If we raise tariffs, people will create, scene around it. So the only solution, if you're looking at sporting revolution in a very meaningful way, is to give enough funds to the department to create facilities and run the facilities. And whatever funds increase is because of the political will. That's also, there is a vision, on part of the political establishment to create facilities. To think of what a sports academy, Olympic academy in Ramnad, to give a fantastic, stadium in Tenkasi. So all this flows from that vision. So decisions are, quick. Finance department will clear the files very quickly. And we also have that obligation that we have to, get these projects done and, implement it very quickly. So political will, it could be at center or it could be at states, across the states. In fact, this is what we tell, in every conversation with Government of India and other states also. See, our, dream for Olympics, our dream for Olympic medals will not happen unless you put a decent and meaningful money into the sporting sector. And, political, backup, political push will make a hell lot of difference to this sector.
Could you say something about how you nurture sport at the grassroots level? Because when cricket was democratized, it was taken away, it does exist in the big cities, but it was taken away to the other centers like Ranchi. You had an MS Dhoni coming out of it, right? So when you democratize sport within Tamil Nadu, to the grassroots level, how significant is something like a Champions Foundation? What does it do?
So let me bid for our initiative here before, I answer this question. Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, as Mr. Vijay Kumar, mentioned. A classic case of how public and private enterprises can come together. But budget funding we were speaking about, though I can get, funds for infrastructure, supporting, sports persons is a critical element. How do you support sports persons who will have little needs, sometimes 1 lakh rupees worth, equipment, sometimes 2 lakh worth tickets to go and, participate in a competition. No state in this country has got a dedicated budget for that unless you are a proven player. That's where Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation made all the magic, brainchild of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. In fact, the first check for the foundation came from Honorable CM. We invited corporate sectors. It's a registered company. We registered it as a company. We invited corporate sectors to, fund us. So this company has got some good, corpus. In fact, we'd love, any of you contributing, to it. We have an online website where any sports person sitting across the state, they don't need to come and see me or my office. Just apply on it, tell your need and requirement, and then we process it. I'll tell you the impact. In the last 2.5 years of its operation, Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation reached out to 4,000, sports persons across the state, which includes around 600 to 700 para sports person. There is no state, in this entire country which would have supported 700 para sports persons in the last 2.5 years. We gave everything that they asked for. They wanted to go for a competition, we supported them. They wanted equipment, cycles, legs, from spikes worth, 20,000 rupees to a budding athlete, to a cycle which was worth around 15 lakh rupees to a young cyclist coming from Kovilpatti. We have funded it all. So the reason is, we strongly believe, as you rightly said, talent is found everywhere. And amongst many other initiatives, we are also doing Chief Minister's Trophy Games, which is our flagship event to unearth talent. We conduct competitions every year at district level and then bring to the state level. You'll be surprised to know at the state level around, we host 30,000 sports persons spread over 25 days. You Olympics, host only some 5,000 to 7,000. We host 30,000. We bring them in buses from their districts, put them in a hotel, transport them to a sporting facility, give them food and send them back. All with one agenda: how do you unearth talent at the grassroots level? The result, just one example. Tulasimati Murugesan, a shining example of para badminton silver medalist at Paris Olympics, comes from Kanchipuram. Father was a small-time coach. Her first, badminton racket came when she bought a Boost, because Boost gives, a badminton racket free. And her every year inspiration to participate in competitions was CM's Trophy, because she is 8-time undefeated CM Trophy para badminton champion. And from there, she is now a Paralympic silver medalist. So that's the kind of, talent you have, in the grassroots. All that you need to do is to create a platform, and we are very proud that through CM Trophy Games and multiple other channels, we have successfully created that platform every year.
So the message from the big man here to all the real estate biggies here is that please open your CSR purses a bit more liberally for sport. What would you prefer from them, from the real estate sector? I mean, it could be a small apartment too, but what do you expect from them vis-a-vis a sport?
Sports is a community asset. I mean, it doesn't belong to SDAT, it doesn't belong to government of Tamil Nadu, end of the day. It's something that drives our wellness. And I think it's important that we drive more and more children into sports, given the kind of other attractions that they're getting into these days. To the real estate, biggies that are here, there are multiple ways that we can collaborate. I'll tell you one small example. TNCF, Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation. Recently, we thought, why don't we utilize this CSR for infra retrofitting? I know you can't create stadia out of, CSRs, but how do you utilize their funds for retrofitting existing facilities? There's a mobile company which approached us from Delhi, Oppo, to give you the example. They said, we have this much amount and it's like a blank check. What do you want to use this for? We channelized it into retrofitting 2 critical facilities in Chennai. One, the skating rink in Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium, which would have probably be the first skating rink for every champion, in Tamil Nadu. In fact, Asian medalists, all 3 of them come from there. The training happens there. It needed some attention. It needed some upkeep. It costed us some, the work is happening now. It costed us only 30-35 lakhs. But today, in another 1 week, you will have a brand new skating rink in the city, retrofitted. Yes. Not much money, 35 lakhs is nothing. At the same time, since we are doing really well in para badminton, there is a small badminton hall inside Jawaharlal Nehru Indoor Stadium. we converted it into a dedicated para badminton academy. So which will be again open. All we did is retrofitting, which costed us only 40 lakhs. So basically in 50, 60 lakhs, you're able to create high impactful projects. So we don't expect someone to come up with 2 crore, 5 crore, 6 crore, 10 crore. Sometimes you adopting a facility, or funding us for small retrofitting, because that's your area of expertise, will really go a long way. You can adopt a district sports complex. You can adopt a pool. You won't believe the kind of response that we get every summer for Learn to Swim is amazing. It's mind-blowing. We sometimes have to close the admissions because there is so much of demand. For example, the Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank came forward and said, in Thoothukudi, which is their base, we will retrofit the entire swimming pool. So it costing them, 1.5 crore. But tomorrow you will have a community asset, a good brand visibility. Look at the skating ring, hundreds of kids come there daily, and there is a brand, available to see on a daily basis for just 30, 35 lakh rupees. So the idea is, it could be any amount, but we are here to take that amount and channelize into a very, very meaningful project or a idea.
One last question. I mean, do you think all these initiatives from you and your team, has sport become broad-based in Tamil Nadu? Because the usual cliche with Tamil Nadu is that, okay, Tamil Nadu is damn good in cricket, Tamil Nadu is damn good in chess. Of course, you had tennis earlier, you had the Krishnans and the Amritraj earlier. But has Tamil Nadu become a broad-based state for sport?
Absolutely. I mean, I must credit this to the government's post, in post-independent India, particularly in the last 2-3 decades, for whom sports was always a pet, priority, subject. Many chief ministers of the state were extreme sport lovers, and that helped in broad-basing. Beyond cricket, you take chess. Out of some 80 grandmasters of the country, 35 come from this state, which is a record of sorts. You take cycling. All we did was to revamp and re-put in use one of our velodromes in Vandalur. In Khelo India 2024, which happened in Tamil Nadu, we became the overall champion in cycling. Fencing, the only Olympian from India comes from this city, supported by SDAT. Tennis, we are doing really well in boys and girls. Badminton, we are doing really well. Para sports requires no introduction. In para athletics and para badminton, we are consistent 1, and para athletics across the country, we are consistently 2nd. Athletics is another shining, spot. Kerala used to dominate, but now it's completely the competition is only between Haryana and Tamil Nadu. We have been, national winners multiple times. In 4x400 at Olympics, out of the 4, in both men and women, either 3 or 2 come from Tamil Nadu. And they come from, very, very, rural areas. Table tennis, we know how impactful table tennis is. We have emerged as a table tennis Khelo India winners, champion last year after 25 years. We became swimming men's in the podium. We finished in the national games after 28 long years. So I can proudly say that, thanks to multiple initiatives that we are taking and several other private bodies are taking, there's a sort of a revolution happening in sports in the state across, various sporting disciplines, and we are really glad for that.
We always think about sport as just about sweat and athleticism and, elasticity of the limbs. But there's a lot of thinking and analysis that goes beyond sport. I mean, whatever he's spoken so far, he's just made these enormous amount of notes, tiny notes, and it's attention to detail. I mean, that's what matters in sport. I mean, you need the infrastructure, you need the planning. Hats off to what you're doing. The floor is open for a couple of questions. Keep the questions brief. Don't make statements. Just one question per person. Gentlemen, you. Sir, mic le pesna, sir. Mic le pesna.
I'm very proud of Mr. Reddy because an IAS officer devoting his time and effort for sports development is fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and so one thing, you are spending a lot of energy and effort in developing infrastructure in sports. But developing the sportsmen, already they have talent, but still never to get land up in frustration when they lose, for that, right attitude and for that, for continuous development of that positive thinking, you are doing any effort, sir?
See, the only way you can put a sports person in a positive frame of mind is to fund them. I know it is speaking in money terms, but for me that alone matters. As a sports person, I can face anything, but the only thing that will cripple me is my inability to fund my training or my rehabilitation. So that's where we have taken a lot of initiatives. I mentioned about Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, and most importantly, across 3 various schemes called Elite, MIMS, and CDS, Government of Tamil Nadu supports 400 budding players and elite players every year. If you're an elite player, you're given 30 lakh rupees per annum. If you're a MIMS category 2 level player, you're given 12 lakhs per annum. And you're a budding athlete under 20, you're given 4 lakh rupees per annum. The idea is, I mean, you have a need, we are here to, reach out to you. That's the kind of, message that we give. And we're also investing heavily on sports science. We have a brand new sports science center. So we reach out to these players, on a psychological level, and we fund their rehabilitation. There was a budding, a very good player who had to do a surgery in Qatar. Just on a WhatsApp sent a message, applied in Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, and a surgery costing 8 to 10 lakhs. DCM approved, in flat 30 seconds and said we are funding the surgery, and the boy is now recuperating. So this is just one example. The idea is, you have a need, and you have that ability, and you have a potential. SDAT is there to stand by you and, make you win.
One more question, please. Anyone? Yeah. Yes, sir. Someone with the mic.
Hello, good evening, sir. I appreciate for your considerable efforts. I want to inquire if there is any government scheme to promote our traditional games like kabaddi, adimurai, martial arts, kho, all these things. Do you have anything for that?
Traditional games, I mean, silambam, kho, kabaddi, there are kalari, martial arts, multiple martial arts are native to our land, and they always remain our priority. For example, we are the only state which has got a working, job reservation scheme for sports persons in the entire country. And I forgot to tell in my thing. Someone wins a World Cup, you call them and say, I'll make you DSP and deputy collector. That's a different story. But how do you reach out to, players beyond your star players, and based on their national performance or Asian performance, how do you give them a job? Right. I mean, I know it's digression, but still I thought, I mentioned last year alone, we gave jobs to around 100 sports persons under this scheme. Probably the only state to have crossed, double digit and then, giving jobs, which is a big, reassurance, which includes silambam. The idea, the reason I brought this up is, silambam is a sport, if you perform well, is attracted under 3% job. Basically, if you are good in silambam, you are given a job. So that's the kind of assurance we have. We are promoting kalari. All these traditional sports, kho, kabaddi, are part of CM trophy. In fact, we put them on live. You should see the kind of craze and madness with which, these kids, school and college play kabaddi and all. One of the biggest witnessed matches. We have opened a dedicated martial arts training center in Nagarkoil, because that particular area is extremely known for its, various traditional art center with a very minimal, budgeting. We've opened a martial arts center, given a good coach there. We're doing really well in other, games also. I don't know how many of you know that there is a game called Malarkam. And Villupuram is the breeding ground for Malarkam talent in this, state. Coming from Villupuram with very, very basic facilities, our kids have won medals in Khelo India National Games. Right, coming from a very, very small place. So what did we do? We opened a hostel for Malarkam last year. So you have a talent, we take it. And yoga. We are one of the top performing yoga, medal winning state in the country. In the Asian Yoga Championship, there were 8 medalists from Tamil Nadu. So the idea is we reach out to all of them, and all these, traditional games attract high cash incentives. I'll end with just one example. Carom, game which is loved, by everyone. The fact that the world champion comes from North Chennai, a 20-year-old girl called Kazima. She was funded to go to US by Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation. They came to us with a request. The fund was 1.5 lakh. A daughter of an auto driver. Her father is himself a carom coach. You should go and see that facility. In less than, half this space with no proper cover, there's a world champion that has come from that facility. And what did government of Tamil Nadu do? It gave a cash incentive of 1 crore rupees to Kazima. And there were 2 other players who come from, Madurai and all, who won medals in the same competition, were given 50 lakhs each. So that's the kind of, support that we give. We go beyond regular sports and we also cover these, native sports and traditional sports.
Thank you very much. We're completely out of time. Thank you so much, Meghnad. Absolute pleasure.
Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and a big thank you to the audience for your participation. Requesting Mr. K.C. Vijaykumar to please do the honors and present Mr. Meghanatha Reddy with a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that very, very energetic conversation. And like I said, thank you to our audience for their participation as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our last panel discussion for the day. Tier 2 and 3 cities, the next real estate frontier. As part of our discussion this morning, we spoke about how the spotlight is shifting to Tamil Nadu's emerging cities. So join us now as we uncover the immersive and immense potential of Tier 2 and 3 cities and their role in driving the state's next wave of real estate development. I'd like to introduce our speakers for this session. We have V.S. Sridhar, the Executive Managing Director at Cushman & Wakefield, Chennai, who oversees office business profit and loss for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Sri Lanka. With over 25 years in real estate, he is a pioneer of professional advisory in Chennai, leading transaction strategy, occupier services, investment advisory, project and facility management. He manages a 30-person team and advises corporates on asset monetization, relocations, and large leases, having led transactions totaling about 7 million square feet in South India, including Chennai's largest 2021 land sale and major corporate consolidations. Welcome, Mr. V.S. Sridhar. Our next speaker is A. Shankar, the India Head of Government Advisory and Solutions at JLL India. With over 25 years of experience in real estate, urban planning, infrastructure and valuation, he has led more than 500 consulting and valuation assignments across the APAC region. He oversees valuation advisory and government advisory services, managing a team of 75 plus professionals. A big welcome to Mr. Shankar. Our next speaker is Mr. Junaid Babu, Chief Operation Officer of G Square, a seasoned corporate leader with over 30 years of experience in strategic planning and operational excellence. He has spent more than 2 decades in key leadership roles where he played a crucial role in shaping corporate strategy and setting industry standards. He drives the company's growth, innovation, and operational strength at G Square. Renowned for his visionary leadership and commitment to professional excellence, he continues to elevate G Square's market position, steering it towards a future defined by innovations, efficiency, and industry leadership. Welcome, sir. Rounding out our panel is Mr. R. Vignesh, the Managing Director of Sri Kailash Industrial and Logistical Parks and Sri Kailash Solar Power Private Limited. With over a decade of leadership, he drives strategic growth, innovation and market expansion across logistics, infrastructure, and renewable energy. Under his direction and leadership, the group has achieved 500 crore rupees in revenue, developed 4 million square foot of real estate, and leased 2.5 million square foot across major cities. His leadership combines vision and execution. Welcome. I'd like to invite our moderator to take the stage once again, inviting Sangeeta Kandavel, Senior Assistant Editor, The Hindu. Sangeeta, over to you.
A very good evening to all of you, and I welcome all my panelists for the day. So let's get on to the panel directly, because we're already running short of time. My first question is directed specifically to 2 people here, which is Sridhar and Vignesh. So whoever wants to take it first. The Tamil Nadu's warehousing policy is expected to be rolled out anytime soon. And there is a huge potential for warehousing, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. So what kind of trends are we seeing here, and what kind of opportunities are we seeing here? So Vignesh or Sridhar, whoever wants to take it first.
Very good evening to everyone, and thanks Indu for organizing this event. It's a lovely event. Just answering to your point, Sangeeta. See, first and foremost, I think among the states in India, Tamil Nadu ranks #1 in terms of the manufacturing sector. You know, that's a big bone for Tamil Nadu as a state. Like, we are not only dependent on the IT or ITS sector, the major dependency is also from the manufacturing and the automobile sector more specifically. So keeping that in mind, the warehouse and logistics park policy will help to promote the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, and also the infrastructure development which we are seeing in the state, more particularly to talk about the Bangalore-Chennai highway, which is industrial corridor, which is getting developed, and other corridors are. And from a city standpoint, from a Tier 2, Tier 3 city, we are looking at cities like Salem, you know, which is untouched. There's a lot of potential. Coimbatore, because of the textile, you know, industry is booming there. So we see Coimbatore, Trichy, Salem, Madurai will be the next cities in terms of promoting the warehousing logistics.
First of all, I thank the Hindu group to organize this event and to invite me. So, talking about Tier 2 is the market, is the next market for industrial development, warehousing. So we have developed a project at Coimbatore. We are the first group to invest and develop an industrial and logistics park at Coimbatore. We had convinced our partners also, the Everstone group, to come and partner with us in the project. And after we have developed that particular area as well as this city, Coimbatore, has become a warehousing hub. And apart from that, we have also done it in Kochi also, which is also a Tier 2 market. And we are also in the plans to develop in Madurai, in Hosur, in Thoothukudi, and in the second phase like Salem, Trichy, etc. So if you ask me, apart from warehousing, it is like industrial manufacturing investment is also has got a very big role to play. And because there is a huge pool of, highly educated and skilled manpower which is available thanks to our education system. I mean, 4-decade-old education system and non-Mudalvan scheme and all those stuff. So it's a very good skilled manpower, and companies can, tap them at a very economical rate. And you can, and you can get economical rates you can tap them at, and you can also get loyalty from them. Like what you don't get in Chennai, you can get more loyalty when it is in Tier 2 cities. So there is a huge market and there is huge growth potential, and whoever taps it, I think they have got a very strong edge in moving ahead.
Mr. Junit, while we have a lot of industries coming up across Tier 2 cities, we also need residential development across all these corridors. So what trends are you noticing? And you are also into the plotted development business. So what's happening with your businesses in these corridors?
Good evening to all. Like, to answer your question, just I had a look at my last month's number. Just we concluded my last month number, and number reveals the truth. 60% of our sale has happened other than Chennai, actually. So last month we did something close to 350 crores of booking. I just saw incidentally close to 200 crores has happened other than Chennai. So we are very happy with that. Most of the locations, recently we launched a project at Kalapiti, which is close to IT hub. And what is driving this demand, if you see, like Coimbatore, like places like in Tamil Nadu, each and every place has its own advantage. For example, Coimbatore has its own MSME space. It has a lot of industries. It's called as a Manchester of India. So now recently IT has started coming in, and now the demand, IT demand has, IT space demand has doubled. So all this is fueling growth in the smaller towns. Trichy, now the integrated terminal has come in. So Trichy also we have launched project, and even in Madurai also, a lot of developments are happening. All these developments are driving up the demand. So Coimbatore specifically, a little bit more I'll elaborate. Now recently we have taken a 700 acres land parcel, out of which 400 is going to be plotted. Another 300 acres we are going to develop as a township actually. So we are talking about IT parks, GCC centers, big names to come in. We are talking with hotels, we are talking with hospitals. So we want to develop the entire 300 acres, which will provide employment, which will be the catchment area for the all other 400 acres to develop. That's in Coimbatore. So we expect that Coimbatore as an area to develop as a whole. There is another Western bypass coming. There are talks about metro coming into Coimbatore. Airport is getting doubled. So so forth and so on. Not only Coimbatore, it happens in Tuticorin. We saw a very big announcement happening in Tuticorin, happening in Trichy, Tirunelveli, all these places. So all these places we expect a huge demand, and we think it's going to be very good.
Coming to Shankar, you are one person who's covered almost every sector in Tamil Nadu in the last 2 decades, I would say, including tourism also. So Shankar, Tamil Nadu is also one among the top tourism destinations in India. So how is the growth of tourism influencing the real estate market, and what kind of developments are we seeing there, especially in tier 2, tier 3 towns? Because in Madurai, we have Keeladi, and we're having a lot of archaeology activities also happening in Tamil Nadu. So what kind of trends are you noticing?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So before I comment on this particular aspect, we need to look at how and why tier 1 is important and why tier 2 and tier 3 cities are important. One side we have metro cities and mega metros. So 25 years back, we had about 4 metro cities. So Delhi, Bombay, Chennai and Calcutta. We used to say that, Delhi, Bombay, Mudi, Pulchi, Ilkatta. Okay, so that was the time. After 25 years, we have about 9 major metros. Why this particular point is very important. So the aim for India's Vikshit Bharat should be in alignment with tier 2 cities. So we are focusing on 4 aspects. One is manufacturing, which you covered. Then the infrastructure development, which is also very important. And the third is the employment, which you offer them in that particular city. These are the key drivers for the Vikshit Bharat at the national level. And 1 trillion economy, Tamil Nadu's aspiration to be 1 trillion economy by 2030. That is also very important. And that's why Tamil Nadu government today is focusing on development across Tamil Nadu. It's the only state where you have diversified development across the state. Whereas in some other states nearby, you only see a couple of cities where major developments are coming in. Tamil Nadu, you have major cities, I mean, the tier 2 or 3, now it's called as major cities in this part of the world. From the tourism perspective, we need to understand about 2 points. One, the government's intervention in the entire gamut of things. Today, government is pushing, because in fact, you highlighted that tourism, Tamil Nadu is number 1 in tourism. In fact, in the last 5 years, I think we have gone into number 2 from a tourism perspective. So now Tamil Nadu government is preparing a policy to how to become number 1 and also to attract more international tourists coming into Tamil Nadu by their TN 2030 policy. So from that offshoot of that particular policy is that SIPCOT is going to develop about 4 locations, which are like E Road, I think some of those districts, coming up with about 100 to 150 acres of development, purely developed through public-private partnership. So this is from the government side. So what is going to happen is each of those locations are going to target some of those tourism potential around that. So one is the hill station. So I think we have about 3 or 4 segments of tourism. The number 1 is the hill station, because Ooty and Kodaikanal well known, and it's attracting more of Indian domestic tourists. Number 2 is religious and spiritual tourism. The government is focusing more on the spiritual tourism, and you also highlighted Keeladi and all of that. So all of that will come under this. Madurai is picking up a lot from our religious and spiritual tourism, and Tanjavur. So today we see the hospitality industry in these cities, and I'll also cover the medical tourism as well. Apart from Chennai, medical tourism is also picking up in some of the smaller towns around Chennai as well as in Coimbatore region. So there are 3 components. The 3 components, the real estate perspective, the asset classes in hospitality is changing. So you had earlier, you had the 5-star hotels and the local mini lodges and all that stuff. Now we are looking at more boutique hotels coming in. Homestays are increasing a lot, and developers are coming up with a lot of developments with hospitality and retail as a destination. So the creation of destinations in these locations, in these pockets are very important, which government is one side is doing, the developers the other side also looking at. And of course, once the tourism industry is triggering the economy of that particular city, you would see the residential picking up, people would migrate and a lot of employment would come in, and it's a cycle. So I see a huge potential, while Tamil Nadu is number 2 now, but I'm very sure that it will reach number 1 position, and we have a huge amount of tourist locations which can attract investments to this particular state. Thank you.
This question is for all 4 of you. So a few days ago, TCS made an announcement that it would hive off almost 12,000 of its workforce across all sector. So I just wanted to understand, the IT sector is a major consumer when it comes to the real estate sector. So will this have any impact on the real estate sector, especially in Tier 2, Tier 3 towns?
Okay, I think before we move into this question, I think we also looking at, instead of calling Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, I think we should also start talking about emerging cities. I think that's very important. I think these cities are now well developed. It's no more a Tier 2, Tier 3 city. Like what Shankar had mentioned, about 2 decades back, Chennai used to be the Tier 2 city in our real estate thing, but now it's one of the important metro cities. Though it has been a metro city earlier, from a real estate standpoint, it used to be known as a Tier 2 cities, which is now emerged as top 5, 6 cities in the country. Similarly, the other cities also we need to start talking about emerging cities. Before I answer to your why TCS is laying off people, I think more importantly we need to look at it how other ITS firms, and especially the GCC clients, Global Capabilities Centers, are hiring more people. In the last 12 to 18 months, clients like IBM, Capgemini, Amazon, all have gone, set up a huge centers in Coimbatore. Also, they're exploring other centers in Trichy and so on. So there's a huge demand moving into the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. It's purely because of the talent availability today in the market and closer to the hometowns, which also boils down to the point what Vignesh was saying in terms of retention. Classic example, one of the large IT companies has got a base of about 7,500 people in Madurai, which is one of the largest IT firms in the country today, Indian IT firm. And there, the attrition rate, the center rate is mentioning about 6%. Overall, if you look at it, the attrition rate in the IT/ITS sector, it's hovering between 30 to 35% in the last 3 to 4 years. But now, only for that center, the attrition rate is about 6 or 7%. Plus, they also do the same job and the same pay scale what other metro cities are paying for the same company. So that's the big thing. And also, if you look at it, what is transforming today, where we are all moving towards digitalization today, the jobs are also changing the nature today. The developer, the IT developer or a program developer, now it has to be changed to a AI, ML and all those things. That is the narrative of the entire job is also changing. So that is the reason why we see a shift in the hiring pattern also. That could be one of the reasons. The same TCS is also hiring 4,000 people now on the AL and ML headcount. So that's where the challenge. And also the company is also looking at today, because their demand is from the clients in terms of their bench strength is also reducing. So that is all happening. That is one of the reasons why we see other end people are hiring more.
No, I think Sridhar said it all. I want to add a couple of points here. The entire thing triggered, the IT the story in any of those Indian cities started with government intervention. First Tidal Park came in and its rest is history. Now, Tamil Nadu government has already done about 4 or 5 tidal parks across Tamil Nadu. Each district headquarter would have a tidal park. And again, another 6 are going to come in. And we are advising many of them. So the point here is that, that is going to become a triggering point. And today occupiers are expanding, wanting to expand into the emerging cities. And no, because talent is available today, Sridhar also highlighted about Madurai, the 6% attrition rate. That's very, very important. So we were in a event a couple of weeks back, the Madurai vision I was highlighting to you. So one of the findings is similar to what Sridhar was highlighting. The other one is that we had a chat with a group of youngsters over there, and they were saying that they were working in Bangalore, so now everybody's moved into Madurai because they have an opportunity to work at these new outlets which are there in Madurai. So one is talent, retaining the talent at that particular city. Then it becomes more affordable for them because they are there at their hometowns, nearby hometowns and all that. And connectivity is also pretty much there. Whereas in cities, in major cities, the kind of exposure, the connectivity, the time taken is all there. Another one important aspect here is that while we have all of these emerging cities coming up with large IT parks, catering to the employment over there, but the social infrastructure, one of the key findings which we did is whether we have the adequate social infrastructure. While the attrition rate in these emerging cities are very low, we anticipate in few years' time, when you don't provide a kind of a social infrastructure, the attrition rate might go up because of the Gen Zs coming in and Gen Alpha going to come in. So I think the kind of social infrastructure which we provide along with the IT development is very important. That's why I think we foresee in future IT parks are going to come up with not the IT parks which we've been seeing in the last 2 decades. I think the transformation of IT parks from a design perspective and the employees acceptance towards the building design and all of those new elements are going to come in. I think this is the trend which we are going to witness in the emerging cities, Sangeeta.
Since you mentioned about TCS, last week, again, before this news, there was a news in Economic Times which says that TCS is going to expand its facilities, and specifically they mentioned Coimbator's name also. So based on the news, we went and met the TCS top-notch people, and they're very much on in terms of expanding their footprint, and they are planning to put a big facility at Coimbatore. That plan is there. Actually, they are also focusing on Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns in a big way. They feel that the affordability, the cost of the land, availability of the talent and all that is much better, so they wanted to open up. I think attrition and layoffs are part of software industry, but at the same time with the AI coming in, a little bit of reskilling has to happen. I think states like Tamil Nadu is much poised to handle that kind of scenario because with the available engineering colleges and all that, I think slowly that alteration will happen, and I think this scenario will change.
Vignesh.
I have not developed a IT park as such, but what I've heard from the market is that the tidal parks that the government is developing across Tamil Nadu, it is seeing huge demand coming in. And as I would like to reiterate, an ordinary engineer is in a Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities is going for very menial jobs, and they are getting very menial paychecks. And if a proper IT company can come and set up shop in Tier 2 cities, it is a good contribution to the society, as well as they can also go for a, tap into the economical rate at which they can acquire talent. So that is it.
Thank you so much,
Just one
Vignesh.
last point, Sangeeta, just since Shankar, this is a very valid point, which has been a big blocker for Chennai itself, social infrastructure, which is what Shankar had touched upon. I think even today, when we go into the global pictures with the clients, the one big question is, what's the story on social infrastructure in Chennai?
So what should the government do? If you could, all of you could give your recommendations on this.
Sorry, before that, I'll just complete this. So now, I think today, I don't know how many of you went to Coimbatore. Coimbatore has changed the entire landscape today from a social infrastructure, be it good restaurants, be it education. Education is known for Coimbatore. Even we have a couple of international schools there. So the infrastructure is much higher today. That will enable other asset classes like retail and residential and so on. Okay. So you want to know what is
So I think key, very important is, Sridhar, apart from the points, which Sridhar highlighted, it's very important to have the entertainment, the pop culture. I think we've been requesting the government a lot on this particular, I think, how to, have some relaxation in the rules, which is set in this particular state. They are working out something along ECR. So some restrictions going to be removed along ECR. So ECR is going to be an entertainment destination. So I think they're going to try. So if they can replicate across multiple cities in Tamil Nadu, then this thing is solved. So that is a major thing. I think food and beverages is the key.
I think even the Koreans, they want more of golfing and sporting
golfing, yes,
activities
exactly, yes,
and all
yes.
those things. Yeah. Mr. Junit, your views on this? What kind of infrastructure should come into?
Yeah, like other than this entertainment, I think whatever we announced, I think the speed at those things has to happen quickly. Like the delay in the Greenfield Airport, what has happened in Chennai has costed us dearly. Now we are, I think, we have gone to the 5th place in India. Bangalore has overtaken us and all that. So whatever is announced, either like metro rail or the stadium which is going to come in Ondipudur, whatever is there, the execution has to be much faster. I think because already we are in a sweet spot. We have education institutions, we have medical institutions, hospitals, all that is there. So we can bring in all that, the last mile connectivity, the other basic required infrastructure much quicker, the execution. I think that will drive the growth story faster.
I think social infrastructure has got a very, very important role to play. Social infrastructure, not only in terms of entertainment, I mean, that is also very, very important, but in terms of hospitals, I mean, I don't know whether hospitals comes into social infrastructure, but hospitals play a very important role. If a family is coming from Singapore or Korea, Chennai being the, hospital capital of India, also has got a very big role to play. So if they come to Thoothukudi to put up a project, so they will be little bit worried about the hospitals there or the education system there, because Chennai, they have got international schools wherein a child studying in Korea, she can easily come to Chennai and continue her studies here. So that type of schools they have to provide in tier 2 cities. Hospitals, schools, and then apart from that, lot of other entertainment activities also. So I think it has got a very important role, and hotels also. So if you go to Thoothukudi or Tirunelveli, you don't have to my knowledge, we don't have a 5-star or 4-star hotel available there, which is branded, where I can go and stay safely. If I am coming from Korea, I'll be looking at that. So if I am coming from some other parts of the world, I will be looking at a good brand to stay in. So we need good brands of hotels to be in all these places for them to, cater to the industrial development happening there. So it's got a very, very important role. And I think the government also should incentivize the investors to come and put up shop there.
Yeah, I think while we need to prioritize the social infrastructure, as I was mentioning, some of the cities might have best healthcare facilities, and Tamil Nadu is better known for healthcare across India. I think the best state with the best healthcare facilities, and also education. Some of the cities which we are talking about, emerging cities of Tamil Nadu, do have. I think we need to have an approach where we need to see, one is healthcare, next is education, third is what he was highlighting, the hospitality related stuff, and fourth is entertainment. And entertainment, still I'm pushing entertainment, because I was mentioning earlier to someone is that we did a interaction with some of our occupiers, the Korean C-suite of all of these companies, manufacturing and all of that. So what they're saying is that, okay, while we have facilities or exposure or offices in multiple cities, but our headquarters where the CEOs and CFOs are located, so they want this golfing facilities and the world-class sports infrastructure, and also entertainment. So many of them they are headquartered in Delhi because of this particular reason. While they might be traveling every week, but still their headquarters is there. They don't have any facility over there, but still headquarters is in Delhi because they provide good amount of golfing facility, and also Gurgaon is thriving because of this entertainment angle. So I think this is very important. As I mentioned earlier, government is looking at it because we from, I represent CII also, so we pushed it very hard, and they have a buy-in. I think in this forum also, when you submit a report to the government, please push this forward. I think another point which I'm highlighting is branding. Today, Tamil Nadu and Chennai, Chennai used to be like, as Sridhar was saying, that we used to be at the top. Now you see Bangalore overtaken us in the last 2 decades. Pune, for some extent Hyderabad also. So branding is very important, and guidance is working towards a lot in this particular branding, not only for Chennai, but other cities. And I think yesterday they had one in Thoothukudi, investors meet and all that. So that is really what is needed at this point in time, because in India we have about 30 or 40 these emerging cities. In China, 30 years back, it was only about 10 or 20. In China, we have about 50 or 60. Chinese, the development and the economy boomed because of these emerging cities. So I think India is going to witness in the next 2 decades a lot of these cities coming up. I think Tamil Nadu is doing the right way. We missed on entertainment, and we are missed on the branding. Now I think something is working on. So let's hope for the best.
Thank you, Shankar. Another interesting destination in Tamil Nadu is Hosur. A lot of companies have been making investments there. Ola's made a very huge investment in that region, and this has led to a significant job creation also. So how is the housing demand being addressed in Hosur? And also, what kind of urban planning initiatives are happening in Hosur region? And on the other side, Hosur also has a lot of congestion issues. It's on the national highway. So how are these things being addressed?
I think I'll go first. Yeah. The Hosur, in the last 5 years, we have seen a huge amount of investments going into Hosur because of this Bangalore, Chennai, highway, and also a lot of corridors being planned. As you highlighted, this is creating traffic congestion. Government is also having a city planning for Hosur, but still it is under progress. I think we need to witness more on how they are going to plan the entire city, because it's all haphazard development. Even the retail development, and the retail is picked up. You name any store in Chennai, you would see in Hosur also. The residential development is also haphazard. You don't have a dedicated plan, well-planned approach for Hosur. Maybe the private developers, who are getting in there, I think it's very important for them to look at these parameters, where they want to position their development very close to the workplace, because a lot of manufacturing units are coming in after Ola setting up, huge demand from a lot of different asset classes. So it is very important, and I think the connectivity to Bangalore is also tremendous. And they're also planning for some metro connectivity from Bangalore and all that. So I think Tamil Nadu's intervention should be more towards Hosur. Now, again, as we speak, a lot of actions being taken on how to retain Hosur from this kind of development activities, hindering the development. So I think we need to wait and watch for that. So 2 important things. One is it is going to grow higher. I think Hosur might oversee Madurai from a economy perspective. So that's what in our recent study we did. So let us hope for the best.
Sridhar,
just to add up on, today I think Hosur is more looked at up from a manufacturing location. It's like a EV destination of Tamil Nadu, but there is a huge potential which is untapped from a IT/ITS standpoint also. Many years back, about 2 decades back, Sipcot was the first people to set up a IT park in Hosur, but unfortunately the market didn't support at that point in time. But now the market is revived today, the dynamics have changed today. I think state has to plan it very well, more like a smart city planning should be there. Structured way of development will help the city to grow, this particular Hosur, to move faster on that. And there's a huge potential is there still. Apart from manufacturing IT, the retail will grow very well and as well as the residential sectors will do. Today, the residential sector is not looked up great because of the manufacturing setup. The moment you see the IT and other companies are moving in, the residential sector also will start working very well.
Junit, your views on Hosur?
Hosur, as they have mentioned, it is actually the center part of the city or the town is choked actually. So a lot of unplanned development and all that. So we feel that development will happen towards that Bangalore road and all the outside it's on the periphery areas is what we are expecting to grow. And secondly, the talks about the new airport and which is going, if it is getting materialized, that will be a very good advantage for Hosur. So I think it's a good location. Currently, we are not doing any project there, but we are looking for newer projects at Hosur.
So Hosur, as of today, it is like an outer city of Bangalore, and a lot of industries are coming there because Tamil Nadu has got better policies, more clear regulations. So a lot of industries are coming. So we need to plan it out and do the urban planning proper, residential planning proper, because everything is getting mixed up. So there is a lot of housing near to industries and all those stuff. So I think the government needs to intervene and put it up. We also are looking for lands there to develop an industrial park. So I think the government should take more steps on that.
Let's move on to Trichy now. So with Trichy's integration into the defense industrial corridor, what implications does this have for the commercial real estate sector, co-working spaces, hospitality demand? What kind of demand are we going to see here in the next 3 to 5 years? And Trichy also will have a lot of warehousing opportunities because of this corridor. And apart from that, there is also going to be a lot of demand for housing also there. So I would like to hear all your views on Trichy.
From announcement of this particular park, I think what we see, there will be a lot of the R&D and engineering centers which will come. I think now people will start looking, private developers apart from government which is putting up their title park and so on, the private developers also will start looking at it now. If you look at it across India, all the large developers like occupier clients started looking at the emerging cities of Coimbatore, Kochi, and even the developer communities also started looking at the emerging cities in the state, at least about 15 or 20 cities to start with. So they will start putting their own, developments, commercial, residential, and so on. So that is one which is, Trichy is always got a great demand in terms of ITS spaces. Unfortunately, we don't have the right infrastructure at the point. When I say right infrastructure, it's more to do about the commercial buildings. We didn't have, because our own clients have been looking Trichy for the longest, but they're not able to find a suitable options. Then they moved into Coimbatore as a secondary thing. I'm talking about 3 to 5 years time back. So one, there is a huge demand will come in from R&D and engineering centers based on that. Two, the residential will go. Residential, I think one part is, Trichy has always had a huge demand on residential sector, especially the NRI. They have a huge investment in the residential sector, and I think from a pricing point also, it's got a good pricing for the developers to make a project there in the Trichy as a city. Also, like what Shankar had touched upon on the tourism, it's a huge potential. I don't know how many of you have gone. If you go to Trichy, at least you can see 5 important temples in Tamil Nadu. I think that's a big advantage. I think maybe that should come from the government side. Yes, the hospitality sector, which is another, which we don't have a big, hotels today in Trichy at this point in time. Also, we see a big boom in the hospitality sector across as one of the real estate sector for us, where a lot of these private equity firms who has invested in commercial real estate, they're looking at investing in the hospitality sectors, like Blackstone has invested huge money in the hospitality as well as the healthcare sector. So I think that we're just waiting for this momentum to come in. Slowly we see there's quite a lot of momentum happening in these sectors.
Yeah, Trichy definitely it's a vibrant and beautiful city. It's not that my wife is from that place. So I think as Sridhar was mentioning, over a period of time, not much developments were happening in Trichy apart from it's a center point, and wherever you want to go in Tamil Nadu, you have to cross Trichy and Madurai, that particular corridor. Recently, the trigger points for Trichy is going to be one, the bus terminal. recently inaugurated. It's opened up in an outskirts. It is going to open up a lot of those corridors. Already lot of speculation from a land perspective is happening. And it's going to open up a huge amount of development potential in that particular area. Number two is, if you look at Trichy Airport, the passenger movement has increased multifold. And last week I was there. The new terminal building is amazing, better than your Chennai. So I think the infrastructure standpoint, I think it's coming up in a big way. And also the corridors which they are planning around Trichy, the connecting corridor, be it Trichy-Dindigul, Trichy-Madurai, a lot of industrial developments are going to happen. That indirectly will trigger your residential as well as commercial, because this defense corridor or the defense, because already they have the defense related companies in Trichy. So now I think Trichy will become a kind of a defense ecosystem. While I'm talking about Trichy, I want to touch upon another point which I had in mind, is that I think since we have multiple cities, multiple emerging cities in Tamil Nadu, we need to tag each and every city as in a different potential state. One is Coimbatore, for example. It could be like ITIT is next to Chennai. Trichy is going to be a defense. Maybe, we need to term, it's kind of a branding indirectly, right? Madurai is still, they've been, tagging on with the same spiritual tourism related. Now, they are focusing on more of manufacturing, other stuff. Coming back to Trichy, why this is very important is that once you have this destination point for a defense activity, a lot of other companies are going to come in. R&D is going to come in a big way. Then it is going to trigger offices, especially co-working, because co-working is the norm now. So a lot of these land which has been unlocked because of the bus terminal, that entire stretch can be a corridor, could be a defense corridor in Trichy. So that is what my view on Trichy.
Trichy, after this integrated bus terminus, the market has really is on fire. It's on the Panjapur highway, so most of the residential projects which has come in the traction is very good. And with this defense corridor news also, a lot of positivity is there in the market. And we feel with this already the existing educational institutions and the hospitals, we have a lot of renowned hospitals there. You have NIT and you have a lot of colleges there. So I think Trichy has a huge potential, and it will definitely will be a very strong, robust market will come up in Trichy.
Trichy, like a lot of defense corridor, a lot of PSUs are there, BHEL, BEL, Ordnance Factory, but I don't know whether they are performing or whether they are having the type of scale that they are expecting. But apart from that, as a consuming center, Trichy is a very strong point, because there is a lot of, it is right on the center of the Delta districts. The Delta districts are the biggest agricultural production centers in Tamil Nadu, and it's also one of the biggest consuming centers. So the warehousing policy which is going to come out also is predominantly focused on the Delta districts. So I feel that lot of scope is there, and we are also, as a second phase, we are planning to develop at Trichy. So I feel that going forward it will have a good effect on manufacturing and warehousing as well.
Thank you. Shankar, since you mentioned about tagging, Coimbatore also has another tag to itself. It's also known as the hub for senior living. And interestingly, South India accounts for almost 60% of senior living. So what demand drivers and policy signals should developers pay attention to while planning senior living projects?
Yeah, senior living is a big market, and Tamil Nadu, especially, Chennai and Coimbatore has benefited a lot out of this. In the last decade, we have seen transformation in senior living also. I think senior living segment started with, I don't want to get into the details, but it's transformed. It's more real estate driven. Even we have a couple of models, rental, ownership model, and all of that is there. It is very important to have the kind of an ecosystem. Today, some of the senior living projects are not very successful because it has to be tied up with a kind of a healthcare facility. Some of these tier 2 cities, the emerging cities, can really offer this kind of senior living kind of developments One is Coimbatore, which has already got a good amount of healthcare, because healthcare is very important. Why Coimbatore? And also pleasant weather compared to other cities. Maybe in other cities, wherever you have a good healthcare facility, senior living can be planned, because initially the senior living target customers were only from Chennai, elite, people who have settled abroad and all of that. So now I think the next decade is going to be senior living as an asset class, not for the people who have gone out and for their parents. It's going to be for the people who are living there in every city. So now already we are witnessing many projects, a similar project aiming at senior living. So apart from Chennai, I feel that senior living related projects are going to come in other tier 2 cities. Trichy because of its connectivity, Coimbatore because of its healthcare facility, and Madurai because it's religious and spiritual kind of destination. Number 2 is from a government perspective. Government has already planned this. Healthcare is pushing a lot. There is a forum for senior living. So they have identified many support from the government. So that is being done. When compared to other states, Tamil Nadu is faring really well from that perspective, and we have enough support from the government. The second point is that on the incentives. So can we provide some kind of FSI incentives, like what we discussed for affordable housing? Can it be for senior living also? So that is one aspect which we've been now debating. The third aspect is when you develop a kind of an ecosystem along with healthcare, because healthcare has also become a now real estate asset. Healthcare and senior living. Now, what kind of there are, and I don't want to get into the nitty-gritties. From a design perspectives and all of that, there are some challenges when you integrate both of them, and also challenges in developing healthcare. So that is also represented to the government. Some teething issues are there. So once that is solved, I think we are going to have a global destination for senior living also coming in, along with this medical tourism.
Just wanted to add here, like it's getting into more, in our terminology, we call it as a matured asset. Today, commercial is a very matured asset in India. Industrial warehousing is a matured asset today in India. And I think the senior living now it's coming. And also what we are seeing a trend is like, about 5 years or 10 years back, we have seen residential with just an apartment, what we know. Today, people classify like residential into premium, luxury, super luxury. Similarly, we are seeing the same trend coming into senior living also, where we see a trend, people are moving from a basic needs to a luxury segment or a premium segment of senior living. That's the trend which we are seeing going forward.
So does G Square have any plans to get into the senior living segment?
Firstly, the senior living space, I think it's going to grow in a big way. The current trends like the nuclear family and the financial independence the retirees are having. So definitely they look for a separate place, and of all the places, I think Coimbatore has a huge potential because of the weather and also the connectivity and the medical facilities and all that. As far as G Square plans are concerned, we are planning as a part of our township at Coimbatore, G Square 7 Hill City. There is, as I explained to you, there is a 300 acres of land. So we are planning for a senior assisted living there. That plan is there. So, and not only there, overall, I think as a segment itself, we will start focusing on that, and I think that segment is bound to grow in a big way.
So next we'll club Thoothukudi and Tirunelveli because neighboring districts. So a lot of activity around Thoothukudi also. The airport has been upgraded recently, and yesterday there were a lot of MOUs being signed. ISRO has also announced that they're coming out with their spaceport over there. A lot of defense and ISRO-related activities are going to happen there. So what's happening in Thoothukudi, and what kind of real estate potential do you see there? And also Tirunelveli. Tirunelveli seems to be emerging as a startup hub. And after Chennai, Coimbatore, and Trichy, Madurai, Tirunelveli is emerging as the next destination for startups also. So what's driving all this?
Yeah. From a startup destination, I think if you look at it from a data standpoint, Tamil Nadu as a state ranks number 2 in the country from a startup. Last year alone, Tamil Nadu state has seen about 729 startup ecosystem which is built, and I think government of Tamil Nadu is also supporting big time in terms of setting up the startups. One of the big initiatives which the state has done, more importantly, if a person wants to do a startup, I think they've been funded. They need to run a project, and government of Tamil Nadu gives us free space. They sponsor them. There's a lot of initiatives, and also they've created a 150 investor database. So once the project is done, so they'll be able to put them to the 150 investors so they can do angel funding and so on. So that's a great initiative. That's a driving factor today. I think this will drive Tirunelveli as a city itself. And also from a Tuticorin standpoint, if you look at it, which has not been tapped for a longest time, because it's got an excellent seaport connectivity. I think that has not been tapped, and also the the wind power ecosystem which they have in Tuticorin. These are two things which not tapped at all. I think the government of Tamil Nadu now has taken a big initiative in terms of investing and creating the infrastructure around this. I think at the same, we also need to look at it.
And non-renewable energy sources, renewable energy sources. Number two is, as I was mentioning earlier, one of the tourism development is also planned over there. And the third one is a lot of this EV related stuff is also happening. So I think if you want to tag, Tuticorin is going to be more of a sustainable city, more in a green city, and it's very important for us to identify, this also we represented to government, this Madurai-Thoothukudi corridor is going to be a game changer for next, because last 10 years we have seen this Chennai Hosur doing a lot of stuff, right? So now Madurai-Thoothukudi, because we should not isolate Madurai alone and Thoothukudi alone and Tirunelveli alone. I think it is going to be more of a cluster development. Already announced that Madurai-Thoothukudi corridor is going to have a lot of these industrial developments. One recommendation from our side, which will act as a driver for all developments, because it can be a 1,000 acre to 1,500 acre development, completely developed under a public-private partnership, because lot of investments from national players and global players are coming into Thoothukudi. So they can really take up, the Adanis of the world can easily take up about 1,500 acres of land. So I think there is an opportunity. Soon we would know, it's on the cards. Huge, large townships under public-private partnership as a sustainable city would be planned near Thoothukudi and also near Madurai.
Junior sir, what kind of...
A lot of good news about Tuticorin. Fortnight back, the airport got renovated and it was opened up. And yesterday there was a summit, some 40 MOUs got signed, and almost Winfast factory got inaugurated, and 40,000 new jobs are getting opened up. So what it clearly shows is that there is going to be a lot of, reverse brain drain, because most of the Chennai people from south of Tamil Nadu, they come and work in Chennai. So there are enough and more opportunities there. They will stay on there and they will get newer job opportunities. So as a whole, that region will improve. So that will lead to a lot of growth, in, not only in terms of residential, in other sectors also. I heard a lot of news in Tirunelveli also. Some South Korean major is putting up an shoe making plant. There is a recent news there. So all around, of late, we are seeing a lot of developments happening across Tamil Nadu. I think it's all good, good for those specific markets.
Vignesh.
So, Thoothukudi, the government has done the right things. They have brought in big OEMs and brought in clusters, and there is a port for them to work on. And I was there in Thoothukudi 1 week back, and the airport was like, not better than a railway station. So a new airport is a good thing. It's a big image booster for us. And as Mr. Sridhar said, it is like having good social infrastructure like big hotels and big hospitals will play a big role in that.
Thank you so much, Vignesh. We'll now open the floor for some questions. Any questions?
Yeah, good evening. It's a good panel discussion. I'm Prabhu here. There's a question to Mr. Vignesh. You're much interested in participating in industrial and logistic parks. Why your organization is not much focusing on IT parks? Is there any specific valid reason for that?
So we have seen that industrial markets are an untapped market and there are big ROIs to be made there. So we have entered it and there is still a huge potential to cover, and I feel that focusing on that is better than going into IT spaces. In the future we'll be open to. Definitely we'll be open to it.
And coming out with private IT parks will definitely boost up the IT industry.
Yes.
Not only your organization, even we can talk about our G's group also. And coming out with private IT parks definitely will, increase the IT sector's growth precisely in Tamil Nadu in a bigger way.
Sure. From G Square, we are interested in that space. As I mentioned earlier, we are discussing with few of the IT companies to build up infrastructure for them. So we are definitely interested in that space.
We are entering the industrial hostel market now. So there is a huge potential for that because a lot of migratory workers are coming to Tamil Nadu to work now. So we are entering that, and we have started operation. We are going to start operations in Chengalpet in the next 4 to 5 months' time. So most of the industries who are coming, they require hostel facilities, especially if it is a woman worker. They need good hostel facilities to make them work. So we are planning to tap that market now.
My question is to Mr. Junior Babu. How do you look at Vellore market, sir?
Vellore is, I forgot to mention, Vellore is a very potential market. That is again, lot of things happening on defense also, I think. There is an defense related, some industries are coming up, I think, at Vellore. And that's it, right from Vellore, Krishnagiri, Dharmaburi is what our next focus is going to be on, including Salem. So definitely those markets we are not currently present for some reason. Vellore we have a project. Sorry, Ambur we have a project. Vellore we are looking at projects actually. So those that western part is going to be our focus now.
Thanks to Hindu and all for organizing this. It's a fantastic discussion. It's feeling good that so much of things happening in Tamil Nadu. Specific questions any one of you can answer. There is so much of space that is vacant because of this work from home. So I see a lot of inventory which is vacant. What's your view on that? Thank you.
I'll pick it up. Sir, this is a common myth everyone thinks about. There's a lot of inventory is vacant because of the work from home norm today. But there is a vice versa which is happening. Today, as we talk in Chennai alone, there is a shortage of supply from a commercial real estate standpoint. In the last year, Chennai witnessed about 10.8 million square feet of demand. Last year, Chennai witnessed about 8.5 million square feet of a demand. The supply is getting short, and this year and next year, there will be a short supply of space in terms of commercial real estate. Also touch upon Coimbatore for a moment. Coimbatore today don't have a good quality space available in the Coimbatore market today. And because of this reason, the rentals also is jumped about 20 to 30%. Similar situation in cities like Madurai and Madurai and Trichy. These are the places. That's one of the reasons why Tamil Nadu government has come out with mini tidal parks in all the smaller cities, as well as they have come tidal park also. For example, tidal has come out in a place called Viluppuram. The moment it got completely it's leased out today. So there is a short supply, not only in Tamil Nadu, across the country today.
Shankar, would you like to add to it?
Yeah, I think fully agree with Sridhar. In fact, all of these emerging cities which we are talking about, there's no supply. And whenever they launched this tidal park, we opened it, I think within 1 month, it's completely occupied and taken up. Space is not there. So it's a myth. Going forward, we see, I mean, hopefully we'll have a lot of supply and we'll have more IT spaces. This work from home, I don't think will reduce the space of office spaces.
We'll just take 2 more questions.
Sankit, I'll just clear. So one more thing, even though we are not there in this space to support their argument, when we checked up the data for this thing on Coimbatore, the vacancy rate is as low as 5%. So that is what even the data shows.
Yeah. Also, sorry, just to add upon this thing, just last one. The reason why we see, though, it's a hub and spoke model, we talk about the work from home, everything. Also, we need to note, in the last 3 to 4 years, there are a lot of companies have expanded their headcount in India. Not only ITS clients, also the buzzing word today is the Global Capability Centers, GCC centers, which is today talks about 1,700 GCC are in India today. And when they talk about that, it's not only 1,700, they also look at expanding in other cities also, which is about 2,000 units today across India. So this is what the expansion we are seeing in the office segment.
So you had a question.
Taking off from Mr. Shankar's statement about Hosur's central part of Hosur city facing congestion. This is true not only Hosur but also several other places like Madurai or Coimbatore, even Tirunelveli in some part. I'm basically from Tirunelveli. What is the real solution? Of course, going for satellite towns could be one solution, but it should not be at the cost of the city as such, what it is. Kindly.
Yes, core cities are always the vibrant spaces in any city. I mean, if you look at Chennai, Chennai CBD used to be Paris Corner. I still remember I used to take bus from Paris Corner 30 years back. Then it slowly moved. We're talking about Gindi. Now we are at Gindi. In between, you started with Nungampakam and all that. So the congestion is all about the CBD, the core city, right? But development would happen, the peripheral areas, then city grows, right? So the 20 years back, we never crossed Tidal Park, maybe Mahabalipuram Road. So now you see, it's up to Mahabalipuram. So the development is all there. So I think the whole important point here is that the creation of satellite townships or the creation of new corridors will move the developments a little away, keeping the core essence and the feel of the core city. Because the one point particularly for Hosur is that you have this highway going in and a lot of congestion. So probably I think traffic and transportation intervention which come in, then it will solve the problem, as I think Sridhar also touched upon the smart city initiatives. Unfortunately in Hosur, not much of that has happened, whereas in other cities like Coimbatore and Trichy, today infrastructure is better than some of the other cities because of the smart city initiative which they implemented from parking, traffic, transportation, and all of those aspects which they cover under the sustainable smart city mission. Hope that answers.
So,
yeah, I have a question for Mr. Shankar. You were drawing upon, how Bangalore's ecosystem is conducive to attract a lot of IT investments and how we need to sort of draw up a plan for that. And you were also mentioning about the transformation of IT parks from the design perspective. So can you elaborate a little bit on, that, and the next part is, you were talking about investing in social infrastructure in Chennai. Would you restrict it to just the IT corridor, or which pockets of the city do you think the government should focus on?
Yeah, I'll take the first one. The transformation is happening in two fronts. Number one, I think in the earlier session they talked about the sustainable green buildings or the net zero buildings and all that. So 10 years back, maybe a couple of buildings were there. Today, every new building is a green building, so-called, green city LEED certificate or whatever you call it. Why? Because their investors, the companies, occupiers, investors are telling them you have to move into a building like that. So today, even in an emerging city, we might witness the buildings of similar nature coming in. The next trend, what is going to happen, so somebody touched upon the work from home and all that, maybe 2 or 3 days a week they come to offices. There is going to be a trend which is going to come in. The employees are going to determine how their office is to be it green spaces, whatever. So I think the employees' intervention is going to be more. The last decades we have seen occupiers. Recently we are witnessing investors' demand for the spaces. And now we are going to witness the employees. We at JLL, we did a survey, global survey. The finding is that 15% of the employees are asking for how their spaces to be. This is the trend which I am talking about. The second question is that, which are some of the areas in which city you asked me? Chennai. Chennai already you have a lot of these corridors opened up. So, but many of the IT buildings are coming up. As Sridhar highlighted, we don't have much of a supply. So hopefully supply will come in all of those corridors. Land is plenty. Social infrastructure, yeah. So ECR is slowly becoming a destination for entertainment, right? So it used to be an entertainment corridor. Chennai is always, we had defined corridors, right? So IT corridor, entertainment corridor, maybe the SEZ corridor. North is more of warehousing and logistics. And we are pushing the government to make the Gindi Porur as a fintech corridor, because huge development is coming in as a fintech, right? So we are also advising them. So those are the areas which will be unlocked. From a social infrastructure perspective, we need to create, for example, Katipara Urban Square is the best example. So when we first sat with the CMRL, so they thought that, okay, they'll build some shops, that's it. And just for Pettigada. That's what they intended to do. So we stepped in and we made that particular area into a completely different thing. So you name the best food giant, everybody is there in the Katipara Urban Square. So those are the things we need to create within cities. That's what I meant by entertainment. So initially we wanted to have this particular Katipara junction 24 hours open with liquor license and all of that. So still, those kind of pockets are going to emerge in Chennai. That's what I meant. All of those junctions, the core nodes of Chennai should be treated as entertainment destinations.
Thank you, Shankar. We'll close the session here. It's going to be 7 now. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you for your wonderful insights. And thank you so much to all the audience also. And all of you have a wonderful evening.
And Head of Events, Tamil Nadu, the Hindu Group.
Thank you, Paloma. It's been a very long day, so I'll make it real quick. As we come to the close of Tamil Nadu Real Estate Summit 2025, it's my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Hindu Group. First and foremost, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Thiru Shivdas Meena, Chairperson T.N. Rera, for setting the tone of today's summit with his insightful keynote address. Sincere thanks to our presenting partner Casa Grande and co-presenting partner G Square for their continued trust and collaboration. Your commitment to innovation and progress in Tamil Nadu's real estate sector is truly commendable. We are deeply grateful to all our eminent speakers and panelists, industry stalwarts, policymakers, academics, and thought leaders for sharing their expertise across sessions. Each session today offered powerful insight into the evolving trends, regulatory shifts, and transformative opportunities shaping the future of real estate in Tamil Nadu. A big thank you to our green partners, Select, our sports ecosystem partners, SDAT and Tamil Nadu Champions Foundation, and our supporting partner, Credai, Tamil Nadu, Lanker, and Namma Family Group. Your support truly enriched the quality and reach of the summit. To our strategic partner, MMA, TV partner, Pudhiya Thalamurai, and digital news partner, The Federal, we appreciate your valuable association in amplifying the event to a larger audience.
To audience, thank you for being such an engaged and enthusiastic part of today's event. And to those watching us live via the webcast, thank you for tuning in. Behind every successful summit is a team that works tirelessly to make it happen. My gratitude to the editorial team at The Hindu, our events and production team, our digital and design teams, and every member who has contributed behind the scenes. Let's carry the ideas forward, learnings and connections we have built today into actionable change. Thank you once again for your time and interest in the Hindu group. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude today, I think it's clear that the Tamil Nadu real estate sector is poised for transformative growth. And with that, we thank each and every one of you for your support and, of course, this wonderful audience for your active participation. See you all at the next event. This is myself, Paloma, signing off. Thank you so much.
Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. A million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been. To build a legacy, to create a history. You need to be one step ahead. Think outside the box. Challenge the status quo. This journey starts with a belief in yourself. For me, it began where all stories begin, at home. And that's Casa Grand's legacy, crafting homes, where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grand, transforming lives.
வணக்கம். எல்லாருக்கும் சொந்த வீடுங்கிறது ஒரு கனவா இருக்கும். அதுலயும் நம்ம சொந்த இடத்துல நமக்கு பிடிச்ச மாதிரி ஒரு வீடுன்னா சொல்லவா வேணும். அதுதான் ஒருத்தருடைய லைஃப் டைம் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்டா இருக்கும். ஒருத்தருக்கு சொந்த வீடு கட்டணும் அப்படிங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய 70% லைஃப் டைமோட கமிட்மெண்ட். அப்படி உங்க லைஃப்ல நீங்க செய்ய போற பெரிய இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்டை யார்கிட்ட இருந்து வாங்குறோன்றது ரொம்ப முக்கியம் இல்லையா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர். எல்லாரும் நினைக்கிற மாதிரி இந்த நிறுவனம் 2021ல தொடங்கி 3 வருஷம் மட்டுமே ஆன நிறுவனம் இல்ல. கிட்டத்தட்ட 12 வருஷங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி மிஸ்டர் பாலா எனப்படும் ராமஜெயம் என்பவரால தொடங்கப்பட்டது. 2012ல இருந்து 2019 வரைக்கும் இந்தியாவின் மிகப்பெரிய கார்ப்பரேட் மற்றும் பப்ளிக் லிஸ்டட் கம்பெனிகளுக்கு 4000 ஏக்கர்களுக்கும் அதிகமான லேண்டை அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி கொடுத்திருக்கோம்னா அப்போ லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேஷன் அனுபவம் எந்த அளவுக்கு இருக்கும்? கொரோனா வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பெருசா எந்த கார்ப்பரேட்ஸும் புதுசா ஃபேக்டரிகள் திறக்கிற மாதிரி தெரியல. அப்ப உருவானதுதான் ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட ரீட்டைல் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் ஆர்ம். எல்லாரும் தனியா ஒரு சொந்த வீட்டுல வாழணும்னு ஆசைப்பட்டாங்க. ஆனா அப்படி தனி வீடோ இல்ல ஒரு வில்லாவோ வேணும்னா நீங்க சென்னைக்கு மிக அருகாமையில் இருக்கிற செங்கல்பட்டு வரைக்கும் போகணும். சோ சிட்டிக்குள்ள வெறும் அபார்ட்மெண்ட் சப்ளை மட்டும்தான் இருந்தது. இதை உணர்ந்து ஜி ஸ்கொயர் சிட்டிக்குள்ள ஏன் பிளாட் போடக்கூடாதுன்னு யோசிச்சோம். பட் அதுக்கு முக்கியமா 2 விஷயம் வேணும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட், கரெக்டான பிளேஸ்ல கரெக்டான பிரைஸ்ல லேண்ட் வாங்கணும். 2வது விஷயம், போதுன்ற மனசு வேணும். எஸ், சிட்டிக்குள்ள அபார்ட்மெண்ட் கட்டி விக்கிற லொகேஷன்ல ஒருத்தர் பிளாட் போடுறாங்கன்னா 1000 பேருக்கு விற்கக்கூடிய விஷயத்த வெறும் 100 பேருக்கு விற்க போறாங்கன்னா ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இந்த கடைசி 3 வருஷத்துல மட்டும் 15000 கஸ்டமர்ஸ் வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. இது இந்தியாவுல வேற எந்த ரியல் எஸ்டேட் கம்பெனிக்கும் இல்லாத பெருமை. இது எப்படி சாத்தியமாச்சுன்னு தெரியுமா? ஜி ஸ்கொயர் பண்ற வால்யூம் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ்க்கு எல்லாமே காஸ்ட் எஃபெக்டிவா பாசிபிள் ஆகுது. ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட குவாலிட்டி யாராலையும் மேட்ச் பண்ண முடியாத அளவுக்கு ஹை குவாலிட்டி. டிடிசி, சிஎம்டிஏ, ரெரா அப்ரூவல் வாங்கி மொத்த சைட்டையும் ரெடி பண்ணி கொடுக்கறது. ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல இருக்கிற 1000 எம்ப்ளாயிஸும் எப்படி ஒரு லேண்டை வாங்கலாம், எப்படி அதை பிளாட்டா விற்கலாம், டெவலப் பண்ணலாம், மார்க்கெட் பண்ணலாம்னு யோசிக்கிறாங்க. இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இருக்கிற பிளாட் கம்பெனி இந்தியாவிலேயே இது மட்டும்தான். 15000க்கும் மேல கஸ்டமர்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால ஜி ஸ்கொயர் 70க்கும் அதிகமான பிராண்ட்ஸோட டைப் பண்ணி 10ல இருந்து 30% வரைக்கும் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் வாங்கி கொடுக்கறோம் பிளாட் புக் பண்ணும் போதே. சோ நீங்க வீடு கட்டுறீங்கன்னா பட்டால இருந்து கிரகப்பிரவேசம் வரைக்கும் கம்ப்ளீட்டா we will support. இதுவும் இந்தியாவிலேயே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம். எந்த ஒரு இடத்துலயும் ஒரு கோமாதா இருந்தா அங்க இருக்கிற எல்லா பேட் கர்மாவும் போயிடும்னு ஒரு ஐதீகம். சோ ஜி ஸ்கொயரோட எல்லா சைட்லயும் வெட்டுக்கு போற மாடுகளை கூட்டிக்கிட்டு வந்து பராமரிக்கிறோம். தன்கிட்ட பிளாட் வாங்குறவங்க நல்லா இருக்கணும்னு எந்த நிறுவனமும் இவ்வளவு யோசிச்சது இல்லை. ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல வாங்குற பிளாட்ஸ் எல்லாம் 2 வருஷத்துக்குள்ளேயே 80% வரைக்கும் அப்ரிஷியேட் ஆயிருக்கு. இது வேற எதுலயும் கிடைக்காத ஒரு ரிட்டர்ன்ஸ். இதனாலேயே ஜி ஸ்கொயர்ல அவங்க வாங்கின பிரைஸை விட பிளாட்ஸ் இப்போ டபுள் மடங்கு அப்ரிஷியேட் ஆயிருக்கு. ஜி ஸ்கொயர் கொடுக்கிற பிரைஸ் அட்வான்டேஜ் அண்ட் லொகேஷன் அட்வான்டேஜை வேற எந்த டெவலப்பராலும் கொடுக்க முடியாது. பிகாஸ் we are the land aggregator cum promoter, so no middleman, no hidden cost. நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Every empire begins with a dream, and every dream needs a fearless dreamer. Welcome to Nama Family Group, Tamil Nadu's fastest growing multi-sector powerhouse. Founded in 2016 by visionary entrepreneur Mr. Ponuswamy Karthik, founder and chairman. Our flagship, Nama Family Builder and Developer Private Limited, one of Chennai's most trusted DTCP and RERA approved real estate brands, proudly delivering 6+ years of excellence, ISO 9001:2015 certified, presence in 50+ prime locations, 1,000+ residential, commercial and trade projects. Project milestones: 18.54 million square feet completed projects, 9 billion square feet ongoing projects, 9.1 million square feet upcoming projects, total development footprint 36.64 million square feet. Our reach from resale and layer plots, acres and cents to resorts, bungalows, farmhouses and estate developments, we proudly serve clients across Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, South India. Our core services: we provide complete end-to-end solutions in land buying and resale, layer development, residential and commercial construction, real estate investment, all with legal clarity, transparent pricing and a client-first approach. Our team and infrastructure: 270+ dedicated professionals, 30+ specialized departments, strategic presence in high-growth corridors, India, OMR, GST. Beyond real estate, a multi-sector vision, Nama Family Group is more than a real estate brand. We are actively expanding into construction, import and export, tender coconut, social welfare initiatives, soil trust. Not just a company, a movement, a mindset, a mission to build lives, shape futures and grow together with integrity, vision and a deep commitment to the community.